And Chief Executive David East, and so no doubt there's lots of other similar people on the ground today. We might even be able to grab one or two of them and get them up here to talk to us on air, as long as they haven't had too much hospitality at the time. So we had a fascinating day's play yesterday. Really was. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think we all did. Although maybe not before lunch, the Essex fielders and bowlers, but they brought it upon themselves to a certain extent, because in the morning session, Leicestershire made 166 for 2 off just 30 overs. I personally can't remember a morning session watching Essex when so many runs have been scored. There may have been, but maybe it says more for my memory than team's ability. But Essex hauled it back superbly. In the end, Leicestershire were bowled out for about twice that number, 333, and with the wickets shared, Porter 2, Cook 2, Snater, and Mulder 3 each, and they had, I think it was 3 overs last night, awkward batting, and they did lose one of the night watchmen, Sam Cook, bowled for a duck, second ball I think it was. And then they sent in Jamie Porter as well to keep company with Dean Elgar. So it's 10 for 1. And my name's Dick Davis. Joining us at 11:30-ish will be Roshan Alarm. And immediately beside me, delighted to say, is that Richard Ray. It was a good day's cricket yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, morning Dickie, morning everybody. It was a thoroughly enjoyable day's play. Swung both ways, and it was entertaining and absorbing in equal measure. Let us hope today is equally so.
Please welcome your on-field umpires, Nigel Long and Neil Price.
You heard the 2 umpires heading out to the middle,
and in the scorebox,
pleasingly wearing their Panamas, indicating it isn't too windy. The flags are sort of gently blowing from the west. It is still a cold wind though.
Yes, it is.
I saw it described on the Met Office forecast as literally Arctic. It has come all the way down from the Arctic, and it feels like it. It is certainly taking the edge off the temperatures. But if you can get out of it and get in the sun, then it is very pleasant. There is plenty of cloud around. May swing a little bit, although the low temperature might mitigate against that, but there's plenty of blue sky around as well, and forecast is for it to stay dry all day, so fingers crossed.
Yes, indeed. And would you care to take the first over, Richard?
Thank you, Dick. Ben Green is going to bowl it, the 4th over of the Essex reply to that Leicestershire first innings of 333. Feeling amongst the supporters last night was a little bit that they let it slip to a certain extent from that. You mentioned that 166 for 2 off 30 at lunch, to only get double that with the remaining 8 wickets. But I think that is also because Leicestershire, even Essex, bowled so much better in the afternoon and evening sessions than they did in the morning. Green then, as the goals circle overhead, round the wicket, bowls, and Elgar is solidly forward, pushing the first delivery of the day, which is on off stump, out to wide-ish mid-off, while Leicestershire's skipper, Ian Holland, who presumably will continue the bowling from the Alistair Cook end of the ground, the old river end, the Cann River, not the Chelmer, lest we forget. A sort of tributary behind the ground. Green is in, bowls, straighter, middle and leg line, pushed this time to mid-on by Elgar, carefully. Adjusts his forearm guard. Update coming for BBC Radio Essex, so if are we going to get the whole news bulletin first? Sounds like it. We'll try and talk over it. Green turns, jogs in, bowls outside off stump. Bit of lift, but was wide, went a bit wider. Elgar had nothing to do with it. Again, well-populated stand to our right here at the Cook end of the ground. but very, very well wrapped up. See a few Leicestershire hats amongst them. Green turns 2 slips and a gully behind Elgar as he bowls fullish, and Elgar tucks in, drives it away, punches it away through extra cover. That should have the legs to go all the way. Buddinger's chase was always had the air of a man who knew the ball was going to get there first, and so it proves. Lovely way for Elgar to get his score moving this morning. He moves on to 13. Essex on to 14 for 1.
Substantial impact on staff and other swimmers. The Olympic-sized pool at Basildon Sports Village has closed 3 times because of vomiting and once because of a diarrhea incident in the water. In recent weeks...
Sorry, I'm just listening to the Essex news and it's most extraordinary and extraordinarily unpleasant. In goes Green and squares up Elgar just a little bit. We did have, he pushes it back down the pitch off the back foot. We did, alas, have the heavy roller on before play today. Both sides can have it twice, remember. And the pitch is unquestionably an awful lot lighter than it was yesterday. Could just get this over finished before Dick has to do his update. In goes Green and bowls and pushed off his legs off leg stump by Elgar, and he took his bottom hand off the bat, so a little bit of lift there for Ben Green. Even so, first over reasonably comfortably survived, and indeed tucked into a 4 as well for Dean Elgar. Essex after 1 over of the day's play are 14 for 1. And the feed is gone.
It has indeed. We've suddenly lost Q, and they don't want me after all. Who can blame them?
But it was interesting to hear about that swimming pool. Ugh.
Yes.
Closing for various unpleasant reasons at Basildon. There you go. Remind me never to go there.
Right, well, it's going to be Holland to continue from this end. And yes, I'm a little concerned that it suddenly went off, because I did knock the little box of tricks off its makeshift table, but we carried on getting it after that, and it was only about a minute later. Oh well, no doubt I'll get a phone call if there's any disasters. That's just nudged down for a single down towards fine leg. So with 2 night watchmen having gone in, it means that Snate will be batting 11, Simon Harmer 10, Michael Pepper 9. It obviously pushes everybody down, which means that one accredited batsman is probably going to run out of partners. I was thinking about this last night actually, or on the way home. And that's nudged down to 3rd man, when there is a 3rd man, a wide 3rd man. He comes across, makes ground to his right, and fields it. The single comes in, or the ball comes in and they take a single. Yeah, I did come up with a fiendish plan, which is perfectly within the laws, but I can't really see it happening. But there's nothing really to stop Porter retiring hurt and then coming back at number 11. As that's up-ish, it goes down, just beats the man at 3rd for 4 runs, up-ish, and it wasn't too far away from
Eskenazi at 3rd slip.
Ashkenazi, is it? Thank you. 3rd slip. I don't know if they...
Well, it was about shoulder high when it went past,
yeah,
and
but how
he
far
flung
away?
his right arm to it. It went very quickly off the shoulder of the bat, so I don't think it was that far away, and I think you kind of have to put that one down as a very, very tough chance.
Yes, as the next delivery comes in and bowls. Oh, and that moved a long way and came back in between bat and pad. I'll just
My goodness, that was close.
check that we are still on air. My wife acts as a very diligent quality control officer and always lets me know if something's going wrong, and as she did yesterday. And but no, as Holland moves in outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. No, she's all very quiet, which is good news. Well, it's always good news when your wife is quiet. Particularly on this occasion. Oh dear, I'll regret that, no doubt. And live dangerously. As Holland, right arm over the wicket, moves in now, bowls, and that's played diligently out into the covers, no addition to the score. So after 2 overs, the score has doubled, moved on from 10 to 20 for 1 for the wicket of Sam Cook last night.
Talking about living dangerously, Porter did in that over.
Yes.
No question about it, but he's still there, and the more overs that he can absorb from the seamers and put into the new ball, then the more comfortable, in theory, life will be for the quote-unquote proper batsmen who follow him. So Leicestershire will want to nip him out early, and they'd certainly love to get Dean Elgar early. Round the wicket comes Green, bowls to Elgar, drives in the air and is caught. Just straight to wide-ish, extra cover, mid-off. Holland low to his left. He saw it all the way. It just may have stopped on him a little bit, but he went through with the drive, and it was the most comfortable, really, of catches. To be honest, for Holland, he would have been very disappointed to have dropped that, and that is a big blow struck by the Foxes. Dean Elgar, the international opening batsman, comes and goes quite quickly. Caught Holland, bowled Green for 14 of 12 balls, and Essex, in reply to Leicestershire's 3-3-3, are 20 for 2.
Yes, sad to report, Dean Elgar's season has been somewhat lean. He did get a century at the Oval, I think it was, but I can't recall any other really significant contribution. If I've forgotten one, then I apologise to the
incoming batter, Paul Walker.
gritty little South African. As tall Paul Walker makes his way to the crease. Left-handed batsman. Most county cricket followers are aware, he's probably the tallest player on the circuit. Various different reports say he's either 6'7" or 6'8", but he's a tall lad.
Green comes into bowl to that tall lad and bowls straight, nibbles it off middle and leg down towards square leg. Jogging back is John Tattersall, and Walter is off the mark a little fortuitously. His first delivery, bit of a thick inside edge, but that's fine. Obviously customarily an opening batsman, and he's had a little chance to have a look this morning from the pavilion, that is. Not much of one though. We're in just the 3rd over, so kind of doing his normal job really. At the other end, Porter isn't doing his normal job, but he's still there as Green is in, bowls over the wicket to him. He drives very pleasantly. It's in the air for a few feet, but it basically got on top of the bounce, punched it away through mid-off and picks up 4. Ben Mike chasing back to the boundary, couldn't get there. I'm looking around to check that Lewis Hill is out there rather than Jake Weatherald. I can't see Weatherald out there. You will recall that Weatherald was injured in the act of being bowled, basically. The delivery from Mulder just rose on him, hit his elbow and then went down onto the stumps, but he did go and have it x-rayed. In goes Green and bowls. Porter covers up very competently, pushes it out to mid-off. This time Mike does field. He didn't push it too hard towards him. And we were told last night that it'd be assessed again this morning, from which one can deduce that the x-ray did not show a break, at least. Otherwise he would obviously have been out, but he certainly isn't out there at the moment. Green is in and bowls. Porter on the back foot blocks it out towards point where Tattersall is the fielder. No run. 3 slips, the 2 Patels. Rishi and Ajaz at first and second, and then Eskenazi at third. Tattersall is at point. Ben Mike is at wideish mid off. Buttinger is at mid wicket. Josh Hull is down at long leg. We cannot see third man, which is where I suspect Lewis Hill is lurking. Green is in and bowls. Bouncer, and Porter seems to see it a little bit late and didn't play it brilliantly. It was fortunate for him that it was directed outside off stump and it went past around about head height, but a good foot or so away from him. But he did unquestionably flinch slightly and close his eyes and duck his head. However, he has survived. 25 for 2, and he did play one lovely shot. That drive off Green in that over. He has 10 now of 20 deliveries. Walter, who's faced just the 1 delivery, has just the 1 run.
And Holland to continue from this, the Sir Alistair Cook end. He may well be one of the former players on the ground today. And Holland round the wicket now to the left-handed Walter, who plays inside the line. I don't mean deliberately, no, I think he was beaten there.
Yeah, a little bit of away movement for Holland.
Can't give him the credit of benefit of any doubt there.
It was interesting that talking to Buttinger last night after his 89, and he was saying that Weatherall and he, well, it was their usual approach. You know, they went hard from the start. I'll come back to that point in a moment.
As Holland bowls now to Walter way outside the off stump, and Walter declines to play.
But Weatherall, the experienced Australian Test opener, had said to him, look, you know, you're going to get some good balls on this pitch and it'll move around throughout the day, so you know, play your natural game, because the odds are at some stage you're going to get a delivery that is a bit too good for you. So there was movement all day, and it's continuing a little bit this morning.
And well, that squared up the batsman considerably, looking to work it on the leg side, and finished up pushing it out to mid-off. Safe enough, and it was along the ground all the time, but it certainly wasn't a secure, confident shot. We'd welcome your emails. We won't be able to read them out for about an hour, but we'd still welcome them. As Holland moves in, that's outside the off stump again, allowed to go through to the keeper.
Why can't we read them out?
Well, because I haven't got the laptop in front of me.
Oh, okay. Well, send them to me. I'll read them out.
Oh, well, yes. I was going to suggest that in a moment. Yeah, my email address is essexcricket@bbc.co.uk, and Richard's is
richardray23@gmail.com. By all means, send them to both of us, and one way or another
we'll pick them up.
To Roshan, yeah.
That's outside the off stump as well, allowed to go by. Yes, because I'm coming off air in about 16 minutes time or so to make room for Roshan. So during which time I'll stoke up the laptop. Well, it's on charge at the moment.
Well, Paul Walter this season, a century at the Oval, and a 70 against Somerset here.
Again outside the off stump, and it brings the over to a close with Essex in pursuit of 333, 25 for 2.
So sort of an in and out start to the season for the Basildon man. $31 now. 32 in a few days' time.
How old?
31.
All right.
On 32.
I didn't realise he'd been around that long, I must admit.
Green then to continue from the Graham Gooch end. Bowls in the air, punched back past him by Porter. Again, slightly hard hands, and it was too wide of Green and probably would have dropped short of him anyway for him to fling himself to his left, the big chap, but slightly false shot, stopped at mid-off by Ben Mike. Porter not giving an impression of permanence at the crease at the moment as Green is in, bowls to him, and again he spars away outside off stump as the ball goes through into the gloves of Ben Cox. Doesn't get anything on it.
But it could be said that he did his job last night, in as much as
Absolutely, he was still there.
and equally important, if not more important, so it seemed, was Dean Elgar, and it's somewhat poignant. Well,
Green is in, bowls a bouncer to him. He plays that one rather better, just ducks underneath it as it goes straight over his head.
and yet it was Elgar who was first out this morning. So, yeah, well, the batsmen have a bit of a conflab, which was initiated by tall Paul Walter. Came down 18 of the 22 yards to have a word.
Took him about 3 steps, didn't it?
Yes, quite.
Wanders back into his ground as Green is in and bowls, and Porter plays solidly forward. Slightly angled bat, pushing it out to backward point Tattersall, the fielder. Porter too has a birthday in a few days' time. He's on May the 25th, he'll be 33. Another local boy, Leytonstone, born. Went to Epping College. An England Lion of the past as Green is in, bowls to him. Again, he's very correct in his solid forward defensive press on off stump, pushing it back up the pitch towards the Leicestershire all-rounder. Wind has gotten up a little bit. There's a bit more dark cloud around. Green's Leicestershire shirt billowing away there in the wind as he turns. Economical run, I would suggest, best description of Green's run up. He bowls outside of stump and Porter spars away again and misses. Slightly short of a length delivery, wears on him a touch, and he couldn't resist trying to do something with it. It wasn't really a sort of firm attempt to hit it away through the offside. It was couldn't resist it, and he got away with it.
Yes, it was a shot of a night watchman, really. And but he's still there, which, as we say, is basically the job of the night watchman.
25 for 2 after 8. Essex. That's his best score, Porter, in first class cricket.
Oh, and it was again. It was short of a length outside the off stump, not dissimilar from most of the deliveries that Holland had bowled the previous over, all of which Walter declined to play, but for reasons only known to him. On this occasion, he tried to play it unsuccessfully, got a top edge, fairly straightforward catch to slip, and Essex are 25 for 3, caught by his former colleague Rishi Patel.
At first slip, yeah, went hard hands again. Would have thought at that very early stage of his innings he might have left. Didn't, went at it, edged. Patel, smartish catch. Let's have a look. Yeah, it was wide. 2 hands, round about chest height.
The new batter for Essex,
Patel just
from Westley.
sort of leant away from it and held it two-handed. And a very good start for the Foxes this morning, as it was yesterday morning. Both openers, both regular openers that is, dismissed, while the night watchman stands firm.
Yes.
Encouraging from a positive result point of view to see the pitch still offering a little bit despite the heavy roller having been on it this morning. But I don't think Walter will look back with pleasure at the shot he played.
No, he won't. He certainly shouldn't. So it brings the skipper, Tom Westley, to the crease. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders. And Holland to continue. Moves in now and bowls. And Wesley's underway straight away, just nudging it round the corner for a single down to deep backward square or long leg. Down in front of the hospitality area.
It's maybe sort of Ian Holland's sort of pitch, really. Not too fast, but a little bit of movement. A little bit of encouragement for the seamers, and he's getting a little bit of movement through the air as well. He's eager.
He is. Sets off on his run again, past the umpire. Bowls. And a very elegant looking leave on the part of Jamie Porter. And lifting his bat high in the air out of harm's way, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper.
He's got a first class best of 34, Jamie Porter, in 156 matches, 609 runs, averaging 6.15, so suggests he shouldn't be there too long.
Oh, yes, it suggests that batting isn't his stronger suit. And
Kicks that one out, thick inside edge onto the pad. Examines his bat, which I suspect he hasn't got too many of. Bats, that is. Looks fairly pristine.
Holland moves in again, right arm to Porter, who just dabs that out into the covers, no addition to the score of 26 for 3. On a dull, overcast day, it started like this yesterday, but it got significantly better, and by mid-afternoon, sort of 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon, it was glorious weather. Let's hope it does the same again as Holland. Bowls, and that's also pushed out into the covers quite correctly and elegantly, but straight to the fielder, no addition to the score of 25 for 3 wickets. The 2 to go. Dean Elgar caught Holland. Holland's had a hand in all 3 wickets, literally. Elgar caught Holland, bowled green for 14, and Paul Walter caught by Rishi Patel off Holland for 1.
Westley checks guard with umpire Pratt, who's standing at the Graham Gooch end for the first half of the game, looks around him, sees 2 slips, and Eskenazi, having moved from 3rd slip to gully as Green is in and bowls. Westley drives hard and firmly, but more or less straight to Ben Mike, who only has to take a step to his left at wideish mid-off to make the stop on the 3rd bounce. Most of the fielders have their hands in their pockets. As I was saying, it's an icy wind. They'll all have their hand warmers in there. Westley faces up as Green bowls very wide outside off stump, and Westley leaves, and he's already remarking his guard, as batsmen often do between deliveries. It must be a real furrow. They all do it after every delivery.
Yes.
With their spike, despite the fact it can't have gone anywhere, although he does step across, in fairness. Green in, bowls a little bit closer to the stumps, but not close enough to persuade Westley it's worth trying to play. Tom Westley this season, 208 runs in just the 5 innings.
Yes, he was injured in on the very first day of the County Championship season at Hampshire, and he was the first one to be replaced under the new regulations.
Happily fit again as Green is in, bowls to him again outside off stump, again shapes back in a fraction, but certainly nowhere near close enough to persuade Westley that it's worth playing.
And he was out for the next 2 matches rather than just the obligatory 8 days. So, but he's back now.
What was it? Do you remember? Do you know what the nature of the injury?
Yes, it was a broken digit. I'm not quite sure it was a finger or a thumb, but it was a broken digit.
Oh, he's recovered quite quickly then.
Yes.
Just missed 2 games with a break is a good effort. He'll be well protected as Green is in, bowls to him much straighter this time. Wesley solidly forward on off stump as the sun comes out temporarily. It all looks so much more pleasant as a consequence out there.
Yes, cricket needs good weather. I know they can play it in less endearing weather, but it does need sunshine just to complete the picture.
Green is in, outside off stump. Wesley leaves again. Yes, especially when the outfields are as green as they are at the moment.
Yes.
They're all, despite the fact we haven't had that much rain, they're all still fairly lush. Partly because we haven't had that much sun either. I suspect. End of the over. 26 for 3 after 10, and it's been Leicestershire's first half hour or so. Unsurprisingly, Holland will continue in these temperatures. You sort of feel he could go all day, really. Probably could quite like to keep himself warm.
Yes. That's just played straight, fielded by mid-on, at mid-on rather, by the tall figure. Oh, I shouldn't try and identify it.
If it's tall, it'll be Josh, probably.
Yeah.
Josh Hull.
Josh Hull, okay.
He too is 6'7".
Oh, right.
Mm.
Oh, well, they'd make a good second row in the scrum. Well, not on the line out, anyway. Short of a length and chopped away very pleasantly for a single by Jamie Porter.
Well, it's interesting you should say that. I mean, he went to Stamford School, and his brother does play professional rugby. He plays now in the southwest of France.
Oh,
A
right.
hotbed of rugby down there.
Yes.
Josh and the family have been down to watch him a few times. I'll probably get this wrong, but I think it's Breve he's at.
Oh, yes. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
And I think Josh enjoyed his rugby as well, but chose to go down the cricket route. His brother, a very useful seam bowler, I understand, but he's not as tall as Josh. And I think he's right-handed as well. If Antonia's listening, she'll be in touch to tell me I'm wrong.
Holland, or captain to captain, and Holland to Westley, just played very diligently indeed, with his head right over the ball. It's a rebuilding exercise as far as Essex are concerned now, in their 27 for 3. We won't see a morning session like we did yesterday. I can confidently predict that. In fact, you very rarely see a morning session like we did yesterday. That keeps quite low and goes through outside the off stump. Not much bounce there. Keeper sort of sprawling away to his right and took it on the floor, more or less. A goodish crowd, the usual very good crowd on the top of the Tom Pearce stand, but elsewhere, well, it's a Saturday, it's not bad at all. And that's pushed out back to the bowler. End of the over, end of my first stint of the day, and after more words from Richard, he'll be joined for the first time today by Roshan Elgar.
Thank you, Dickie. He'll be back at 12-ish. See if BBC Radio Essex want to do an update then. I think they wanted to do one at 11, but then they disappeared. Green will continue. Of course he'll continue from the Graham Gooch end. 2 slips and a gully behind Porter, who has survived the first half hour. Green is in, bowls to him, and he's comprehensively beaten outside the off stump. It bounced and seemed back in a bit. Somehow he played inside the line and missed it by a good couple of inches, I would suggest. And he's got the priceless knack of missing the good ones and missing the wider deliveries and keeping out the good straight ones. He drives and misses at that one. That was a flat-footed drive. Minimal foot movement. Through the batted it outside off stump, went straight through into the gloves of Cox. Well, sooner or later he's going to edge one. The question is, where will the edge go? Morning, Roshan.
Morning. How are you doing?
Very good, thank you. A good start for the visitors. Picked up a couple of important early wickets, Dean Elgar and Paul Walter. As Green is in to Porter, who for the 3rd time in 3 deliveries throws the bat at the ball outside off stump and misses, but doesn't edge.
Yeah, far from a good start for Essex. I mean, you could be deceived by the scoreline and say, well, 3 wickets. We've seen 2 night watchmen bat, but of course 2 of those wickets are their general openers. And they're 2 experienced openers, so...
Green, can he make it 4 in 4? Is in and bowls. He can make it 4 in 4. So Porter has played and missed, and really played and missed at all 4 deliveries of the Green over so far. He's much amused, and as he turns and I would imagine Ben Cox is a very polite young man. Might have been chaffing him, as they say. I don't imagine Green is that amused though. He cannot lay bat on ball at the moment, Jamie Porter, but he is still there, 11 off 36 as Green is in, and he's laid bat on ball. He's managed to push that one firmly out to mid-off where Ben Mike is the fielder. But Green is one of those bowlers whose body language is that of a man who gives little away. His expression doesn't really change. Once or twice I've seen him punch the air if he's taken a wicket, and he's taken quite a few wickets for Leicestershire, including a first-class best 7 for this season against Nottinghamshire. In he comes and bowls, and Porter pushes it firmly into the offside, off the back foot, but straight to Tattersall at point. So a maiden from Ben Green, 4 deliveries in a row that Porter couldn't lay bat on, but he managed to play the last 2 reasonably competently. 27 for 3 of 12.
Yeah, it looked like the last couple of deliveries, Green was just coming a little bit tighter. You just felt if he sort of bowled wicket to wicket, there was always a chance it was going to go through the gate there, because Porter was struggling to get bat to ball at all really in that over. So 27 for 3. Essex in response to Leicestershire's first innings total of 333. Remember, Leicestershire have already got the 2 normal openers out. As a new over begins, it's going to be Holland comes in and bowls, and this one is defended out into the offside to the fielder at cover. Tom Westley, the other batter, out on 1, and with him Porter, who's on 11 and has out-survived Essex's normal openers, which is extremely surprising. Dean Elgar and Paul Walter normally used to see them sort of like really dig in and patiently plays the next delivery, is pushed back out to fielder whose runs collect from gully. That's another dot ball. A dry day predicted here at Chelmsford. Yesterday I banged on about how the weather apps had told me rain was coming, but today I'm not going to lie to you, Richard. One of the apps tells me it's raining currently. It's not, and the other one says overcast conditions till 3 o'clock. So all going well. We should get some cricket. Here's Holland, number 22 on his back, runs in. He bowls, and this one's left and straight through to the gloves of Ben Cox behind the stumps. And what a start for Holland. 2 wickets for his 18 runs. And you have to feel Leicestershire pretty happy with how things have gone so far. The crowd's starting to filter through. It's a quite good crowd for a Saturday morning. Here's Holland again, 2 slips in place, bowls, and that's slightly more onto the off stump. It's played onto the leg side, be picked up by fielder at deep square, and they will jog across for a single. Score moves to 28 for 3. And good morning if you're joining us on BBC Sport, on the app, on BBC Essex or BBC Leicester, and of course on the YouTube live stream, which is provided by the County Championship. Every ball of every game of this County Championship brought to you by the BBC.
In conjunction with the ECB.
Making County Championship cricket more and more accessible as Holland. He's in again, that's a slightly shorter delivery, driven through the covers, 2 fielders in pursuit. That is going to find the gap. They have taken off for a couple of runs. They should be chased down because it's a long old boundary. It is slightly dramatically in the end with a sliding stop. Not sure the slide was needed, the ball had slowed down, but it looked good. And they will run 3 there. That's 31 for 3 now. Porter moves to 14, Westley on 2. So a little bit of ambition there from the Essex batters looking to break free, but they are playing on a wicket which I would say is quite central to where we're sat at the Sir Alistair Cook end, and the biggest boundary is to our left. Like, it's a very long old boundary, almost a kind of, it's not a perfect circle by any means, it's kind of quite squarish, so quite a long way to go. As Holland in again this time, back and front delivery, whips past the batter straight to the keeper's hands, and that will be the over. 4 from it, and Essex are 31 for 3.
It was just that little bit short from Holland, that ball that Porter was able to push away through the offside. Say his first class best 34. He's on 14 now, and he's managed to face 39 deliveries without getting out. Every ball could be important.
Absolutely, and every run could be important, especially with your 2 openers out.
It makes it so much, I say so much, it does make it easier for those that follow if that ball is a little bit softer. A little bit more of the shine has come off it. Green is ready to go at the gooch end. The trees moving markedly behind him, bowls forward solidly, goes Porter, manages to push it into the gap between Tattersall and Mike at point and wide mid-off, and take 1, moves on to 15. As I say, it's a priceless knack, is playing and missing at many deliveries, but then when you do hit it, it seems to more or less come out of the middle. Green is in and bowls down the leg side, and Westley steps inside it, gestures at it with bottom hand off the bat, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Cox. A solitary plane drones low overhead.
That sounds very low, doesn't it? I don't think the
another one.
I don't think the descent into Southend or Stansted starts quite close to Chelmsford. That's louder than I was expecting.
It absolutely was. Green is in and bowls. Seems back in a little bit from a couple of feet outside off stump, but certainly not close enough to persuade Westley of the necessity to play it, and he doesn't.
Now, interestingly, Leicestershire have also decided not to have a third man out. We saw how many runs went down that quadrant of the ground yesterday.
In goes Green and bowls, left by Cox. Are you sure about that? There's definitely nobody down there.
do you know
There
what?
usually is
I'm
for
gonna-
Leicestershire. I wouldn't be surprised if Lewis Hill is lurking
I'm
down
going
there
to just
somewhere.
stand up. We are. Our vision of that part of the ground is obscured,
It's obscured
by the ground,
by the balcony, by the
stand.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, let me do a
that,
little count of the fielders out there, then, shall I?
Hill might be down there.
No, I think you might be right.
Yeah,
Oh,
that-
yeah, I think I've counted 10 in vision, so.
Green is in and bowls. Good lift and carry, but again it's too wide, and Westley can and does leave safely. Now they always post a third man, and I'd be really surprised if they hadn't this morning.
Yeah, I was gonna
More
say,
so,
given yesterday's.
the number of runs that went through third
I was
man.
bewildered yesterday.
It was astonishing, really. And then knocked. I mean, and I think Vian Mulder in his post-play interviews mentioned it, but nobody did anything about it.
No.
Green is in and bowls and forward. I thought that would have snuck through for a minute. Wesley's very solid defence. It did come back in a bit, but Wesley solidly behind it pushes it out to mid on. End of another accurate over, and run rate 2.29. This is more like the Leicestershire of last season. When they weren't taking wickets, they were keeping things very, very tight. But Logan van Beek was the sort of third of the trio of seamers last season, along with Green and Holland, with a sort of revolving cast around them, and those three kept things pretty tight for the most part. Well, Holland and Green are managing that this morning.
New over, Holland to continue from the Alistair Cook end. First delivery is played off the pads into the leg side. It will be collected by the keeper, and they'll take a single, so the score moved to 33 for 3.
Yeah, leg by, didn't get any bat on it.
You felt like Porter, who faced that delivery, quite keen to get off the strike, particularly with Holland on fire this morning. 2 wickets for 22 runs from his 7 overs so far, so puts Westley back on strike, takes away the pressure, keeps the experienced batter facing the Leicestershire captain as Holland runs in again. 2 slips in place, and this is a back of length delivery, lets it go through to the keeper for no run.
Apologies if we haven't already welcomed you, but listens on Sports Extra, joining us in Chelmsford. A cool but dry Chelmsford, where Leicestershire at the moment are making Essex work for every run. Ian Holland, the captain, and Ben Green, the 2 Leicestershire seamers, doing that.
And it is Holland, the captain, to continue bowling into Westley, who defends this back to the bowler for no run. Leicestershire remain 33 for 3. It's Tom Westley and the night watchman Jamie Porter in after Essex had to bat out a few overs last night. They lost the night watchman yesterday evening, had to send a second one in, and this morning both of their normal openers just missed cheaply, and so we've got Jamie Porter, the night watchman, continuing with Tom Westley as Holland bowls, and this is a good length delivery, and that whistles by the off stump straight to the keeper.
Left, but my word, that was close.
Yes,
It looked close anyway.
certain spring in his step from Ian Holland. 2 wickets, 2 big wickets, because we know how dangerous Elgar and Water can be when they get going. I watched them at Surrey a couple of weeks ago, battered a solid century stand, but out the way early today, exposing the rest of the batting lineup as Holland bowls, and this one's wide of the off stump, let through again by Westley for no addition to the run. 33 for 3.
A previous delivery that didn't miss off stump by very much. Holland went very wide, and Nigel Long, after he'd delivered it, he was walking back and pointed out to him how close he got to cutting the line on the left side of the crease, obviously.
A lot of threes on the scoreboard at the moment. Essex currently 33 for 3 in response to Leicestershire's 333. As Holland begins his run up from the Sir Alistair Cook end beneath us. Next delivery is slightly back of the length. It's left by Westley, and that will be the over. So Leicestershire 333. They were bowled out late yesterday evening in response so far. Essex with a hesitant start, 3 early wickets down, and they're 33 for 3.
So that's another 3, isn't it? They trail by 300. exactly.
Yeah.
But that's not on the board.
I was going to say, if my GCSE maths doesn't deceive me, they're 10% of the way. I'm not going to keep percentages through the day, Richard. That was just an easy one to go for in my head.
Let's not go there. Yes, there's Lewis heading down to third man. There you go, you see? And disappearing underneath the second tier of the stand to our right. Mike is warming up as Green wanders in and bowls. Good bouncer, but well played by Porter. Ducked underneath it. Let it go over his left shoulder into the gloves of Cox behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's a very well protected area of the pitch. You've got 2 slips, a gully, someone at third man, so I would have expected a few more deliveries just wide of the off stump, just to try and nick an edge or tempt the batter to stray a bat in that direction, but it has been tight so far on the off stump.
Green is in and bowls too wide, and comfortable leave for Porter. Play underway everywhere, obviously. I don't think there's any issues with the weather. And most of the other games still in their first innings. Hampshire play was delayed yesterday. Lost quite a lot of overs. They're 185 for 8 now against Nottinghamshire, having been put into bat in Southampton. Green, after a quick word from his captain, is in and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Porter's bat. Not for the first time this morning. Glamorgan 354 for 9 off 99.2 overs against Warwickshire. So they'll be pleased with that, having been put into bat at Edgbaston. Yorkshire have just brought up their 400 in the 107th over at Leeds against Surrey. A lot of draws for Surrey at the start of the season. They are delayed actually at Taunton as Green is in and bowls, and Porter drives pleasantly. That'll warm Mike up. He should drag it back plenty of yards inside the ropes. He puts in the slide, doesn't grab the ball at the first attempt but at the second, but it was always going to be 2 to Porter, who is becoming more than irritating, as I'm sure, as far as Leicestershire are concerned. The night watchman has played Mr. Plenty, but he's still there, 17 not out.
Yeah, definitely riding his luck a little, isn't he? But surviving.
Yeah.
And occasionally finding the gaps.
And halfway to his first class best. Green is in, bowls to him, outside off stump, in the air. He's going to pick up 4 as he hits that over Tattersall at backward point to the backward point boundary for 4. Lots of smiles and applause from the Essex faithful. And again, Green, well, his expression doesn't change, but I suspect his feelings will.
Nothing wrong with that delivery, but just a show of confidence from Jamie Porter. He's seen several go down slightly wide of the off stump. He knew where that was going to place. He read the line early and just went for it.
Kent 431 for 7, having chosen to bat at Beckenham, where pitch is usually pretty flat. Delay at Bristol as well, as Green is in. Porter, well, a little bit aerial as he looks to drive on drive, and it's in the air for a few feet, but bounces a long way short of Ian Holland, and Porter wanders down to give his captain and one of the leading batsmen plenty of advice, I'm sure. This is how to play it, Tom. He's exuding confidence now, Jamie Porter, into the 20s, 21 off 47. Westley 2 off 26 deliveries. He's been really tied down, but he's still there.
Coming on to bowl at the Sir Alistair Cook end, Ben Mike.
And well, Holland is taking himself off, and he's going to Ben Mike, so he's going to bowl for the first time this season, having been injured for the first 5 games. I suspect that had Tom Helm been available for this game, then they might have kept him back for the T20s, but needs must, and it's a chance for him to make something of a point.
Ben Mike then, number 8 on his back, just adjusting his field. It's a very long run up he takes. It's probably the closest to our commentary box I've seen a bowler bowl from during this game as he runs in. It's a long run in, bowling to Westley. This is bowled wide of off stump, left by the batter straight through to the keeper. Little bit of movement, just nipping away ever so slightly from the batter as it whizzed through to the keeper's gloves. So a decent first ball.
Yeah, a bit of encouragement for Ben there. Yeah, delay at Southport as well. I'm saying they're playing everywhere. They're not playing at 3 grounds. Worcester 270, Lancashire 28 without loss in reply. Gloucestershire all out for 154 at Bristol yesterday. Northamptonshire 46 for 4 in reply. And Middlesex all out for 177 at Lords yesterday. Derbyshire 139 for 5 in reply.
Here's Mike again, over the wicket, 2 slips in place, and again a little bit of extra bounce and movement, just nipping away from the batter. No difficulty for the keeper to stop that. Didn't need a dive. I saw a few yesterday that moved so much that the Essex wicketkeeper Michael Pepper having to dive left and right, but no such problems for Ben Cox behind the Leicestershire stumps this morning. It is a long run-up. We're commentating from this Alistair Cook end here at Chelmsford, and there's a lot of markings for bowler markups, but Ben Mikes is at least another 2 or 3 metres behind those as he runs in. Third delivery, and this one's slightly closer to the off stump and left again. A little less movement there, straighter ball. Just to give Westley something to think about. So Leicestershire 333. They were bowled out yesterday evening, and response so far Essex 39 for 3. Tom Westley's there on 2 from his 29 balls. A very gingerly start from him this morning. And Porter, the night watchman, well, the second night watchman, he's on 21. This is after Essex had to bat a few overs last night. They lost their night watchman early on, and then they've lost both their regular openers, Elgar and Walter, quite cheaply this morning. So a brilliant start in the field for Leicestershire. Here's Ben Mike again, bowls, and this one's on the leg side, and Westley, well, they think it's carried. It has carried.
Oh, definitely, it's whether he hit it, but that's a strangle, absolute strangle, down the leg side. Well, one of those that just flick at and just took the inside edge, and a lucky wicket, but Leicestershire will take it.
Yeah, it was going down the leg side. Westley followed it with a bat, and it took an umpire a few moments to decide whether there was bat there. The appeal was confident, and in the end it was given. So Tom Westley walks for 2 runs. Essex lose their 4th wicket, 39 for 4. All sorts of trouble here at Chelmsford for the home side.
Yeah, no question that he got bat on it. Just whether he had to wait because Cox was rolling over, but he took it cleanly. Little inside edge, and a nice catch by Ben Cox. He had to go a long way down there, but yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, we talked about keepers having to dive, and Ben Cox almost demonstrating goalkeeper-esque training drills to grab hold of that one. So Ben Mike in his first over strikes, and it's so far a wicket maiden. 2 more deliveries to come, and it's going to be Charlie Allison, the next batter out, named as part of the England Lions squad yesterday. A young man with a phenomenal opening county season last year, and someone who Essex fans rightfully getting very excited about. Although I mentioned yesterday I struggled to keep up with his haircut. You know, when you look up cricketers on various websites and profiles, always a different haircut. Sometimes a buzz cut, sometimes locks. Most recently saw him with quite floppy curtains, so I'll update on his haircut when I see him with his helmet off, but for now he's there, marking out his crease, ready to face his first ball. Ben Mike's already at the top of his long run-up. I've seen some long run-ups. I don't know if I've seen anyone so close to the commentary box. Ben Mike waits for Charlie Allison, and Charlie Allison's sort of doing almost laps of the crease, but we are ready now. 3 slips in place for Charlie Allison's first delivery. Ben Mike charges in. Allison hits the ground, and first shot is cut. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Diving fielder at point misses it, and that should race all the way. There's a fielder in the deep who won't make it. And well, Charlie Allison batting with the confidence of a man who's just been called up to the England Lions, fist pump with his colleagues, and if there's any doubt about his intent, an early counter-attacking shot just to go. We're still in the game here. We can still bat. We've got plenty to come. And with that, Essex moved to 43 for 4.
Long hops outside off stump. First ball or 100th ball, it's there to be put away. And this is what you get with Ben. You never quite know what you're going to get with Ben. It's usually a mixed old bag. He might pick up a wicket or two and he might go for a few.
Here's Mike again. Bowls, it's a shorter delivery this time, a lot of lift off that delivery, a bit of extra bounce as it rises into the hands of the wicketkeeper. That is the over, 4 runs from it, but also the important wicket of Tom Westley. So Essex 43 for 4, and they're in trouble.
They are, but one of those wickets is a night watchman last night, so you could say really that they're just the 3 down. There is the other night watchman is still out there. Porter has somehow, and I do mean somehow, survived 47 deliveries for his 21. I would imagine he's played and missed well into double figures, but he's still there.
Well, not only is he still there, he's also their top scorer at the moment.
Unless you've put in a short, almost silly mid-off. And Green is going to continue to Porter, who looks around. Sees that silly mid-off with hands on knees as Green is in to him, and he plays and misses outside off stump again. It's Budinger who's in there at... It's pretty much silly mid-off. He's about a pitch width away and probably just over halfway back. So
yeah, I've seen runners stand in similar positions when there's been an injured bat. So yeah, sort of.
2 slips and a gully as well as Green is in. Bowls, comes back in a little bit, pushes it out to mid-wicket. Going to have to get back Allison quickly there. Does. Porter just pushed to mid-wicket. Thought there might be a run, sort of took half a step down. Sold Allison a bit of a dummy. Allison took 4 or 5 steps down and then had to put the brakes on and get back sharpish. Leicestershire wouldn't have minded if Porter had run Allison out there. But fortunately for Charlie Allison and for Essex, he managed just to scramble back. He's young and fit and put the brakes on, and he'll know next time just to maybe have a look himself. Green is in and bowls. Porter drives pleasantly for 4. Well, there you go. Play and a miss, possible run out and a drive for 4. And Porter goes on to 25 off 50 balls. 47 for 4.
Dare I say, I think Porter's enjoying himself out there.
Well, he's nothing to lose, has he? He's as I say, approaching his first-class career best now. He's probably really annoying Leicestershire. And he's doing his side a lot of good.
As things stand, he is still their top scorer in this innings.
Green, trying to stay patient, is in. Tries to push it off his hip this time. Or the top part of his leg at any rate, Porter. Leg by, I suspect. Just waiting to see him. No, got a little bit of inside edge onto the thigh pad. Neil Pratt steps out from behind the stumps but doesn't raise or point to his leg. So Porter moves on to 26 off 51, 48 for Green. Almost a lugubrious expression as he walks back to his the top of his run-up.
That's a good word. That's a good word. Good expression.
Allison takes guard for the first time. Batting looks to be outside off stump as Green bowls to him. He works him nicely off the straight, off middle and leg out towards Josh Hull, who understandably might be a bit surprised he didn't get the call ahead of Ben Mike, but I would imagine he'll be in line to replace Ben Green. That's no sign of Josh warming up at the moment.
He did a couple of stretches at the end of an Ian Holland over, but it was more kind of arms to toes rather than pre-bowling over. Much has been trying to stay warm out there.
Green is in. Allison on the back foot, solid, pushing firmly out towards mid-off. End of the over and of the first hour's play. 18 overs have gone in the Essex first innings. 49 for 4 is the score. Jamie Porter, and not out night watchman, is 26. Charlie Allison is 5. And the home side have plenty to do as Roshan will be joined by Dick.
Definitely Leicestershire's morning here in the County Championship, day 2 of this game between Essex and Leicestershire. Good morning if you're joining us. Every ball of this game covered by BBC Sport, BBC Essex, BBC Leicestershire, and on 5 Sports Extra. So, Leicestershire 333 in their first innings, and in reply so far, Essex 49 for 4. They've used 2 Knights watchmen, but one of them's still there, and he remains their top scorer. As we get a new over here from Ben Mike, bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end to Allison, who leaves that one. And Essex will feel all sorts of trouble. Yes, they've used 2 Night Watchmen, but in the process they've lost both their openers, and we know that Elgar and Walter, when they get started, they can be there for a very long time. They can really frustrate the opposition, and you feel Essex would have wanted those 2 to come in fresh this morning and build an innings. That hasn't happened. Instead, we have Jamie Porter, the Night Watchman, still there, and he's on 21. 34 is his top score. It looks like he's enjoying himself though. As Ben Mike comes in, it'll be Allison to face this next delivery. It's blocked out for a dot ball, so Essex remain 49 for 4. Allison on 5 and Porter on 26. As I'm joined by Dickie Davis for the first time this morning. Well, not your first time, but our first time together, Dickie. And I'm pleased to say Dickie's got his laptop, so if you have sent emails, we might get an insight in the inbox. But are you struggling to log in there? Is the password going in?
Yeah, password. I've learned it off by heart now.
Stunning. Here's Mike again. Allison faces up, and this was bowled directly on the off stump, and it requires Allison to come forward to defend, and he does that thing batters often do when they're caught off guard, which is shadow bat the shot that they just did over and over again. Allison takes a walk up the crease. There's a bit of the wicket that's taken his interest, and he's just having a pat with the bat, which we've seen batters do quite often actually during this county championship this season, and in cricket generally, but the spot he was interested in was a good 1.5 meters from where he takes his batting guard. Next delivery's coming in. Ben Mike, he's going to bowl number 8 on his delivery over the wicket, and this one's bowled on the off stump again and defended again on the front foot by Charlie Allison, who once again shadow bats the shot he just played. Essex 49 for 4. Porter on 26 and Allison on 5. It's a decent over here so far from Ben Mike. 4 dots to start.
Yes, Essex's first target really is to make 184 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. Which even that seems a long way away at the moment.
This game has ebbed and flowed and had twists and turns. Here's Mike again. 2 slips in place, blocked out again by Charlie Allison. Another dot ball. It's 49 for 4 are Essex in response to Leicestershire's 333. Overcast conditions here at Chelmsford. No rain, well, depending on which weather app you look at. One of them says it's raining now, Dickie, and the other says no rain predicted at all. But as I look out the window at the commentary box here, there is no rain. It is overcast.
But even then, it's not rain threatening at the moment, I wouldn't have thought.
No, but it is cold. But a surprising number of Leicestershire players without a jumper today, so maybe slightly warmer than it was yesterday. Mike is in, and this one is let go by Charlie Allison, who gets down onto 1 knee to follow it through to the keeper, and that is the end of the over. It was a maiden over. Good from Mike. He's gone for 4 runs for his 1 wicket. And Essex, after 19 overs, are 49 for 4.
Yes, going through a recovery period. Yes, I've got the emails up again. I remembered the password eventually. It's not that difficult. A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4.
We are going to see a change of bowling. It looks like Josh Hull, who is a very tall player wearing the number 20 jersey. He was doing sort of gentle stretches down this end, so I thought he was going to take over from the Sir Alistair Cook end, but instead he's looks like he's going to be bowling from the Graham Gooch end, which is the end further away from where we're sat. But it's the end that yesterday Boulder's got a little bit more movement, and yes. I thought it was because it was just a gentle slope down in this direction that not noticeable. You wouldn't notice it if you were taking a walk, but as we sit here from the other end, you do see the kind of slight slope, and with the wind going as we're sat right to left, you wonder whether he's going to get a little bit of movement into the batter.
Yes, left armour over the wicket, moves in now and bowls. Played defensively, trickles out backward of square on the offside. Yes, I mean it was also getting lift from that far end, just to this end, and I pointed that out to well, not pointed that out. That sounds a little bit presumptuous, but I mentioned that to Mulder when we were interviewing him last night, and he said we were aware of it, but actually, he said he pointed out that 8 of the dismissals were either bowled or LBW. So it was, that was a nasty bouncer which Porter did well to get out of the way of. Sorry about that grammar. Out of which Porter did well to get out of the way of, or words to that effect. It finished up on sitting on the ground, but it doesn't matter. Neither his wicket nor his self-preservation were in any way impaired. As Hull moves in again and bowls, and that's chopped away backward of square for 1 run down to third man.
Now, as Richard and I were discussing, Leicestershire have placed a third man. We're in position. We were discussing how yesterday Essex, for the most part of the day, decided to not have anyone at third man, and as a result, we think best part of 50 runs would have trickled down that way. Every thick edge, every little play on, every guided shot down that region of the field just went for 4, and Essex did nothing about it.
No, they didn't. It's interesting that yesterday evening, leaving the ground, just come back to that in a moment, as Hull moves in and bowls, and it's just played backward of square on the onside, down towards the scoreboard, and they go through for 2. Yes, purely by chance I walked to the car park from the pavilion with Chris Silverstone, the Essex coach, yesterday, and I said the morning session was a little bit unsatisfactory, and
I think you're giving direct feedback.
I'm the master of understatement, you see. And he gave me a wry smile. He said, "I don't think I've ever seen us bowl so badly yesterday morning," and that's just nudged again towards the fine leg area, or long leg, but it only goes for 1. And then I also said, and there were a lot of runs that went through third man, must have been 35 to 40. And there again, he's a coach, he's non-committal, but he more or less said, sort of an expression of, yes, beats me sort of idea.
It was beating him and beating the fielders who were, bless them, trying to pursue
But
a completely empty quadrant of the ground.
He is the most, well, not literally the most, but that's outside the off stump, one of the most amiable and affable of men, especially for a cricket coach who aren't always that way inclined. But I just got the impression at lunchtime maybe 1 or 2 words was said. I mean, why else would it be so vastly improved for the rest of the day, the Essex bowling?
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely did it sort of significantly improve when they came back out after the lunch break. The afternoon session was Essex, as they managed to break up that partnership that had trundled through the morning and took wickets at very regular intervals. Plenty of cricket on today across the country. Coverage of all the county championship matches, Division 1 and 2 across BBC Sport. And England women are also underway against New Zealand women in Cardiff. 8 for 1, England batting in the second over. Here though, Ben Mike's going to continue. He's bowling to Allison, and the first delivery is let through to the keeper.
And also, of course, the club cricket scene, still my first love of cricket, really, club cricket, because I played it for 40 seasons. Is in full swing now, the Essex League having started last week. I'm reminded by Mark Eade, who has strong affiliations with Premiership side Hornchurch that they're hosting Brentwood today, but also Epping meet Chelmsford, Colchester, the champions, meet Buckhurst Hill.
As Mike bowls, it's a fuller delivery through to the wicketkeeper. Dot ball.
Hutton,
53 for 4.
sorry, Hutton welcome Loughton rather, to their delightful little ground at the Polo Park, and Wanstead greet Fives and Hironians. That's more or less a local derby. A lot of clubs up on that sort of Woodford, Essex, London border. Then in the East Anglian Premier,
As Ben Mike runs in, bowls, that's bowled on sort of middle and off and defended by Allison for another dot ball. So Allison's on 8. Porter, the night watchman's on 27. His high score in first class cricket is 34, so we're not far off that. Don't want to jinx him, but he's sort of playing with a freedom that he can, I think, even with his team in trouble.
in the East Essex, the East Anglia Premier League, as the name suggests, the top league in the whole of Eastern Counties, Frinton are at Romsey in Huntingdonshire, and Frinton are batting. 48 for no wicket last time I looked.
Here's Mike again, bowls again on off, and it's defended by Charlie Allison. Another dot, Essex 53 for 4. 280 runs behind Essex as Leicestershire's first innings total of 333.
And the other Essex representative in the East Anglian Premier is Whittam. They're playing host to Copdock and Old Ipswichian, who are batting. They were, last time I looked, 34 without loss. So that's only the tip of the metaphorical iceberg, because there's dozens, if not hundreds, of club cricket games going on all over the county.
And absolutely, let us know if you're at one and listening to commentary from here as Mike comes in, bowls this time on the leg stump, and it's played on the leg side by Allison. It's going to go as far as the boundary at Cow's Corner, where there was almost a missed field, but the bowler has managed to keep, the field has managed to keep it inside the rope, so they'll run a couple, but a boundary is prevented, only just. And so Essex will move to 57 for 4. I think that might be a mistake actually on the scoreboard. I think they've added a couple more. No, that's been confirmed. 57 for 4 is the score. I thought they might have added 4.
Oh.
Next delivery is coming in. Ben Mike runs in, long run up, and this one is bowled on the middle stump. It's played into the leg side. Fielder from mid on will jog across to collect that, and they'll run across for a single. Score moves to 58 for 4. Porter's on 27. Allison on 11.
Yes, it is an unusually long run-up, isn't it? You don't often see run-ups at lengths in county cricket nowadays. You used to, when my dad used to take me to watch Essex. They were steaming in almost literally from the boundary. But now most bowlers sort of preserve their energy and move in off about a dozen paces, or if not fewer.
Slight field adjustment. There's now a deep square in place as Mike comes in, and that was very close to the off stump. Porter looking uncomfortable as it goes through to the wicketkeeper. That is the over, and Essex are 58 for 4 now.
Yes, so do email us please at essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. I'll say that a little bit more slowly. essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. We had a lot of emails yesterday, which we're very grateful. In all honesty, we don't really get as many on a Saturday. I think people are out and about.
If you're listening now and you can access email on a laptop or a phone or a tablet, drop us a line. Let us know you're listening. We can it doesn't have to be an email of substance. You can let us know you're there, and we'll give you a little shout out.
As Hull moves in and bowls, and it came in from all over the world, literally yesterday, from Calgary.
There's a lot in Greece. A lot of people listening in Greece yesterday.
Yes, Crete, the Faroe Islands,
And Denmark. Was there an Australia? Richard Ray's with us. Was there one from Australia yesterday, Richard? There was. There you go.
Yeah, all over the place.
All over the world. There's no obligation to be in an exotic location today,
No,
though.
no,
Just
no.
wherever you're listening.
No, that's right.
If you can reach your phone, drop us a line, let us know where you are and where you're listening, and we'll give you a shout.
Yes, that's dug out by Porter. Yes, you can live in one of them all.
Because I tell you what, Dickie, there's one thing people love, and will always love, it's a shout out on the radio.
Well, they do, right. In that case, we'll give Mike a shout out on the radio because he's just emailed me.
Hello, Mike.
Mike from North London. I believe we've discussed him previously that he's in the Barnet area. I was actually born in Barnet.
Where are you?
Yes.
Oh, we were born in neighbouring boroughs. I was born in Enfield.
Oh, right.
Yeah, North London boy at heart. Well,
as Hull moves in again, and that's worked away on the onside, just backward of square for a single. Yes, that was many, many decades ago. They were just talking about this latest invention called the wheel. Mike says, hectic morning, Dick, and your nice companions just tuned in. Keeping an eye on North Middlesex versus Finchley. Off there now. Right, well, enjoy your cricket. North Middlesex versus Finchley. Yes, that was sort of my parents' old stamping ground.
and thank you for calling me a nice companion. That's sound like I'm on Doctor Who.
Short of a length. My companions are Rushan and Richard. And I agree, they are most companionable. So 59 for 4. Porter 27, the night watchman. He's seen 3 batsmen get dismissed the other end this morning. Elgar for 14, Walter for 1, and skipper Westley for 2. So, well, it sounds a bit odd to say that so far Porter's been the mainstay of the innings as he plays pleasantly for a single now, down to wide third man. Score chugs up to 60 on a not very hospitable day, but on the other hand, we've been commentating for about an hour and a quarter in round terms, and for the first time there's quite a bit of blue sky visible. It's still predominantly cloudy, but there's pleasant bits of blue sky, and even more looking away to my right to the west, yeah, quite a lot of blue sky. I think we're in for another pleasant afternoon like yesterday. Let's hope so.
Fingers crossed.
Yes. And that's just played with a dead bat by Allison. It bounces off the bat, square on the offside to point the end of the over. 60 for 4, Porter 28, Allison 12. They still trail by 273, a long, long way to go. And as I've said a little while ago, their first target really will be, realistically, if my maths hasn't let me down, 184 to avoid the follow-on, which itself is another 111 away. It's going to be tough work.
Plenty of cricket around the country today, and all of the county championship matches covered by the BBC. We're going to take you around with the scores when we get a moment, as Ben Mike continues from the Sir Alistair Cook end. 2 slips in place, and the first delivery whizzes by the off stump through to the keeper. No run. Play underway at Hampshire. In Southampton, they are home to Notts, and they are 211 for 9. There's a delay in Birmingham, with Glamorgan bowled up 360, but I understand there's rain there. Warwickshire chose to field in that game. Yorkshire 436 for 6 against Surrey, and Somerset, who are taking on Sussex at Taunton, they're 359 for 5. Those are count Division 1 games around the country today. As Ben Mike waits at this top of his long run. I can't believe quite how long his run up is, but fair play. It takes a while for him to run. He's running now, and in he comes and he bowls, and this is bowled slightly on middle and leg. It's played to the leg side by Charlie Allison. There's a fielder at fine leg who'll cut it off for a single, and Essex will move to 61 for 4. Porter's on 29, Allison there on 12, and a bit of a rebuild job between these two after Essex lost both their regular openers, or they neither opened, as Essex started with a night watchman yesterday evening. They were bowled out, the two regular openers were bowled out, and Tom Westley went cheaply in the last half hour, so Essex with a little bit of a job to do to try and get back into this game as Ben Mike comes in again. It's Allison to face the delivery. Watch this one go by straight through to the hands of wicket-keeper Ben Cox. And the score remains 60 for 4. In Division 2, Kent are 471 for 7 against Durham. There's a low scorer at Bristol. Gloucestershire bowled out for 154. And Northamptonshire 47 for 4 in response, so you'd think something in it for the bowlers there. Worcestershire bowled out for 270 against Lancashire, who are 28 for no loss in response, as Ben Mike comes in here into Allison, who drives this to mid-on.
Speaking of, amongst other places, Calgary. Thanks again, Diana, for your email today. She says, still here. Supposed to snow today on the cherry blossom. Well, there's a contrast on the cherry blossom. I'll be with you in cherry blossom. Oh no, that was apple blossom time. An old song. Cherry blossom. I remember in the days when people cleaned shoes, I used to polish my shoes with cherry blossom. As
Ben Mike continues. 2 slips in place. This one is back of a length delivery, wide of the off stump, through again to the keeper. So Ben Mike bowling his 4th over. He's been very tidy so far. 10 runs have come, but he has got the wicket at Tom Westley. Bowling for the first time. This is his first spell of this championship. As he retrieves the ball and gives it a good rub on his t-shirt or his jersey. They're called both these days. As it begins another run up, another long run up, bowling to Allison. This is slightly fuller delivery, blocked out on the back foot by Allison, and that will complete the over. 1 run from it, another tidy over from Ben Mike. He's looking in good shape. So you've got Porter on 29, Allison on 12, and Essex 61 for 4.
yes, Mike emails us again. Hello, Rushen can stick to nice companion if you prefer. Born in Islington, gentlemen have gravitated to Palmer's Green, not far off Enfield and Barnet.
I know Palmer's Green well.
Yes, dear. I can't, although I was born in Barnet, I can't pretend to know the area really. I was 4.
Oh, I weirdly I can. Because I used to take the bus everywhere. The 307 would take me to Barnet, and I know Palmer's Green well because I'd quite often go to Turnpike Lane either on the 329 if I wanted a quick bus route,
Right.
or the 1-to-1 if I wanted the slightly scenic journey. I'm sure Mike will know both buses that I'm referring to.
As Hull moves in and bowls, and that's played very pleasantly by Porter, very pleasantly indeed. Only a single, but driven straight. Yeah, I can't pretend to know that area. We moved to Essex when I was 4, which is, or at least 20 years ago. So also we had a flurry of emails on a Saturday morning. How splendid. David says, I do find it questionable that Essex choose to bat second in a 4-day game with a 4th innings attack including Simon Harmer, as Hull moves in and bowls outside the off stump, allowed to go through harmlessly.
It's a fair point, isn't it, given the way the game is now? But I think yesterday morning, when, if you looked at some of the weather apps, rain was predicted, there was a little bit of moisture in the air. I think at the time, bowling first felt like the right decision. Like, I think when we saw that decision, none of us thought, why have they done that? Because I certainly thought this game would be curtailed by rain, and I saw Essex thinking, let's try and get Leicestershire out for as little as possible, but that's obviously backfired.
Well, also, I mean, Essex didn't help themselves, having won the toss and then put the opposition in. Then you've got to bowl well to them and take advantage of the conditions, and by general consensus, including the coach, otherwise I probably wouldn't say it. Essex didn't bowl well yesterday morning, and I'm sure the bowlers would all agree. That's nudged down for 4 runs. So Allison moves on to 16. So yes, they to a large extent brought it upon themselves. Well, yeah, brought it upon themselves yesterday. But having said that, the batsmen did bat well.
Yeah, they batted at points like it was a T20. I think the run rate at one point was up at about 6, and there were boundaries all over the place. Largely, as we've discussed at third leg, where there was no fielder for pretty much the whole day.
Yes. Of course, in the old days, a phrase I hate to use. There was an old adage that's just play defensively. If you win the toss, almost invariably bat. If you're not sure, think about it for a while and then bat. Dave in Cardiff. Oh yes, Wales now joins in the party. I've switched over from Glamorgan versus Warwickshire stream as there's a rain at Edgbaston. Hope all at Essex are looking forward to locking horns with Glammy again soon. I believe the last match of the season is away at Sapphire Gardens. That's well, to say it's nudged might be to flatter it. It gets an edge, but it's along the ground for a single. Always seemed a spicy affair after that NatWest Trophy match with Croft and Ilott. That was a long time ago, pushing each other and Darren Thomas punching Irani in the helmet mid-celebration. Yes, I was here for that day, and it was, I think it was blown up out of all proportion, but it made good television, I know that. And I believe Mark Ilott and Robert Croft are the best of friends, and in fact I have a feeling that one of them was best man at the other's wedding, so I don't think they came to blows then. But yes, a nice memory. Thank you, Dave. Yes, we're talking about live stream and Glamorgan. I was watching on Monday this week, watching the live stream because Essex finished in 3 days. Glamorgan beating Somerset. It was very tense when the night watchman went in and finished up batting all the final day and steering his adopted county to victory.
Yeah. Lovely ground as well, Cardiff.
It is, yes, I like it. Well, I'm a little bit biased because, as you would expect with the surname of Davis, I have a lot of Welsh connections. And
well, I'm biased for another reason. Bangladesh have 2 very happy memories there.
Yeah.
2005, a famous 5-wicket win against Australia, who at the time were world #1 team, in a tri-series with England, Australia and Bangladesh. And then in the Champions Trophy 2017, I'll tell you about that game after this. First delivery from Ben Mike, he bowls it, it's driven past the bowler, well, almost stopped by the bowler, gets enough on it to stop the flow towards a boundary, doesn't quite hold on to it, but the fielder at mid-off was there to stop it. Yeah, played New Zealand in the Champions Trophy, and I think it was 2017, and they were, Bangladesh, chasing 220 odd. They were, I think, 22 for 3 in real trouble, and then Shakib Al Hassan and Mahmudullah came to the crease and put on a 200 plus stand and chased it down. So Bangladesh fans in particular have very happy memories at Cardiff, and of course
yes.
England women playing there today against New Zealand as Ben White comes in, bowls to Allison, who cuts this and gets past the fielder. It was a diving fielder, brilliant shot. This should go all the way. It's a long old boundary, so it's taking its time, but it does eventually creep over the rope. So Allison adds another 4 to his total. He'll move now to 21 from his 31 balls. Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful shot. Mike bowling slightly wider of the off stump than we've seen today, so all Allison had to do was really open up the face of his bat and guide that through the offside. And so Essex now 71 for 4. These two finding a little bit of rhythm. Allison's joined the party, he's looking comfortable. And with
yes.
Jamie Porter, the night watchman, he's just 4 runs off a personal best first class score. So not all going wrong for Essex. They look to build a recovery. Mike is in again, and this is bowled down the leg side. Allison looks to try and follow it, doesn't get bat to ball, and it goes through to the wicket keeper for no run.
So thanks, Dave, for your email from Cardiff. Yes, it brings back fond memories. I still have relatives in Cardiff, some of whom live in Llandaff, Whitchurch, which is always very handy if I want to go and watch or commentate from a game at Sapphire Gardens, and no doubt I shall be prevailing upon their hospitality at the end of September. Do you remember me? Oh no.
I love the idea of an off-duty Dickie Davis enjoying hospitality. Mike's in again, and Allison watches that pot. He does this wonderful thing where when he lets the ball go, occasionally he'll go down to one knee and swivel his body to watch it through to the keeper's hands, which I really enjoy.
Gary and Thurrock emailed us, listening from the exotic location of my sick bed. Nothing serious. Good. Nothing paracetamol can't put right, I'm sure. Great commentary. He says, well, thank you. Troubling times for Essex. Yes, they are a bit, or more than a bit maybe. So thanks, Gary, very much indeed.
And get well soon. As Ben Mike comes in, bowls a fuller delivery, driven by Allison. Fielder at mid-off will stop that. I'll go down as another dot ball, 71 for 4 are Essex. And one more delivery of this over before I hand over to Richard Ray, and Richard and Dickie will take you through to the lunch break, as I potentially might go for another wander in Chelmsford.
Yes, do. It's a lovely city.
It's a lovely city centre, yeah, with half an hour off commentary and then straight into lunch.
Yeah.
God knows what I can get up to in that time.
I wandered there yesterday one afternoon, and I expect you saw them, a family of swans, which is always a pleasant sight on the river.
Final delivery over from Mike. It's a shorter delivery, pulled by Allison. There are two fielders, deep square leg to cut that off, so they will end the over with a single. 5 from it. And Allison moved to 22. Porter's there on 30, and Essex 72 for 4. And with that, Dickie, I'm going to hand over to Richard Ray after a few more thoughts from you.
Okay, thanks ever so much, Rushan. Yes, another email. They're coming in a flurry. So much for my saying we don't get so many on a Saturday. As if to prove me wrong. Richard says, enjoying the jibber jabber whilst I'm in Ilkley. Not too exotic, and neither is doing DIY and chores for the mother-in-law. Oh, needs must, yes. Things I did for my mother-in-law. Ilkley, I remember covering a rugby match. Would it be near there? Would it be Otley? Yes. As Hull moves in and bowls, and that's played hard into the ground, and then a spectator's catch. Sorry, Richard just plugging his laptop in. Pleased with a strong start from Leicestershire and hoping they can build into Division 1. Having the pain of being a season ticket holder with Walsall Football Club, Leicestershire Cricket Club have been a blessed relief for the last few years. Thanks, Richard. Well, it's when your team doesn't do well that it really needs the support. So stick with Walsall. Oh, and flirting outside the off stump by Allison, a shot he clearly wasn't proud of, with every due cause. And he got away with it this time, but he may well not get away with it next time. So, yeah, put that away and forget about it, that shot, or so-called shot. Richard in Bury St Edmunds, just over the border in Suffolk. I always associate Bury St Edmunds with beer and sugar. I think they're probably the two main employers in the town. That's just worked away very pleasantly off his hip through the mid-wicket for two comfortable runs. No more than 2, no less than 2. With Simon Fernandez, this is an Essex player, included in the squad for this match, might it be seen as a hint that Michael Pepper's 4-day place is in jeopardy? Although he says, in brackets and in parenthesis, or rather in brackets and in italics, appreciate the championship now has a break for a few weeks. It could be, but Michael Pepper's played some very good championship innings. I don't know. As Hull moves in again from the far end, the Graham Gooch end bowls, and that's just played solidly, diligently, defensively and doggedly by Allison. I've run out of adverbs. He seems, this is referring to Fernandez, I think, or is it, no, Pepper. He seems to be keeping well, but is batting with little or no feet movement. looks vulnerable this season. He will, of course, keep his blast place as he can be very effective in that format. Enjoying the commentary. Thank you, Richard. Yes, well, hopefully Michael Pepper will get his confidence back in the blast, which starts very soon. Starts on Friday for Essex.
May not be too short of Lewis Hill.
Sorry?
So that was in the air for a long
It was
time.
It was
but he
in the
knew
air
where he
for
was
a very
placing
long
it. It was
time.
wide.
I mean, eventually it went to the boundary for 4, but it was up-ish. So again, Allison, well, living if not a charmed life, is flirting with danger at times.
I can pass on a little bit of news, which has been confirmed by Leicestershire, that Jake Weatherald will not play a further part in this match, or indeed for Leicestershire, and he has now been officially replaced in the game by Nick Kelly.
Right, thank you very much, Richard, as Hull moves in again. Last ball of the over, assuming it's valid. On Midland leg, pushed again through mid-wicket for 2. They might, no, they won't think about it. Well, they are thinking about a third, but no, it would be probably ill-advised, although the throw wasn't the best, but no, they'd have still been struggling. The last thing Essex want now is a run-out. They're in, well, they're still in more than a spot of bother at 80 for 4, and at the end of that over.
Porter's doing a great job for his side. Remember we were talking about Josh Hull as a young rugby player. Well, his grandparents have been in touch just to confirm that he was a very good rugby player, but he badly broke his arm when he was 15, and thereafter specialised in cricket. So his mind was kind of made up for him in a way.
Yes, quite.
Holland is bringing himself back on at the Alistair Cook end of the ground, the Old River end, as Leicestershire look to end this very irritating partnership. Irritating because one of the members of the partnership is the night watchman, and he's still there as Holland is in and bowls, and it's nicely turned off his legs by Jamie Porter out to deep backward square. Hill runs around to field, and one is taken. It was just one in the end. I'm a bit surprised about that. Ajaz Patel is warming up as well at second slip, so we're going to see a few overs of spin before lunch. Porter just 3 away from his first class best now. Could he get a maiden first class 50? Holland in past umpire Nigel Long and bowls on off stump. A very, very correct defensive push off the off stump with head right over the ball from Charlie Allison. Out into the offside it goes. Tattersall is the fielder. Still got the 2 slips in. Sorry, Dick.
No, it's all right. I was only going to say thank you, Tim, for your email. I'll address that during the next over when I'm on commentary.
Holland in, bowled, little bit short, little bit wide. Allison stepped forward, played it on the front foot by not playing it, let it go through.
Sun has indeed come out now, as seemed likely or possible, and yes, increasing amount of blue sky above. So weather-wise, it's panning out to be very similar to yesterday. It's certainly not cricket-wise.
Holland in again, touch short and wide, and again Allison this time on the back foot leaves rather flamboyantly, almost extravagantly, lifting his bat very high.
In fact, it's very, very different from yesterday morning, when, just to repeat, 166 runs were scored off 30 overs. Today, resuming on 10, so Essex have scored 71 in 23, I think.
Holland in, just outside off stump. This time on the back foot, Allison does play, gets on top of the bounce, steers it perfectly deliberately, well wide along the ground through gully down towards third man, where green is the fielder in front of two Leicestershire flags, one bearing the timeless legend Leicestershire La La La, and the other in letters too small to read from here. Get some binoculars on it. Holland is in and bowls straight, and Porter very nicely goes back and turns it away, playing really well now down towards deep backward square where Hill is the fielder, takes one, keeps the strike, I think, moves on to 32, one blow away from that, from having to buy the drinks, as once you get your first class career best, that is the tradition at the end of play.
Is Leicestershire La 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 a traditional cry of exultation, or just...
you may know the chant, Leicestershire La La La.
Oh yes, of course, it's just sort of scans, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it is traditional, really. They've done it over many years.
Yes, it's the equivalent of Essex, Essex.
Yes, it lacks a certain amount of lyricism, and indeed, when sung, a certain amount of tune, but
yes,
they put their hearts into it.
Well, that's, if not all that matters, it's certainly the most important matter. Boy, does cricket need all the support it can get, and I always think it's wonderful when we see visiting supporters at the county ground. Essex supporters are keen. They go to a lot of away grounds. I'm sure there'll be quite a few up at Leicester in a month's time, as Hull moves in round the wicket. A bouncer balloons over the head of Porter. Yes, and I always like to see visiting supporters, and I always hope, well, no, of course I hope I'm a charitable sort of fellow, that they enjoy their time in Essex, not just the cricket, but you know, they're there for a few days. They've got evenings to spend as well, so yeah, I hope they all have a very good time. Except perhaps, with the one exception, that they don't return to Leicestershire with a victory, as Hull moves in and bowls.
No.
Ooh, and that's a bit of a yahoo, a bit of a number 11 shot, really. He failed to make contact. But yeah, Chelmsford's a really nice city, and I'm not sort of singing its praises because, well, I don't live here. I live 20 miles away on the coast. But it's in the last couple of decades, it's come on in leaps and bounds, and it's a splendid city with, so I understand, splendid shopping, and it's got its very nice parts. It's a nice place. That's just nudged square on the offside, and considerably less than an hour from London on the train. Tim says, sorry to bring up the subject of championship divisions. Yes, well, however, the current situation where not all teams play each other twice is, in his words, ridiculous. Why not 3 divisions of 6? All teams playing.
It nearly was, wasn't it? That was very
Yes.
much one of the options.
But that would, as he says it, I'm very glad that wasn't taken up.
There you go.
That slashed through the covers for Porter's highest score ever. And I expect he knows that. And I think, there's a word between him and Allison.
And the crowd certainly do.
The crowd, they've all been getting out there, either going online or more likely looking up their play fares, and
Although the applause could have not quite the 50 partnership yet. There's another 2, so it definitely is for the first class best. Well played, young man.
Yes, indeed. Howell moves in and bowls to Porter, who defends. Yes, I mean, personally, I would hate to see 3 divisions of 6, merely because it means we only play 10 games. I mean, 14 is, not enough, I think. But obviously, there just aren't enough days. As it is, the season gets pushed to the end of September, and starts at the very beginning of April, and often in fairly inclement weather. Okay, the beginning of the season this year was pretty good weather, but it's not always that way, and the end of September it's nearly always a little bit inhospitable. So that's best played square on the off. So I don't have any solutions. Cricket brains infinitely better than mine have not come up with one. It's all squeezing a quart into a pint pot, is it? It cannot be done. So everything's a bit of a compromise.
Pretty sure it is the road the ECB brains trust would have liked to have gone down, but basically it was kiboshed by the counties,
Yes.
essentially as a dark cloud.
Yes, which is totally
Hovers over
understandable,
Chelmsford.
because they look at the potential audience and think, well, to go down from 2 home games a year to 5 to 8. I'm getting confused now. Hold on. Yeah, playing 10 games rather than 14.
So 5 home games instead of
Thank
7.
you. Yes, thank you. You read my mind, although I made it pretty obvious I was struggling. Then that's unacceptable to the counties. Of course it is. Especially what's known as the smaller counties. In other words, the non-test match counties. The Leicestershires and Essexes of this world. The Derbyshires.
We're saying unacceptable to the counties. It's unacceptable to the members,
Yes.
which is actually possibly slightly different. In financial terms, most of the counties lose money at championship games. We're, opening up the ground, staffing, etc., etc. However, the members love it, love championship cricket, and they, wouldn't be members if they didn't get a certain number of games. Ajaz Patel, left arm spin from the Cook end is off the front foot, steered by Allison, quite stylishly, but a little bit loosely. He doesn't like the shot. To backward point where Green is the fielder.
Exactly, and yes, the members would have come back at the end of the over.
He does get through it quickly. Patel is in a little bit of slow turn from outside off stump. Allison goes back and strokes it into the gap in the covers. Lewis Hill is down there sweeping on the offside. One is taken. Allison has almost caught Porter now, 32 off 47 for him. Porter, an invaluable 36 off 71. If he gets through the session, my word, what a job he's done.
Yes.
He'll be greeted in the change room like the conquering hero returning home.
He batted superbly in the first innings against Hampshire last weekend.
He suddenly discovered it. Then in goes Patel. Oh, that turned a fraction, but again it turned more than a fraction, but the turn is a little bit slow, so from middle to off, but he could play it off the front foot, Jamie Porter, and did comfortably enough. In goes Ajaz Patel, bowls outside off stump, again a smidgen of turn, again though it's outside off stump, and Porter lets it go through into the lime green gloves of Ben Cox. Patel is in, tosses it up pleasantly, fullish, and getting forward, Porter can clip it out towards mid-wicket where Holland is the fielder. Hill is sent back now from having come up to deny Porter a possible single. He wants to give him it now as Patel is in, Porter is forward. Loving every moment of this now, I suspect, and blocking it out into the offside. So an accurate over, and there's a little bit there for Ajaz Patel, but it, as I say, is slow. That's what Harmer found yesterday, I think. End of the over, 88 for 4 off 29.
Yes, to get back.
Sorry, go on.
I was only going to try and get back to Tim's email just to sort of round it up. Yes, I mean, although I fully agree. Well, the accounts would show it that Championship cricket doesn't actually directly make a profit. Nevertheless, it keeps the members happy, and I think the members of the 18 clubs are the most undervalued aspects of cricket of all, really. And what they want ought to be listened to more as that's just played defensively, defensively but with authority. It's Holland back in the attack, and it just driven out to mid-off. And a lot of members only watch Championship cricket, and they would lose membership if there were fewer games to watch. I think they've already lost some members because it's been reduced to 14. But if it went down to 10, a lot of them would say, oh, I'm not going to bother. It's outside the off stump. And anyway.
And the other thing, of course, is producing England players, which is another aspect of that argument.
Well, yes.
The extra games, so on and so forth. But that is slightly different in terms of the argument.
It's down to the members of all the clubs to make sure the county championship isn't sort of pushed aside completely. As it's played defensively, but
good bounce. Good bounce from Holland.
Yeah, bounce from the far end again. Probably the first time we've seen it this morning. One more email. Bon dia. You say, oh no.
Bon dia.
Oh well, you'd know about this. It's Spanish. Oh, I won't. Yeah.
It's Valenciano.
As you are looking for out of town places, that's just played defensively back to the bowler. Although my handle is Brighton Shrimper. Oh, I won't read out his complete email address. It's unfair. I'm watching from. Richard might well know this place. Elche, or no, Elche.
Elche. E-L-C-H-E?
Yes.
It's near Alicante, on the other side of Alicante. It's quite close.
There you are. And that's just nudged down backward of square on the onside.
In fact, what we normally call Alicante Airport is in fact Alicante Elche Airport.
Oh, right.
Aeroporto. 50 partnership.
50 partnership indeed. Yesterday you had much better weather than us, but today cloudless and baking. Hasta luego.
Hasta luego. See you soon.
Thank you very much. It's just nudged down backward of square. He doesn't sign it. Oh, the Spencer, I think his name is, yes. So thank you everybody this morning. You've pleasantly surprised me with your flurry of emails. I didn't expect all that. Oh, have I missed one? It's still emboldened on my. Yes, I did miss it. How did I miss that? From Matt. Yes. Well, we've got another 8 minutes yet. There's no panic. I might wait till my next over. There'll still be at least 2 before lunch.
Ajaz Patel is in, brings Allison forward in a defensive that runs the ball back down the pitch to him. Nick Marshall has been in touch, also on email. Thank you for keeping me entertained, Richard, Dick and Roshan, while up the ladder cleaning windows. In goes Patel and forward again goes Allison. Again there's that suggestion of turn, but again it's very slow. Patel just licks his fingers, bowling with his shirt down over back of his trousers, goes in and bowls. There's a lovely loop to it, but it's not really threatening at the moment. Pushed again back down the pitch on the onside by Allison. Patel fields off his own bowling. I'd love to break this before lunch. In he goes and bowls. Allison again is forward carefully. Only 7 minutes to go, so could get 3 more overs, certainly 2 more. Just the single slip now as Ajaz Patel tosses one up, and it does do Allison in the flight to a certain extent. He stepped out and tried to drive, but he was reaching in the end. Just about got on top of the bounce and ran it down towards backward point, where Ben Green is the fielder, but a little victory for the bowler there, who is in again. Back goes Allison, plays it firmly back past the bowler on the onside. Patel can't get there. Hull jogs in from long on to field. 1 is taken. Allison keeps the strike. Essex move on to 92 for 4. Porter 36. Allison 36. Just to finish Nick's email, This fixture brings many happy memories back for me from 1985, the Benson and Hedges Cup final, when Leicestershire, he believes, were the first team batting second to score over 200 to win. Those were the days. 200 wouldn't get you off the starting block these days, would it? My enduring memory of that game was Peter Willey's heartfelt celebration after bowling Graham Gooch.
Well, justified, I'm sure. So yes, Matt's email, which I almost overlooked, which I apologise, although you wouldn't have known I nearly overlooked it, so that's just played out into the covers. Oh, a misfield of, well, yeah, that was not a good bit of fielding. He seemed to have it covered and then just suddenly somehow got through him.
Might have slipped a bit there, Ben. He's usually a very competent
So
fielder.
yeah, the score moves up to 94 for 4. I've always made a point of trying not to find fault in. That's 4 runs off the edge. 4 runs off the edge down to third man. Yeah, and Leicestershire will understandably be getting a little bit, or maybe more than a little bit, frustrated at this, because they appeared to have a 6 on the rack almost at one time, and well, they're still not in a very good position, but yeah, by one means or another, Essex are accumulating some runs. Come back to Matt's email sometime. We only had 2 deliveries of this over, which have conceded 6 between them. That's just played defensively. He says enjoying the commentary and the online coverage here in a rather cloudy Cosby in Leicestershire. Pains me to say it, but Porter is playing more like a middle order batsman than a tail ender. Already looks like this could be a very entertaining game, and one which the mighty Foxes need to win. Thanks again, and keep up the good work. Regards, Matt. Thank you, Matt, very much indeed. Greatly appreciated, as are they all. That's just worked way to mid-wicket on the onside, no addition to the score. Yes, the clock on the pavilion says exactly 5 to 1, I think, so yes, certainly one more over after this. We're 2/3 of the way through it. Holland moves in, bowls. That's just played with stern and stolid defence there, with Allison, the head right over the ball, presenting what appears to be an impregnable defence, but there's no such thing. The greatest batsmen in the world have been bowled or LBW. Bit of a conference between the 2 batsmen. The agenda of which I have no idea, as Holland moves in and bowls, and that's just played out into the mid-wicket area again, and reaches the end of the over with comfortably timed for one more over, but probably no more than that. And Essex 98 for 4, with Porter the night watchman 36 not out and Allison 42 not out.
So Patel under, at the moment, lowering skies, but plenty of blue between those very dark clouds. And they are continuing to move tolerably quickly, driven by the Arctic winds. And I use that term advisedly by the Meteorological Office. Patel is in and bowls. Back goes Porter, defends solidly, strokes the ball out to mid-wicket. 36. Can he go on and bring up a maiden first-class half-century? Short leg is in as Patel is in. Porter is forward. Again, stroking the ball. There's just that hint of extra confidence about the way he's playing now, that he's really beginning. I think he was already enjoying himself. 77 balls faced as Ajaz Patel is in. Bowls to him. Again, he's forward. He knows he can play the ball off the pitch essentially. Patel will fire a couple in the hope that plunges forward and his sort of leg before he knows it. Short leg, Budinger has gone to a very silly mid-off, just a yard or two from the bat as Patel is in. It's pushed past him on the bounce by Porter. Out to short extra where Tattersall is the fielder. Patel in, gives it some air pleasantly, but forward again goes Porter, pushing this time out towards green. We are at 1 o'clock by our computers. I don't know which clock the umpires are going by.
Usually on the pavilion.
As Patel is in. Forward again goes Porter, and the players have decided, and the umpires have decided, that that is enough for the morning. And if the first hour belonged to Leicestershire, the second hour belonged to Jamie Porter and to Charlie Allison, who have, I won't use the word rescued yet, but they are certainly leaving the field with Essex in a much better position than they were when Tom Westley was unlucky when he was strangled, as the cricketers put it, down the leg side off the bowling of Ben Mike for 2, and that was a good hour ago, and left Essex on 39 for 4. But Porter has gone to his first class best, with power to add. He's 36 not out. Allison has played with all the promise that the Essex faithful see in the young batsman. He's 42 not out. They still have plenty of work to do. Leicestershire have kept them very honest over this past hour, but Porter is being applauded off by the Essex crowd enthusiastically, and rightly so. 98 for 4 in reply to Leicestershire's 333 at lunch on day 2.
Yeah, thank you, Richard, very much. Yes, this game continues to enthrall. It's a wonderful game so far, the sort of match that only 4-day championship cricket can provide. So I'll do an update in any minute now, I should think, although I'm not getting anything from the studio, but hopefully I'll do an update. Anyway, whether or not I do is not listeners' concern. Thank you very much for logging on this morning. Thank you very much for listening and your emails, and please continue doing so in about 40 minutes time, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
I don't know what happened to 11 because they were there.
They were there and then they weren't.
Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford. Afternoon session on this second day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Essex and Leicestershire. The game reasonably balanced at the moment, with perhaps Leicestershire having the advantage, but it is being slowly and steadily wrested away from them by Messrs Charlie Allison, which might be expected, 42 off 65 for the young Essex starlet, and perhaps less expectedly, Jamie Porter, the night watchman who came in last night
Charlie Allison will be on strike to Ben White
after the first night watchman, Sam Cook, was dismissed second ball, and has batted through the entirety of the morning session and has reached a first-class career best 36 not out. So together they have put on 59 now for the fifth wicket and dragged Essex back from a parlour state, 39 for 4, when Captain Tom Westley was strangled down the leg side by Ben Mike. They looked in real trouble then, but as I say, Messrs Allison and Porter have helped them back. BBC Radio Essex and Leicester, and BBC Sport bringing you ball-by-ball commentary, as the BBC in association with the ECB does on all Championship cricket throughout the summer. Ben Mike is opening the bowling for the Foxes from the gooch end of the ground outside off stump. Allison looks to drive it away off the front foot, but he had to reach for it, and it came off a thick bottom edge and dribbled rather apologetically out to point, where John Tattersall is the fielder. Rushan Alam, Richard Ray and Dick Davis, your commentary team here at Chelmsford, at a rather dark and slightly gloomy Chelmsford today, gloomy as in the meteorological sense, but no obvious rain around, or indeed forecast. Mike continues from the gooch end athletic run, bowls on off stump. Allison is solidly forward, again playing it down into the offside, and again Tattersall, this time moving to his left at point, is the fielder. Still got the two slips in. Looks like Ben Green is swinging his arms in the manner of one who expects to bowl imminently, so he might be having a go from the Alistair Cook end of the ground. Once Mike has finished his over, it tends to take a long time to get through them, simply because he runs in a long way. Charges in and bowls. Allison drives very pleasantly. There is a sweeper out on the cover boundary. There is no cover, just the sweeper. It's Eskenazi out there in front of the well-populated benches in front of the pavilion. Just all looks a little bit tired at the ground here. Lick of paint is what Dick Davis said it needs, and it does. I mean, I'm obviously been coming here a long time, and everything used to look sort of fairly white and fresh, which made up for a lot of sort of things, lack of stands and what have you, but everything looks a little bit faded and at the moment. In goes Mike and bowls, comes back in towards Porter, but he plays it competently off the back foot out towards mid-on.
Yeah, it has a certain charm about it, doesn't it?
Does it?
Nothing.
Sorry, Essex supporters.
Nothing that a little pressure wash wouldn't.
Well, yeah, exactly that. It just would help, wouldn't it? I know.
I have been tempted to pop mine in the boot and just have a go on some of the steps between the seats.
But just everywhere there's sort of lichen growing, and cracks in the paintwork, or flaking off, and I don't know. Mike is in, bowls, good bounce, sir, and Porter down on one knee in the end. He played it well in the end, if not particularly fluently in terms of the way he went down, but he got out of the way and kept his eye on it just about. But again, not surprised he's going to get the odd bouncer when you batted for a session and a bit. The two sweepers go out again as what is this, ball 5 now, ball 6, so they don't mind if Porter keeps the strike, but the way he's playing, Allison would be happy to take the single, I suspect. Mike is in and bowls, looking for the Yorker, and the single is taken as Porter digs it out, plays it slightly wide of Ben Green at wideish mid-on, and brings up the Essex 100 of 33, in fact 34 overs, so the run rate's still below threes. Leicestershire still sort of controlling the scoreboard, but this partnership now 61, and a lot of overs going into the legs of the Leicestershire seamers and into the ball as they seek to break it.
Opening the bowling at the Alice Cookend after lunch.
It's
Ben Green.
definitely, I like that Dickie said that you could do with a lick of paint. That's very a nice way of putting it. I've seen these videos online of apparently seats are now being cleaned, like, you know, the sort of plastic seating you get in the stands, with these like heat-based cleaners. So it's not like a water, it's not a jet. It kind of burns a kind of new surface. I think oxidized. I don't know quite the science, but very mesmerising to watch when a video pops up on Instagram. It's like, it's not quite a flamethrower, but it's like it looks like a jet wash, but a flame comes out at the end, and it just apparently oxidises the layer and gives it a clean finish. I've seen
That
it.
sounds like a very male, fun thing to do, doesn't it?
Doesn't it?
I'm afraid.
New over from Green. It's a short delivery, played off the pads into the leg side. There's a fielder, deep square leg, who should cut this off as the batters jog back for a single. Score moved to 102 for 4. Porter still there with a new high score. He got to his new high score with a boundary, and the applause around the ground was for the boundary, but it sounded like almost as if everyone knew 34 was the score to beat. And it was I've seen more reserved applause for half centuries in county cricket. So Porter going strongly. He'll face the next ball. He's on strike. Green bowls, and this is pulled away again. Similar sort of area, leg side, but this time it will go all the way for 4 because the fielder can't get round in time. So Jamie Porter at this stage just having a lovely time, really. He was a night watchman. He's now on 43, surpassing his previous best score in first class cricket of 34, and dare I say it, now looking potentially at a half century. Quite the story for the Essex batting lineup after being put into bat. Well, not put into bat, they had to go and bat for a little bit late last night. Lost the first night watchman, lost both their regular openers this morning, and Porter doing their work as Green comes in. This is banged in slightly short and defended onto the leg side for no run. So Essex remain 106 for 4. They trail by 227 now.
He batted very well last time out, apparently, didn't he, against Hampshire? Well, batted for a long time anyway, so he's clearly got the taste for it now.
Yeah, he looked a little bit unnerved during the first session as they whip balls past the off stump, but now enjoying himself as the next one is bowled on a slightly wide off stump line, and it's pushed to the fielder mid off for no run.
The pitch is, I think, if anything, has slowed up a little bit. I mean, obviously the bowler's a little bit more tired, but it looks pretty comfortable out there at the moment.
Yeah, slightly overcast conditions. You think that would affect the speed? The ground as Green bowls again, fuller delivery this time, defended by Porter. And Essex remain 106 for 4, both Porter and Allison on 43 each. And they're chasing Leicestershire's first inning total of 333, so currently trailing by 227. And they were in trouble earlier on this morning. And they found themselves at one point 39 for 4, but a recovery on as Green runs in, bowls to Porter, defended again, blocks this one out. Ball drizzled towards mid-wicket, and that is the over. 6 from it, and Essex 106 for 4.
That was a better length, that last delivery, and Porter was on the back foot when he might have been on the front foot, but otherwise that, I know it was the first over after lunch for Ben Green, but it was relatively undistinguished. Takes his sweater. It's interesting to see some of Paul Farbrace's comments last night, saying that some of his bowlers pretty tired at the end of sort of 6 consecutive games, or well, not six games in 7 weeks. Mike shouldn't be tired. He'll be fresh as he bowls a very high bouncer. That would be signal wide for me. Umpire Long. No, just one for the over, says umpire Pratt. So must have continued rising. Charlie Allison looks back in a bit of surprise, and he puts his right hand above his head with some justification to me. But anyway, it wasn't signalled wide. Mike gets away with one. And again, Allison just puts his hand above his head, just making a point. And it is a point well made, as Mike comes charging in and bowls, and he over pitches on Midland leg. His hands are in the air as though he thought that was going to break through. In fact, Allison clipped it away beautifully to deep mid wicket, and they're only run 3, but I can't help feeling if they'd both gone hard from the start, that might have been a run 4. It's a long chase round the boundary for Saul Budinger. He got there and put in the throw, but I suspect there was a 4 on the cards there. Allison moves on to 46, but he's not on strike. Colchester born Charlie Allison, he's just 21. Brother of Ben. Became famous on YouTube as Mike is in and bowls fullish, and it's a no ball. Over pitches. It was dug out by Porter on the back foot, pushed out to mid off.
That doesn't surprise me. I've heard stories of franchise cricket teams signing players purely on YouTube evidence.
I'd be surprised if Charlie was signed on the evidence, given he was 6 at the time. And the video of him batting in the nets went viral, apparently, with more than 250,000 views on YouTube. So he's been impressed. He's been impressing from a very young age. Scored 4 centuries across the various formats over last summer. And Essex supporters enjoying watching the young man flower. In goes Mike and bowls again, fullish outside off stump, and again Porter stays on the back foot and pushes firmly out into the offside, but doesn't get it past Eskenazi, who's at a deepish, well, almost cover point really, and Tattersall is on the skewed drive. He's about sort of 10, a bit less than that, maybe only 5 degrees sort of difference from Eskenazi, and 4 or 5 yards nearer the bat. Mike is in and bowls, and he's just, that's what he's there for. He went for the drive, thickish outside edge, flew in the air well wide of Tattersall, who's now moved to his left. It sort of went through wideish gully down to third man, and one was taken, but there was still a few hands on heads out there. He was exactly what he was kind of there for. Tattersall just wasn't quite in the right position. Porter onto 44, 112 for 4. Brings Allison down on strike on 46. Mike bowls. Slower ball, I think. Either way, Allison found it stopping on him, and was careful not to try and clip it away. Just closed the bat face on it and pushed it carefully out towards wideish mid-on.
I really like Charlie Allison's, he sort of has a trigger movement where as the ball comes in he sort of crouches, almost his posture's quite low to the ground, almost like he's like about to sort of launch like a slingshot into it, which makes the bouncers that go over him look slightly more dramatic. But just watch as the next delivery comes in as it leaves the bowler's hand.
Mike is in, bowls to him. It is short, it's pulled in the air, it's going to drop short of deep backward square. He was well in from the ropes there, Budinger, but it didn't carry, or we can say that Allison deliberately didn't give it the full beans, sort of helped it on its way as much as pulled it, but again it might have stopped on him. And again, looks like Porter's sort of advising Allison how to play the shot. I'm sure he's not, but he's sort of demonstrating the sort of short-armed pull to his young teammate. This is how to do it, Charlie. 113 for 4 after 36.
So second session on the second day, and Essex trying to reduce that deficit. It currently stands at 220 runs after Leicestershire's 333, so it's going to be green to bowl. First delivery is length delivery, defended out by Allison. We've got Charlie Allison on 47 and Jamie Porter on 44 as a loud helicopter goes overhead.
Somewhere nearby.
Well, it's good to know the atmosphere mics here at Chelmsford are doing their job. We had a few go over today. And Essex 113 for 4. So which of these two, if any, will get to their half century? It's green. Bowls, slightly fuller delivery. Slightly a little bit more flight in it, not a lot of bounce, and it's defended back by Allison for no run. Deficit remains 220 runs as Essex have recovered somewhat to 113 for 4. Remember, they were 39 for 4 pretty much inside the first 90 minutes this morning, so Allison, the young batter, playing in his second county championship season on 47, faces up the next delivery, and this is bowled on a wide off stump. There's a half-hearted appeal, but nothing from the umpire. I think Allison was just trying to open up the face of the bat and maybe play it into that kind of third manish region, but
Bit of bounce from green. Maybe just needed that first over after lunch to find that little bit of energy.
green bowls. It's a fuller delivery and it's driven by Allison. That's through the covers. Fielders in pursuit won't make it anywhere near it as the ball bounces over the rope, and with that Allison gets to his 50. It's his third first class 50, and it's come at a time where his team really needed him to step up. They were in trouble at 39 for 4, but Allison alongside Porter have built something of a partnership, and Charlie Allison celebrates his call up to the England Lions with a well-earned half century. It's come from 76 balls with 5 fours along the way. Essex now 113 for 4.
And if you're going to go to a landmark, what a way to go to it. Very classy cover drive.
Yeah, that was straight out of the textbook, wasn't it? What's next from Allison is green bowls, and this one's left by Allison. That's what's next. It's a sensible leave as the ball was, I think, slightly more tucked in towards the off stump than the last delivery. So green just trying to correct that line a little bit and make it a bit more challenging for Allison, give him a little less room. So 4 runs off this over. Green has gone for 32 runs and taken a wicket in his 11 overs. Final delivery of this over to come. Allison to face, and it's a fuller delivery on the off stump and blocked out by Charlie Allison. So at the end of that over, you have Charlie Allison there. He's made his half century. Porter is on 44 and Essex 117 for 4. I think they're going right, Essex, now. They'll start to feel a bit more confident. There's work to do, but I think they can take great heart and confidence from the performance these two have put on and the recovery that's taken shape.
Yep. It'll be a lot more relaxed in the Essex dressing room. Now, I would suggest every run Porter scores is a bonus, essentially. Allison well established, so plenty of batting to come as well. 2 slips behind Jamie Porter, who is 44 not out, as Mike is in and bowls to him, and that occasional little glimpse of the number 11 in that he has a bit of a flat-footed flay at the ball outside off stump and misses it. Not for the first time, but for the first time for a while. First 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes or so this morning. Played and missed at plenty. Since then, however, it's been pretty solid. Second slip has gone to gully now. And Mike is in, bowls, driving is Porter. He's got it away through extra cover, and that's going to run away for 4. No chance for Eskenazi to chase it down. Huge applause for Porter, who moves on to 48. The level of excitement in the crowd is considerable at the prospect of Jamie Porter getting a maiden first class 50, and I suspect they're as nervous about this as a more established batsman getting close to 100. They'd love to see it. Porter 48 now. Mike waves at his third man, says go a bit finer. Eskenazi's out on the cover boundary now, in itself something of a tribute to Porter's batting. Mike is in and bowls Yorker, and a good one. It's a no ball, but it's well dug out by Porter, but that was best Yorker that Mike has bowled, but he overstepped as he tried to bang it in there. A big puff of dust as Porter brought his bat down on it just in time, but it says well for Mike that didn't go through and hit the stumps, because that would have been hugely frustrating for the Leicestershire all-rounder. 2 on to the Essex score, 1, 2, 3 for 4. Partnership well into the 80s now as Mike is in and bowls a bounce. Porter ducks, saw it very early, was well in. Pretty much his own half there, Ben Mike, and then he's going to get a little bit of a lecture from Neil Pratt for running down in front of, well, to the right-hander's leg stump, but left-hander. And there are some in the game, right outside their off stump. And he says to him, he makes the gesture, make sure you're not running on the pitch, young man, or running on the line of the stumps. Porter asks Mike to wait because there's a little adjustment to the field. Mike is in now and bowls. It seems back in, was hitting the pad but going on down the leg side. Takes the pad, runs on down towards fine leg very slowly. Josh Hull comes running up to field. There was a start of an appeal, but Mike knew straight away that was going well down the leg side, and indeed the appeal is in fact turned down.
Yeah, I felt like it sped it up there. Did Ben Mike? Felt like a quicker delivery.
He can get it through at a decent lick. Ben is probably the fastest bowler in the Leicestershire side, close to Hull, who's probably early 80s. In goes Mike and bowls down the leg side. 4 will be taken. Did it come off the bat? Yes, it did. Allison takes a very nice little 4 down to fine leg, a very fine leg. It was in the air as it went through sort of leg gully, but well wide of Ben Cox. No chance of a second strangle for Mike. 1 for 34 now from 7.5 for Ben. Just a reminder that Jake Weatherald has been replaced in the game by Nick Kelly of Wellington, and he is a New Zealand ODI. In goes Mike and bowls, played back to him with a lot of time by Charlie Allison. He's played a handful of one-day internationals for New Zealand, Nick Kelly, 31-year-old. But he's an opening batsman, so in a way it's like for like. End of the over. 1, 2, 8 for 4. Essex continue on their merry way.
Yeah, played quite recently in Bangladesh actually. I was like, I recognise the name. Yeah, back in New Zealand, we're in Bangladesh earlier this year for a white ball tour. Made 83 in Dhaka in the second one-day international. Bangladesh.
You've probably seen more of him than I.
Yeah, probably have actually. He had quite a good series in the T20s. New over then, it's Green into Porter. He drives us through the covers. A brilliant diving stop there in the covers to prevent that going any further. So Porter, who's on 48, made to wait for what would be a maiden half century. His high score before today was 34. He was sent in as an emergency night watchman yesterday because Essex lost their first night watchman with the second ball of the innings, and he has out-survived Essex's regular openers as Green comes in again, bowls a shorter delivery, and Porter ducks underneath that one as it whips through to the wicket-keeper Ben Cox. Porter on 48 now faced 100 balls. He's really stuck it in today. He's really ironically being the anchor, which is not the role I think he expected to play in this game, but here he is scoring important runs and staging something of a recovery for Essex after they were 39 for 4 earlier on. Green's in, bowls full of delivery this time, blocked out beautifully by Porter, straight back to the bowler. And Essex rowing 128 for 4. Charlie Allison's on 55, Porter on 48. The deficit now 205 runs after Leicestershire posted 333 in their first innings. An innings that saw a run rate as high as 6 at some point. I can't quite believe what we saw yesterday. It was T20 cricket in the opening session of a county championship match. Here's Green again, bowls short again, and Porter will duck one more time. So Green really varying up his length in this over. We've seen a couple of very short balls that Porter has had to duck underneath, followed up by not quite Yorker length, but certainly fullish deliveries. I wonder if he's just testing the muscles of Porter, seeing if he's still got the flexibility after 100 odd balls. Green starts his run up, comes in again, and that's another short one. This one is pulled away by Porter. There is a fielder out in the deep who will cut that off, so he'll be made to wait. There won't be a century, but there is a half century even. There won't be in this over as he moves to 49 off a single. I think there was a round of applause which made me think, I think a few people in the ground thought it had gone for 4, and it tripped me up there because I was like, hang on, I thought that was cut off, but no, Porter's on 49 and he won't face strike for the final delivery of this over.
It was a hopeful, anticipatory round of applause rather than
it certainly confused me because I was like, hang on, has he run 2? Because I definitely saw it cut off at the boundary. Final delivery of the over, it's Green into Allison, who blocks this out to fielder at point, and that is the over, 1 run from it. Allison's on 55, Porter will face the first delivery of the next over. He's on 49 and Essex 129 for 4.
The way these two are playing just at the moment, it's a little bit hard to see from Leicestershire's point of view where the next wicket is coming from. What can Holland do to change things? He can hope that Porter, maybe even Allison, has a bit of a rush of blood. But the pitch is playing pretty well now. The ball is 39 overs old and feels a bit as though it might be the batsmen who get themselves out almost. So Ajaz Patel has gone wide again into the gully as Mike comes charging into Jamie Porter, outside off stump, cut straight to Budinger at backward point, and again little buzz of anticipation subsides very quickly. Porter, I suspect, is really enjoying himself out there and may well be the subject of interview, I would think, by
yeah, you do get the impression
Essex
he's
media group.
you do get the impression he's enjoying himself. He looked
Definitely.
quite tentative earlier on, a little bit nervous. I think Leicestershire felt that the pressure on him was going to lead to a mistake, but he survived. He's still there and he's on 49.
Mike is in and bowls to him, and he plays it out to mid-wicket, almost squeezed that one through. Ben Mike, his hands are on his head. He was a fraction late on that one. Porter, as he looked to clip it away into the leg side, he did a sort of little dance as he did so. Foot movement was slightly eccentric. Squeezed it out towards square leg, but Tattersall got there quickly enough to prevent a single. Mike in, bowls. Oh, ow, that bounced, and he played it really well. Bottom hand off the bat handle, but it reared up and smashed into his fingers. He's okay. Gloves are good these days. He's taken his glove off and he's giving it a shake, and he's smiling at Ben Cox and Rishi Patel. But that was a nasty delivery. He goes down and shows his hand to Charlie Allison. Shows his fingers. They're all still there. all pointing in roughly the right direction. He's not used to being hit on the hand, probably, as a
Used to doing the hitting, probably.
a lower order batsman. But if you're going to bat for this sort of period of time, you're going to get a few like that. In goes Mike and bowls another bouncer, and he ducks underneath it. I hate to say it, but there's some slightly threatening looking cloud really building now, a fairly solid looking dark cloud over there in the southwest.
Let me check my various weather apps.
Where the weather is coming from.
Let me check the apps.
Theoretically coming from, anyway. Roshan's scrolling away, see what he can find. Mine still says clear, still says sort of dry, but no sun. As in goes Mike and bowls, and it's a no ball, and it is the run that Porter need. In fact, he's going to pick up 2 as he strokes it away through the offside, and the crowd love it. They are actually standing to Jamie Porter. He looks to the Essex balcony, all his teammates and all the backup staff are up there and standing as well. Jamie Porter has his maiden first-class half-century.
What a batting performance he's put on. It's 108 deliveries. He's been there when the top order have fallen around him. He's ridden his luck at times, but he's not shied away. We've seen some fantastic shots from Jamie Porter today, and a well-earned half-century, and see how special that was with the standing ovation he got round the ground.
Mike is in to him, looking for the Yorker. It's a low full toss in the end. He tries to clip it away through the leg side, doesn't time it, and it runs straight out to mid-on, where Green is the fielder. But I certainly have seen centuries greeted with less enthusiasm than that.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
The Essex faithful rose as one, and the balcony and his teammates all up there, standing and applauding, hands above head. If you're in the town centre of Chelmsford, you'll think, well, one of our players has certainly gone to 3 figures. Not quite, but that may come, and if that comes, expect the ground to go completely bonkers. Mike is in and bowls, and another good Yorker, which he gets down on in the very nick of time. Thick inside edge, and it squirts away down to long leg for 1. Well, he deserves a bit of luck, really, Jamie Porter. He's kept the strike with that. He's gone on to 52. Allison has 55. 134 for 4, and I'm just looking at the crowd. There's a bit of movement out there. There's a bit of rain around.
Well, the weather apps,
no reaction down here, though, is there?
Well, the weather apps say it's overcast conditions. There's a Richard Ray. I think you're about to take a break, and
oh, am I off?
Well, I thought you were, but I can't see Dickie. So
oh, Dick's gone. Okay.
So you were meant to take a break.
I'm
just
quite happy.
Invoice Dickie.
We're used to doing full days, so.
Yeah, it's coming as 178th first class innings, that half century, and
there you go. Everything comes to he who
it really does. He
waits
who waits
or persists and works on their batting in the nets.
And it's going to be Porter to face the first ball of this next over from Green. It's blocked out to the covers for no run. And yeah, overcast conditions. According to my weather apps, according to one of them, it's been raining since 12, so I don't think that's accurate. But the other one says overcast with no chance of precipitation, but it is windy, it is dark, it is cold. You wouldn't put your clothes out in this sort of weather, but if things go according to the predictions, it should stay dry. We should still get a day of cricket as Green bowls again, and it's driven this time straight to fielder at cover. Jamie Porter, he's on 52 from 111 balls, an entertaining innings from him. Previous high score was 34 coming into this game, but Essex's second night watchman managed to get a solid half century. Richard Ray is going to take a break, and I'll be joined momentarily by Dickie Davis, who I'm hoping has his laptop so we can delve back into the inbox. As Green comes in, bowls a fuller delivery, blocked out again by Porter, no run. Essex remain 134 for 4. And yeah, there is a little bit of movement in the stands. I thought perhaps it had started to spit, but it's quite a concentrated movement over by the pavilion, so maybe there's maybe a group of friends are going for another round post-lunch, potentially. Here's Green again. top of his run up, comes in, one slip in place, one gully, full delivery, driven again, this time to the fielder mid-off. There'll be no run taken. And Porter now not having a rush of blood to his head after the half century. He's playing quite sensibly. I can see over to the right of where I'm sat, Josh Hull's having a bit of a warm-up of his bowling action, so a bowling change could be imminent from Leicestershire as they look to try and break this partnership, which is edging towards 100. They came in at 39 for 4, score now 134 for 4. Here's Green, and another one blocked out there by Porter for no run. Dickie Davis, welcome back.
Thanks, Rushan. Thank you, Rushan. Well, what a recovery! What an innings from Porter, and the reception it got, everybody on their feet.
Yeah, it was wonderful, wasn't it? Dick, at the end of this over, shall we do another email shout out? Green, final deliver the over. It's a bouncer and over the head of Porter. What was the email address again, Dickie?
The email address, essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. essexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Now, you may not have an opinion on how things are going, you may not feel like you have anything to chip in with, but do you know what? Doesn't matter. Send us an email. If you're listening right now and you can get to a device that sends emails, a tablet, a laptop, a phone, we'd like to hear from you. Everyone loves a shout out on the radio, okay, Dickie? That's one thing I stand by.
Yes.
Dickie's going to type in the password. Quite a lengthy password. I'm glad you've gone for something quite safe on that BBC laptop. Ping us an email, essexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
That's it.
And we'll try and give you a shout out through the afternoon. Have you forgotten the password, Dickie?
I must have got it wrong. Or is it the...
Knee over. And the first delivery by Charlie Allison. He attempts to hook that away and doesn't quite judge the timing right. Hits him in the midriff.
Oh, good Lord, I'm getting old. I've got the password right, I've got the username wrong.
Do it at the end of the over, Dickie. Do it at the end of the
Yes.
over. When I'm calling the next over, you can get yourself logged in.
It's Mike from the far end, the Graham Gooch end. We had a patch, well, quite a lengthy patch of sunshine for maybe the second hour this morning, but it's looking distinctly, for the first time in the 2 days, it's looking a bit threatening at the moment. As Mike moves in and bowls. The lights aren't on, which surprises me a little. I think they probably will be soon. I've just come back from mission control, as I like to refer to it, where all the technical people are, and every one of whom does a superb job. And cause it was in the next door. It's in the next door boxes to. Where all the past and present members are as guests on the President's Day. And Mike moves in and bowls, and that's played pleasantly out to deep extra cover. And I've requested that one of them joins us later in the afternoon, who's not only a former player, with all due respect to him, not one of the sort of the superstars, but not only was he a useful player, but he then became a commentator for for several seasons, and on BBC Essex. Oh, cleaned out, leg stump uprooted of Porter's for 52. But it's been a great innings, it really has by any standards. He came in last night as night watchman, and well, he's already got one good hand when he came off when he reached his 50, but he'll get another. Indeed, yeah, the crowd stand to him, and it's merited. You know, you might think, well, 52 is not a lot. Well, in the context of the game and of who scored those 52 runs, they've been priceless actually, and probably extremely irritating to Leicestershire. And they'll be delighted to see the back of the night watchman, Jamie Porter, comprehensively bowled, uprooted, leg stump, and Well, he's had some good fun, and he made it clear he was enjoying himself.
He certainly was. 96 runs, that partnership, and a much needed partnership as Porter and Allison came together when Essex were 39 for 4. 52 runs coming from 116 balls, scoring 7 fours, and he certainly rode his luck, but we also saw pure bravery with the bat from Jamie Porter, playing shots that any experienced batter, any top order batter would have been proud of. So a quality innings. Now Essex just look to go on and build. They trail now 100 by 198 runs. Allison's still there on 56. He's looking in very good shape, and now he is joined by a out and out batter from Matt Critchley.
Useful bowler, but yeah, probably batting is his stronger suit, but pretty talented leg spinner. So the first target is still to reach that 184 to avoid the follow on. And Critchley gets up on his toes. A tall man, big man, plays that out into the cover area. Oh, hallelujah.
Are you in?
In at last.
That's wonderful news.
A lot of these systems, they store your password, but don't think that has this facility.
That's not very secure though, Dickie. You don't want that.
No.
Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you're listening, you can get to a device that can send an email. Let us know what you're doing. We'll give you a shout out.
And that's played down to, well, I say played down to, it's found its way down to third man for 4. To see Critchley off the mark, we have indeed had an email, quite a few, I'm not quite sure. Let's have a look at the top.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much for responding. Yeah, let's go through those slowly.
Yes, let's get through the timing of them.
Let's do them in reverse order. What was the first one? 14?
Matt was the last one I read out.
I can see that this one's titled An Observation and Question.
Yes, correct.
I look forward to this.
I always tremble a little bit when it says question.
Well, let's have the question after this first delivery from Green, bowling to Allison. It's a back of a length delivery, blocked out by Allison. He's on 56. Critchley's new on 4 in Essex, 139 for 5. Come on then, what's this question?
Right.
What's the observation and then the question?
Hold on, I've got pop-ups all over the place. I'll go away.
Dickie Davis.
Right, here we go. We'll wait till this delivery.
It's Green bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end. 1 wicket for his 33 runs so far. It's a fuller delivery and it's driven to mid-off. Another dot ball. Essex remain 139 for 5.
Right. Greetings from a cloudy and rather cool Southwold, a place I know well. I go there every year. We go there every year for a few days, a long weekend, and yeah, it's a lovely little place on the Suffolk coast. Thank you all for your informative commentary. In particular, thanks to thank you very much. I'm really, I'm very grateful to you for your comments, but I'm sorry I can't read that out.
Green in again to Allison, blocks it out.
And but I appreciate your comments. Thank you very, very much. They all mean a lot to me. We're watching on the live stream, as indeed we tried to for all those matches, but which is most. We're unable to attend. For that reason, we regard our membership of Essex. Sorry, another pop-up gets in the way. We regard our membership of Essex Cricket as a charitable donation to a team one of us has supported for over 70 years. Come back to that after this delivery.
Which is from Green into Allison, and it's driven. It'll get past mid-off, beats the fielder, and there's going to be runs here as it hits the boundary. And Allison moves on to 60 now. Essex 143 for 5. They trailed 190, so chipping away at that deficit, getting into the safety zone.
Oh yes. The test squad has been announced. Ollie Robinson has been recalled. Rob Key claims Robinson is one of the best bowlers in the world. Indeed, he has the 7th best strike rate of active seam bowlers globally. But above him in 5th place is another, and the only other English cricketer in the top 10.
Next delivery, it's green, and it's defended again by Allison.
That bowler has more wickets, more maidens, and a much better strike rate. That bowler is one Jay Porter, and that bowler can also bat, as has shown today. Now the question, in Test cricket, it is for, even if, oh I see, it's I thought this was related to the previous one, but it's not, I don't think.
Here's green, bowls full delivery, and it's driven to mid-off, no run, 143 for 5 at the end of the over.
In Test cricket, I think it's all in all cricket really, it's 4 runs even if the ball is stopped inside the boundary rope but the fielder is touching the ball and is in contact with the boundary rope. Yes. But in this match we've seen several 4s saved by fielders who appear on the live stream to be in touch with, or one occasion over the boundary rope. Is this simply an illusion of the live stream, or is there a difference with respect to the treatment of boundaries in the Test and County game? Our best wishes to you all. Keep up the good work, Bob and Sue. Well, I think it's just that I would imagine the answer to that is that as Mike moves in and bowls and hit hard back to him and straight to him, and it's well caught at the second attempt, I think, and Critchley is out for 4, just that. So Essex have stumbled again just when they were beginning to recover, and Critchley's out. Caught and bowled Mike for 4, and Essex are 143 for 5. Just didn't get to the pitch of it and paid the inevitable costs, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it was a full delivery, and Critchley just sort of dug it out really and ended up flighting it straight back to the bowler, who I think was caught off guard by the shot. In regard to that question, I think quite often these things are angles on live streams and on television. Of course, county cricket quite often uses a classic rope, and you know, when you watch Test cricket now,
Yes,
or international cricket, they have the foam bumpers, which obviously they use for advertising. But when a player rolls into, you often see the kind of the imprint of the player into those sort of boundaries, and so it's kind of easier to see. Plus, of course, you have the technology to rock and roll replays repeatedly. You know, so I wonder whether there is an element of sort of honesty or benefit of the doubt.
I think. Well, I don't think honesty comes into it personally. You know.
Well, I think honesty is always part of it.
Well, because no, I don't mean lack of honesty. All right, and I don't think lack of honesty comes into it. I don't think lack of honesty comes into it. If a fielder is fielding the ball, he's not fully aware of where his feet are going and what they're doing. I don't think.
Yeah, I suppose unless the fielder gets up and has got a massive burn from a rope on his forearm.
Quite. But I don't think. No, I mean, when they're right in front of the crowd, they're not going to do that, I'm sure.
Of course.
But they just genuinely don't know. But I think the one significant thing is that in televised matches, the television commentary is sort of semi-official. The umpires can refer to it. They can't refer to the live stream commentary. As so, yes, the television commentary by whichever of the broadcasters serves as a backup, the equivalent of a VAR. But in county matches, although they're all live streamed and live streamed exceptionally well, with no exceptions, certainly not here, then it's not really official. It's purely for entertainment purposes. Richard's observation that Chelmsford is a rather shabby ground is indisputable. He is fortunate he did not attend the ground before they refurbished the toilets. Too right, yes.
The toilets refurbished?
Yes, these are the new status.
They're new?
Well, no, those behind the
I see.
behind the side
toilets.
screen.
Okay.
They're new, top of the range, as Del Boy would say.
I've been going to the wrong toilets. I've been going to the ones by the pavilion.
Yes, I mean beforehand it was. Oh, well, I won't go into the describing it. Oh, we have our guest. I was going to lead up to this.
Well, why don't I duck out and you can do the
Yes,
build-up?
yes, do please. In fact, if there's a red carpet handy, but I don't think there is. It's President's Day today, and a lot of the old players, the former players, are here just on the other side of the ground, and one of them, I've got a list of them all here, which sometime in the afternoon I'll read out, but one of them is not only a former Essex cricketer, a former Nottinghamshire cricketer, but a former commentator for BBC Essex. Indeed, the programme was named after him, but he's now a pop singer, and it's the one and only, some would say that's a good thing, Ian Pont. Ian, so I haven't seen you or spoken to you for ages. How the heck are you?
I'm really well, thank you, Dick. Very
Good.
well.
It's lovely to see you. That's just played defensively. And yeah, the great and the good are over there today, aren't they?
There are people there I haven't seen since 1988, and
Right.
we've all aged disgracefully, but we're having a bit of fun. It's great to be back at the ground, and it's good to see you. You've hardly changed.
No, I've always looked this age. Thank you. So you say it's good to be back at the ground. It's the first time for a long time, is it?
Yeah, well, I was bowling coach here 2006,
Yes, but I mean,
2007.
in that interim time, you haven't.
Yeah, I haven't really been back up here, no.
Oh, right. As Mike moves in and bowls. And have you had a chance? I know it's all about wining and dining and enjoying each other's company, but have you had a chance to look at much of the cricket?
Well, I just saw Jamie Porter's fantastic innings. I mean, I thought he was elevated a bit, then I realised, of course, he was night watchman.
Yes.
But I just watched his 50. It was absolutely excellent, really, and obviously in the context of the game, obviously Essex up against it a bit here run-wise, but what a fantastic innings by him.
It was, wasn't it? Superb. And nothing, but a few things more frustrating for the fielding side than when the night watchman goes on and gets a big score the following day.
Well, exactly, and also the weather conditions. You see sort of murky weather, and you think it's great for bowling.
Yes.
So he did really well just to bat time, I think.
Yes. Now, for those who don't know, apart from his cricketing credentials, yes, I've alluded to it, but when we did commentary some years ago, Ian will know better than I, as Holland moves in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump, taken by the keeper standing up. The commentary on a Sunday afternoon, especially, was known as Ian Pont's cricketing show or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, Ian Pont Sporting Sunday.
It's Sporting Sunday.
Yes.
I mean, you were the star.
Never to be repeated. It was a couple of years of mayhem, but it was fun, wasn't it? I mean, it was really good fun.
It was. I can remember some tremendous times. And that's outside the off stump. Yeah, one at Worcestershire in particular stands out in my memory. But subsequently, you know, since you've done a lot of, as well as obviously playing, you've done a lot of cricket coaching, but now you've entered the world, well, I say entered, maybe it's a case of re-entered, you tell us, of popular singing.
Yeah, well, I'll come to that in a second, but yeah, coaching has been my thing, and it still is at the moment.
Oh, it still is?
Yeah.
Yes, you've written books about it, and obviously online. Well, but you obviously don't have much spare time. You don't have much time just sort of doing nothing and putting your feet up and watching the telly.
Well, there are two things really that sort of float my boat. I mean, I'm head coach of the National Fast Bowling Academy based in Sawbridgeworth, and we have 180 students.
Our third voice, as they're known, comes from Sawbridgeworth. Roshan sitting just behind you. That's just played out defensively. Anyway, pray continue.
Yeah, so I've been running that for 9 years. We have 180 young fast bowlers. In fact, we have 4 or 5 lads involved in the Essex age groups. Some names that hopefully you'll hear in the future will come through and be professionals. We've had 4 of our players turn pro. We've currently got 2 at Kent. Jazz Singh and Kent Singh both play for Kent. They're our students.
As auxiliary outside the off stump allowed to go through to the keeper.
And we work with all the counties, with their county age groups, their academies, their second team, and we suggest players for trial with them. We send players off to bowl in the nets pre-season, and we just basically help players to get better and better. And one of our coaches is Andre Nell, who of course was here at Essex. Yeah.
As the Leicestershire skipper, Holland bowls again, and that's played correctly, just out to mid-off here to complete the over. And it's popular perception that England selectors, as regards fast bowlers, they want fast bowlers, don't they? It seems to be a great emphasis on pace. Is this, as well as the basics of the correct action, is this one of the things you really try and drill into them, how to gain that extra yard?
Yeah, so I teach biomechanics. I mean, 'twas ever thus about speed, and there's a clue in the title, fast bowler.
Yes.
But of course, it's got to land in an okay area as well. You can't just spray it everywhere. But we teach the players how to bowl faster and straighter together, so they don't slow down to be accurate. They speed up and try and get it in the right place, and then teach them all the funky skills with the seam position and stuff.
As Mike moves in and bowls, way short of a length, and it's a long way outside the off stump, but played out to deep cover, and so that's obviously going well then.
Yeah, we're coming up for year 9. We've got trials at Edgbaston next week. We go around the country looking for players. We've got 48 people trialling with us in Birmingham, from scattered all around the country. It's truly national. We have players from every first class and a minor county. We have an under-19 Dutch international who flies in. We have players from Scotland. It's a really decent project, and we're there to support the county's age group development players, really.
And is the he really reached for that one and got the toe of the bat to it, and well, it sped away for 4, but possibly more thanks to good fortune than skill. But they all count. They all look the same in the book. Just looking at the replay, and yes.
So one of my shots.
I can remember in a sort of a cricket week game.
You and I, Dick, we batted together.
We batted, and I'll say it because I was proud of it. But Ian and I opened the batting. I think it was against Benfleet in their cricket week. Ian had long since given up professional cricket. That's played out into the covers for 4.
Lovely shot.
Taking the score on to 148. No, probably 152. I don't think they've clicked up the. And I played club cricket for 40 odd years. I'd never brought the crowds in to watch. It was they'd pay to go out when I batted. But as an example, Ian Pont, who with due respect to him was mainly known as a bowler rather than a batsman, although a very handy batsman, he reached his 50, and I hadn't even opened my account.
Yes.
I say it was because you hogged the bowling.
I think I did.
That's swung around the corner for 4 more. So, runs coming apace. They're still trailed by 181. 177 now. I mean, that follow-on really ought to be avoided by now. Good grief. But yes, moving on to another prong to your skills. That's I've lost my way there with the analogies. Nothing changes, as you say. This music career, then. Tell us a bit about that.
So I've been singing for a while, and certainly in the last few years I've been singing a lot more than I used to.
That's just tucked out of the way, a bounce that didn't get up very high.
And I had my I joined a couple of choirs, one of which was the Big Sing, which is a franchised thing, and I started to get solos within the choir, and I had my voice recorded, and the guy that recorded my voice said, "You sound a little bit like Tony Hadley. You've got that kind of nuance to your vocal." So I pursued that, and I'm in a Spandau Ballet tribute called So True. I'm the lead singer for that. We've been going 4 years. We also do an 80s party night as well, which is all 80s music, and I have a recording contract with Unique Recording Artists, and I've got songs out on Spotify and other digital media at the moment.
That's just dug out to Yorker length, good delivery, but met with a solid defensive bat.
And yesterday I've got a new album out, which is It's 5 love songs, 5 swing songs. If you think Michael Bublé, but an amateur version, and that's the first song of that album came out yesterday, called "This Was Meant to Be." So if people search my name, "This Was Meant to Be," on any of those digital music platforms, they'll probably find it. And I've also got into writing music as well. So I've had a professional cricket career. I've now got a professional music career, but I still coach cricket. So I've got it's a strange mix.
It is
to
very
be honest
strange
with you.
mix,
It's
yes.
oil and water. They tend not to sit together. If you remember back to school, if you studied music at school, you probably weren't sporty, and if
No.
you did sport, you probably didn't do
That's
music.
right. Oh no.
So this is it's a strange thing for me to have 2 things going on simultaneously, but it's enjoyable, very much so.
Well, that's the main thing. As the next delivery is played down towards third man, there's a man making a lot of ground to his right to field it, and they go through for a very comfortable 2 runs, 158 for 6. So did you always have this in mind, that you would take your singing not semi, that's an insult, seriously once you gave up playing, or is it just sort of creep up on you?
Yeah, it's crept up a little. I mean, if you think that there's Henry Elgar, who played for Zimbabwe, he's now a professional performer vocally.
As that was a very good delivery that certainly got the better of Mulder, and moved off the wicket, and well, for all he knew, he could have got an edge, but Lady Luck was smiling on him, and he's still there to tell the story.
And I know that Henry, I think he won The Voice, the TV program The Voice in Australia, and he's now basically sort of Broadway standard singer, and he does that, I believe, full time.
And that's for people who don't know Henry Elgar, he apart from being a Test cricketer for Zimbabwe, he made the front pages as well as the back pages when he and Andy Flower made a very public protest about the Idi Amin regime in Zimbabwe, and both players were tremendously praised for that. That's just played defensively.
I mean, other than Henry, the other person I can think of is Mark Butcher. Mark Butcher has got his own music out. He plays guitar, and he has got some albums out, and he's really good, like folk music stuff. So I know that Butch does it. I know that Henry does it. There aren't many cricketers that have kind of gone down the professional music route.
No.
So it's a strange one.
But then it dropped just short of the second slip, and then they went through for a run. It wasn't a chance, but it was another good delivery. But I mean, I would imagine, when you give up playing professional cricket, which is more than just a job, it's a way of life for a certain number of years. I would imagine for a lot of people, it seems to me you've either got to carry on and either work in the media or become or whatever. But if you can do something totally different, that must be really fulfilling, I would have thought.
Well, they say, don't they, after sport, those that can coach, those that can't coach commentate.
Yes.
And I think that's probably likely true of most people. Talk about the game if you can't coach it. But fortunately, from my point of view, I'm a far better coach than I was a player. I was a very journeyman average professional as a player, if you can be average professional. I was really 43 times for Essex and a few times for Notts and stuff, but my career has really been in coaching and helping others rather than helping myself, and I've been fortunate in that respect. I've been national bowling coach for Bangladesh, and I've been with the Dutch. I've been to 3 World Cups. Dale Steyn was one of my students, who was of course here at Essex when I was here. Shoaib Akhtar, I worked with him when I was at Worcestershire. I've been very fortunate to work with players and help them. Bear in mind, I wasn't a superstar player myself, so that's always been a bit of a challenge when you kind of have to prove yourself. But I'm a technical skills coach, which means I teach the bowling action, the actual mechanics of how to get more speed. You alluded to it earlier about speed, but also you've got to land it in the right place.
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, you, in a somewhat sort of self-deprecating way, admitted you weren't a superstar. Did this make it more difficult to get into coaching? Were people inclined to say, "Well, who is this bloke who thinks he can come and coach me?"
It's different to football. If you think of football, a lot of the top managers were players that weren't great. If you think Arsene Wenger, if you think of Alex Ferguson, if you think of Brian Clough, if you think of those wonderful managers, they were pretty average players. In cricket, it seems to be if you're a big superstar player, you got appointed into coaching roles. That doesn't mean people can't coach.
No.
It just means that it was an automatic, almost door in. So I had to work doubly hard to prove myself.
Yeah. As it's Hull bowling from the Graham Gooch end now, and that's just worked away on the onside.
But the enjoyable thing for me, genuinely, Dick, is to see how these young players progress. You know, we have them at the National Fast Bowling Academy for the age of 9. Some of these are just starting out their journey. We have others who are older than that. We have players at the moment. We have 12 or 13 who are currently county second team standard and hopefully pushing into pro cricket. And you know, we try to put a program together that helps everybody. It's a people's academy. They can pay their money and come along.
Yeah.
And it works really well.
Excellent. As Hull moves in, bowls. Oh, and yes, there's a palpable edge there. Bit of a giveaway because as soon as he offered the bat, afterwards, Allison looked over his shoulder, and sure enough, the keeper hadn't made any mistake. And so another wicket goes. Well, Essex probably are going to avoid the follow-on, but unless somebody really digs in towards the bottom, they're not going to have they're still going to. It's likely at this stage, we've all watched enough cricket, or in some cases played enough cricket, to know that things can change, but it doesn't look as if they're going to get too near. Yeah, just looking at the replay, it was fairly obvious stuff.
I mean, from this, talk about this game in particular,
Yeah.
looking from this distance, the pitch is tinged with green, there's clearly some live grass on it. It's not darting all over the place, but there's enough movement in there to take the edge. Personally, I don't think Leicestershire have bowled greatly today. I think they've bowled a little bit short at times and probably a little bit outside off stump. That ball there pitched from the left armour, pitched middle and off. You know, the batter had to play at it, and it just did enough to find the edge. If you think of someone like a Jimmy Anderson type who is going to pepper the area that you need to, then that's probably it's just a bit more discipline from Leicestershire. But I think Essex are struggling here, and if they get to 200, they're probably going to be happy, I would have thought.
Well, I'd have thought so, yes, 29 away, but Pepper's coming to the crease, and then there's...
They've got some batting, got a bit of batting.
Yes.
I think it's just hanging around, Dick, as much as it's time as much as runs in these situations.
Yeah, yes, quite. Yes. So, but it's been a good game so far, and it promises to continue. I still think Championship cricket is by far the best version of it. So, from what you've seen, are there plenty of good, fast young bowlers coming up? You know, say 5 years time, or maybe 5 years time. Do you think it's going to be a fairly healthy state?
Currently playing, you mean first class cricket? The obvious one is Sonny Baker.
Yes.
I was very excited to see that he's named in the Test squad against New Zealand. I hope he plays. I don't know if he will, but he reminds me actually of someone that just enjoys bowling fast.
Really?
And that's almost like a Mark Wood type. You know, give me the ball, let me bowl fast. And I think you need that in a team.
Pepper got off the mark first delivery by just playing it out into the covers as Mulder comes to the business end and gets an edge, but it's okay, BBC Essex supporters. It bounced before it reached the slip, Patel, one of the two Patels, and he gets a sort of slap of congratulations from his namesake.
I think the slips are a bit deep. I mean, looking at that, if I was the bowler, I'd ask those slips to come up a yard, a metre, because that's bounced in front again. The pitch isn't quick, but I think you need to be taking those balls at waist height rather than by your ankles if you're at slip.
Yes. As last ball of the over from Hull, and that's way outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. So, getting back to your BBC Essex time, which I know you enjoyed, although
Loved it.
Although the parting was a little bit odd, but we don't want to rake that up. Have you done any commentating for anybody since?
No.
For nostalgic purposes, describe the next over, please, Ian.
Oh, for goodness sake. I mean, I look at the names of the players.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah.
We all do. That's actually where this live stream
Well,
is.
we've got live stream, which is fantastic. I
It
actually
is.
see everything now. Although I don't have my glasses on, I can actually see who the guys are.
Yeah.
I think this situation. I mean, Essex will obviously not be massively happy with their total, but as I said, it's probably time as much as runs that count here.
Yeah.
I think Holland is one of those kind of county bowlers that nibbles around and hits that length. As he comes into bowl now, and very good length, and Pepper was kind of reaching for that. This is the length I'm talking about, where
Yes.
you invite the batter forward, you get them to push at it, but the ball just holds its line, and he's looking for that feather. You can see exactly what he's trying to do with 2 slips in. Bear in mind that we're in the 51st over. So there's clearly enough going on out there to make it interesting for the bowlers. As Holland moves in again, that's a little bit shorter and a bit straighter, and Pepper's able to turn that off his pad, probably from about middle stump, and it goes down for 1 run. 164 for 7 now, Leicestershire.
I noticed, looking down the list of people who were there at the President's Day, I don't think you would have probably ever played with him, but Jeff Smith is there now. He is the oldest former Essex player, who's well into his 90s, isn't he?
He is. I just spoke to him actually. I'll tell you a little bit about him as Holland moves away from us now up to the stumps bowls. It's back of a length. It's a good length. Well fielded at cover, or partially fielded at cover. They're going to come through certainly for 2. It was partly parried, and certainly took the speed off it going for 4. And that's 2 more to the total and 2 more to Mulder. Yeah, Mr. Smith, he shook my hand and he said, "We played against each other when you were at Hutton." Now, bear in mind he's in his 90s.
Yes.
This must have been something like 40 odd years ago. I must have been a teenager at Hutton at the time. But he remembered me.
An embryo.
Exactly. Probably both. As Holland bowls that ball on a length, and Mulder just covers up on the back foot and plays it back down the pitch. I mean, one of the great things about having these days when the players come back is you're always looking forward to seeing people you haven't seen for a long time.
Yes.
Most of the people in the box are from the era I played.
Yes.
Certainly from Graham Saville and Keith Fletcher, and Gooch is there, and
Yes.
there's some really amazing guys to hook up with again. As Holland moves in, he bowls that one into the pads. There's going to be a single into the leg side as Mulder turns it round easily behind square leg, and 1 more to the total, take it to 167 for 7.
Yes, it's certainly an impressive list.
I might get a game actually looking at that. I might be in the team looking at this list.
Yes.
or 12th man.
Andy Atkinson's name, he was the groundsman.
He
wasn't
was,
he?
yeah. Holland moves away from us again. The keeper's up to the stumps this time, and the ball again is a little bit too straight, if I could say that. It's slightly into the pads. It's turned around for another single for Pepper, who goes to 3. Leicestershire move at the end of the 51st over to 168 for 7.
Yes, so another 19 needed to avoid the follow on. So, well, that will probably be achieved, but need a lot more. So, are there any particular? I was springing this on you, but obviously I'm springing everything on you. I didn't know you were going to be here today, and you certainly didn't know I was going to be here today. You probably didn't even think I was still alive.
I was hoping you would be.
But are there any particular experiences you can remember from your BBC Essex commentary days?
Well, I think I'll let you take the commentary here, by the way.
Yes, okay. As Hull moves in from the far end, and it's safe. It's picked up a single, but it was in the air for quite a long time wasn't totally under control.
Some of the things that spring to mind are the journeys away,
Yes.
which at the time I had a big XJS Jaguar,
You did.
which drank more petrol than I earned from actually commentating. So I'd end up paying BBC Essex to commentate, I remember. And then the other thing was, of course, some of those festival grounds, when you sit outside and it's red hot and you've got a little trestle table, and I used to love those. It was almost a barbecue scenario, wasn't it? And I used to love all that stuff. I don't know if you feel the same, but some of those outgrounds that you go to are better in a way than the county ground.
I could not agree more. I really like the outgrounds, bar none, I think. That's a super looking shot out through extra cover, and that had 4 written on it the moment it left the bat. Very good looking shot, slightly over pitched, but you've still got to give it the treatment. Yes, I mean, it's a great, I know it's a cliche thing to say, and not everybody says it, most people say it. It's one of the ways in which county cricket has moved on. Its outgrounds are almost an anachronism, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a shame. There were so many. I mean, we were chatting up in the boxes about how many grounds we'd all played at in our careers.
Sure. There's the next delivery outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
And I also think from a fan's perspective, and I know the grounds aren't full, I know it's a Saturday today, but the grounds aren't full midweek and things, but it's really nice when you go to these other grounds and you see a crowd that might not come to, let's say, Headingley. They might want to go to another outlet, Sheffield or somewhere, and it's just something very colloquial and wonderful and English about some of these outgrounds, festival grounds.
Well, they all have their own personality, and sometimes these Test match grounds they're all a bit the same. That's another shot out in the covers. This time just backward of square, and they go through for a single.
But I mean, just generally speaking, the time that I spent with you guys, I'm not eulogising here, by the way, but we did have, we had some not outrageous moments, but we had some very, very amusing moments with the commentary team. I used to love the fact that the frequency split, and it was Steve Scruton, and then it was a choice of listening, and then you could listen to Ian Sporting Sunday or Steve Scruton, and they were great times.
Yes, they were great times. That's just played out on the offside.
And I think these are just now different times.
Yes, we have to say that. Yes, we can't.
I just said that.
Yeah, but I mean, we have to emphasise they're different rather than
better or worse.
Yes.
No, they're different. Well, I mean, again, we've got a dressing room full of 70, 80-year-olds. Sorry, not a dressing room, but
Yeah, I know what you mean.
and we're chatting about the game and how much it's changed, and some of the stories that you're getting from Ray East. And, David Ackfield, and some things that happened when Trevor Bailey was here and Doug Insall was. I mean, they're completely different. Tonka Taylor, different generation.
Yes.
Half of the stuff you couldn't do now if you tried.
No.
You just wouldn't be allowed to get away with it.
Yes, and I know that that's whipped way on the leg side. That's played out for 2. Yes, and I know that. The now President John Lever has said, that in his day, which I know is long before your day, they used to, have to put up with cars breaking down and things like that, and thumbing lifts to grounds or going by train. It's a totally different world.
Well, and also, if you go back to 1979 when Essex first won something, I mean, I was here, in the 80s onwards. I think from 79 to probably 89, Essex were finishing first or second in most of the domestic competitions in that decade, or certainly half of them. And it was Essex and Middlesex were the two really strong teams at the time. But Essex were known as the joker side. We had so many comedians in the side. It was hilarious to play in the team.
Yes, I'm sure. Nowadays, I just get that feeling that it might be accused of bringing the game into disrepute if we get up to too many pranks. I mean, there's a famous story which is accredited to all sorts of people. Is it your brother Keith who cycled from third man to third man?
Yes. Yeah, he did. Yeah. It's just you probably wouldn't be able to do that today.
No, it'd be your last game if you did. So that's played defensive. Well, it's been great to see you.
Thank you,
Ian. Well, I was going to say, whenever you're in the ground, do pop up and see us. But from what you say, you're very, very rarely here.
Well, I live in Braintree, so I'm not 1,000 miles away.
No.
And now we've broken the ice again.
Yes, indeed.
I'll see you in about 20 years.
Yes, by which time I'll be, defying medical science. Great to see you. Cheers, Ian. And good luck in all you do. Right, well, that was Ian Pont, former Essex and Nottinghamshire player, and numerous other things as we found out. He was always a laugh when we had him on. That's nudged down for 4 runs down towards the sycamore tree at fine leg, and we're welcome back to bring a bit of sanity to proceedings. Richard Ray. And I hope you don't mind.
No. If a man summons up the Essex spirit, sort of since those sort of late 70s onwards, really, for 30, 40 years.
Yes,
it's Ian. Sort of.
Yes.
I get the impression they thoroughly enjoyed playing.
Oh
cricket.
yes, they did, and he thoroughly enjoyed his time commentating. Yeah, we had some incredible tales, particularly as he suggested away games either going to or coming back, some of which I couldn't regale you with. And
go on, try. We'll let the listeners judge.
Well, yes, they might judge.
Petrol guzzling XJS.
Oh yes. Yes, he was always a bit of a larger-than-life character, and that sort of car suited his personality. Here I am, as Holland moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively. But, the end of the over, and Essex stutter towards that follow-on mark, which
I'd be very surprised even if it were to happen somehow, bang, 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 I don't think Leicestershire would enforce. I'd be very surprised.
Yeah.
However,
anyway,
I don't think it'll be an issue.
Oh no, that's right. They trail by only 152. So if they're going to, we have had a flurry of emails which I'll try and get through. Somebody asks. As far as we're concerned, it's probably rhetorical, but I expect you can look it up somewhere on websites. What's the highest score a night watchman has ever scored? It's probably a lot more than that, to be honest.
Actually, yeah. Josh Hull is in from the Gooch end and bowls a beauty that bounces and straightens on his old teammate Vian Mulder and beats him, and he holds up his hand in acknowledgement to Josh Hull.
Yes, it's Clive from Epping who asks that. Yes, I've got a feeling. That night watchmen have gone on to get centuries.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think we've probably seen them, haven't we? And, but the highest night watchman score in first-class cricket. And it could come back to your definition of night watchman.
I was just going to say the same thing, yes.
Well, Hull is in and bowls, and Mulder tucks him out towards deepish mid-on. He's going to have to hurry a little bit as Hill came in and through, but Hill had a long way to go, and Mulder, I suspect, knowing that Lewis is, well, still exceedingly lithe, not quite the fastest man in the side anymore, picked his man carefully and had made his ground. The throw at one stump missed anyway. Floodlights making the light look sort of almost even dark, although it is a little bit lighter where the weather is coming from. Hull is in and bowls, slightly short of a length delivery. Pepper gets up on his toes, rides it well out to point, where Sol Budinger is the fielder.
Wilbur was clearly very impressed by Jamie Porter. He entitled his email Porter for PM and robbed him a double century. Well,
he got a good one in the end.
He did.
He'd nearly snuck a couple of Yorkers through Ben Mike and Probably just slightly overconfident attempt to clip it away in the end from Porter, but what an effort it was by him. Hull is in, bowls short, pulled around the corner, got on top of the bounce nicely. There, Pepper out to deep backward square. In goes Tattersall. Throws, it was always only ever going to be one, and it was.
And he says, enjoy the cricket season from Baltimore with us. Thank you very much. MD, what I ought to know, my states, what's that short for? MD.
Baltimore, is that after Baltimore?
Yes.
Baltimore MD. What state is Baltimore in? Come on folks, we should know that.
Yes, I should know it, but gosh.
Hull, head slightly to one side, in, nicely in swinging delivery, but Mulder had time, leant forward, just worked it off the straight out towards mid-on, and there was no run. There'll be a lot of banter, I would suspect, between Vian Mulder and his former teammates.
Yes.
Ongoing at the moment. I think the first time that Vian has come up against Leicestershire after 2 very happy and successful years at Upton Steel Grace Road.
Maryland, of course it is.
There you go.
Of course it is, I ought to know.
You didn't Google though, did you? It did come to you. In goes Hull, and he's on driven, over pitched there, and Vian Mulder just punched it back past him. He reached down with his right hand, couldn't get there, and all Hill can do is turn philosophically and jog back to the long gone boundary, pick it up. Mulder moves into the 20s. Nothing surer than that he'll get a score against his former county. 21 off 30, 187 for 7, and the follow-on isn't quite saved, is it? 180. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Oh,
It's just
yes.
gone past. Yeah.
Yes, Baltimore, I had to Google it, which I'm ashamed of really, because I'm a member of a regular weekly pub quiz, and it's exactly the sort of questions that crop up in the pub quizzes. But I bet when I was a little lad I knew it. It's the sort of thing that goes as Holland moves in and bowls. And that's played out into the covers. That there's a fielder in pursuit, but that's merely to retrieve the ball, not to reduce the number of runs scored. Yes, a major city in Maryland with a long history as an important seaport.
I need to get off commentary because you've taken all the wickets so far, and when I'm here, nothing happens except that Essex pile up the runs.
David Burden emails from Boxford, in Suffolk. Just nudge down fine leg for a single. He says, Napier and Masters, Porter and Cook, 1 test cap between them. A travesty of justice. Well,
Napier, Masters, Porter and Cook.
yeah, maybe. There are a lot of good bowlers around. That's well fielded by Patel in the slips. Cuts off the run. It would only been 1 down to third man. Simon says, great knock from Porter. Steadied the ship for Essex. As a Foxes fan, I'm glad to see him back in the shed. Loving the coverage via YouTube over here in Oslo, Norway. Wow, we're getting around as Holland moves in and bowls, and that's just played out on the onside. There's quite a few more. I'll try and get through these before I take my leave and make room for Rushan.
Still 14 overs, still a good hour until tea.
Yes.
It's going to be, well, I would guess Patel might bowl a few of them.
And that's just pushed out on the onside. 1 run accrues. Michael in Garcia, cloudy Catatonia. Where would that be?
Catalonia?
Well, or is it Catalunya? Oh yes, I beg your pardon. I haven't got my reading glasses with me. Catalunya, but it's Lunya.
Catalonia.
Catalonia,
See.
yes. As just played down to fine leg for a single. The score moves on to 195 for 7. Oh, it's gone off the screen.
Yes.
We'll come back to that email. It's just momentarily gone off the screen.
I'm thinking of a famous night watchman's innings, and I associate him curiously with this ground, because the first time I ever met Jason Gillespie, he was he joined he was on the Visiting Australian tour back in the early 00s, I think, and bowling like the wind, obviously, a wild man, and rather cultivating that image. He's anything but that now. He's a very interesting man and almost introspective at times to talk to. Hull, to continue from the Gooch end of the ground, is in and bowls and is driven for 4 dismissively by Vian Mulder. It was absolutely in the slot from Josh Holt on off stump and full, and mid off very wide. No chance for Holland to cut it off, but Mulder is far too good a player to miss out on those. I've seen Mulder score 275 for Leicestershire in company with Colin Ackerman, who got 300 plus, and together they racked up Leicestershire's, and I think the County Championship's highest ever partnership for the 5th wicket.
Oh, right.
That was at Hove a couple of years ago on a baking day at Hove. In comes Hull and bowls again to Mulder. That's a better length, a good length, and Mulder is respectfully defending out into the off side. But yes, Jason Gillespie obviously went in night watchman for Australia one day and got almost a double century, didn't he, the next day? I seem to remember, was it 199 or 195? I think, something like that. But anyway, I remember him on the balcony up there, where the Essex players and, backroom staff are at the moment, getting all sorts of abuse from a lively Essex crowd towards the end of a 3-day game against Essex. In goes Hull and bowls, flaying or attempting to flay him away through the offside. I thought for a minute it'd taken the edge as it bounced through to Cox. It didn't. Mulder gets away with one, and then coming out and they absolutely gave Nasser Hussain, who'd just been made England captain, I think, an absolute going over. But how bravely I remember Hussain playing. It was only for sort of 40 minutes, but it was one of those little sessions when they were going to absolutely put him through the ringer. Short ball after short ball, and they were bowling fast as well, and you know, they really wanted him to hop around and be shaken up. In goes Hull and bowls, and that swung in a little bit to Vian Mulder, who, having played it out towards mid-on, goes on a little jog because he sees it's going too close to Lewis Hill, and he goes running back into his ground.
Laura from Colchester says, I'm having an enjoyable day tinkering in the garden, listening both to your good selves and, when the weather permits, England ladies on both counts. I'm hoping the home team will perk up and get significantly more runs. Thank you for continuing to keep me company. Thank you for continuing to send emails, Laura, and all the other emailers.
199 for 7 as Hull is in and bowls very wide and very full, and having left it, Vian Mulder looks back at umpire Pratt with an inquiring glance, saying, not wide then? Nope, it wasn't, says umpire Pratt.
I will make my leave at the end, take my leave even at the end of this over, because I think what with having Ian Ponting as our guest, I've been on air for rather a long time, and poor Rushan hasn't had a fair crack of the whip today, so perhaps he could do the rest of the day on his own. So I'll take my leave after this over.
Hole is in, over the wicket, very wide again. It swings back in a little bit again. Vian Mulder leaves. Mulder remains 27, Pepper 13. And after 54 overs, Essex, in reply to Leicestershire's 333, are 199 for 7.
But if you've sent me or sent us an email and we haven't talked about it, then I promise you we will today. It's very rude not to. So thanks again.
Thank you, Dick. A manly stint indeed. Although, when you're alongside someone like Ian Pont, then it goes very quickly. They are going to go to spin now. Leicestershire. Ajaz Patel, who did turn it before lunch, but as we keep emphasising it, it's slow turn, so it's gripping on the pitch, but it's slow. And as a consequence, even if the batsman isn't reading it, they can adjust and play it off the pitch. As Roshan nearly takes everything with him. Didn't quite manage it. Good effort there,
there was a
mate.
stray foot there, apologies. Just pulled away the cables with me as I tried to sit down.
Patel is in, tosses it up. That doesn't really turn, but it is left by Pepper. Lets it go through, just straight into fraction. Bowling optimistically in sunglasses as goes in and bowls. Pepper turns it around the corner. There is a man on the 45, Lewis Hill, down there, sort of halfway back at wideish long leg. There is a slip, no short leg. Pepper has a very open stance to the left arm spinner who goes in, and oh my word, he goes back and tries to cut one that doesn't miss the stumps by very much. It's taken by Ben Cox, maybe 3 or 4 inches above them. That was a bit of a risk. Got away with it. Patel is in, that's drifting onto leg stump, and he's very easy therefore just to work away through the vacant square leg and bring up the Essex 200, which is greeted with a pleased but restrained round of applause.
Definitely a bigger round of applause for Jamie Porter's half century.
Yeah, there definitely was.
Well, that's going to take some beating, actually, to be fair.
Restrained, isn't in the manner of one, as in goes Patel and bowls, and that isn't restrained, or it's an attempted thump down to long on that isn't middled at all by Vian Mulder. Hits it down into the ground and it bounces up somehow to Patel. Almost apologetically. In he goes and bowls. Back goes Mulder and punches away to extra cover. It'll just be the single. There is the sweeper out there, not picked up cleanly at the first attempt by Tadsall, but even so it will still be just 1. Mulder onto 28 and keeps the strike. Pepper has 14, and after those 2 quick wickets fell to Ben Mike, well, Porter 3 wickets relatively quickly really. Porter was bowled by Mike for 52 and the score was 135. Critchley caught and bowled by Mike on 143, and then Charlie Allison, slightly surprisingly, not that he was given out, he did edge it through, but just that he played a false shot really, because it was a pretty good knock from him, caught behind off the bowling of Josh Holt for 72. 162 at that stage, 201 now, so 39 added by these 2 for the 8th wicket.
Floodlights on at Chelmsford at 3:15. Has been overcast but no rain, so it may well be that we play the rest of the day under lights under slightly overcast conditions. It's going to be Josh Holt bowling from the Graham Gooch end, and the first delivery is bowled slightly wide of the off stump and pushed to the fielder at point by Mulder for no run. There was a nice hearing the chat between Dickie Davis and Ian Pont, who obviously a long career at Essex, a long career coaching now in music, but for me most famous for being bowling coach at Bangladesh around 2010. So he was sort of the start of a long period where Bangladesh moved away from spin heavy attacks, and they stayed with spin heavy attacks for a long time, but moving into fast bowling as an attack, as the next delivery is guided down towards the fielder at third man. In fact, it's the fielder at point who will run and grab that off the delivery from Hull. So
He looks ridiculously young, Ian Pont, still.
he does, doesn't he?
I didn't dare look up how old he was, or is.
Well, he makes music now, and I thought he had, like, his sporting, his haircut was like a kind of mulletesque. It would look out of place on like Top of the Pops or something.
Yeah, that was a bit of an ager, I have to say to him.
don't know,
Ian. There was a bit of a Rod Stewart look about it, wasn't
which
there?
I quite liked. Like, rock star-esque, yeah. I mean, mullets
that
back
did
in.
age it. That did sort of bracket him a little bit.
Here's Hull once again, bowling under lights. It's hardened to the ground and it's guided offside. Point can't get to it. It will get all the way to the boundary. In fact, nobody will get to it. So 4 to the total. And Essex will move to 206 for 7. Pepper's on 18. Mulder's on 29. Yeah, Bangladesh now have this incredible pace attack, and it took years for them to kind of go, okay, we can create sporting pitches at home and rely on fast bowlers. For years it was just left arm spinners and really dry turning pitches, and they'd grind out results quite painstakingly that way. But yeah, Ian Pont was coach I think it was about 2010, so Mashrafi Multarts was playing, and that was the start of the revolution, the early days of it. Here's Hull again, and this is
Good bounce.
Boulder on the off time. Yeah, a little bit of pick up there as Pepper leans out the way and lets it go through to the wicketkeeper.
There's a few delays around the country. Leeds, they're not on. Yorkshire having been bowled out for 486, sorry, have yet to begin their reply. Southampton, they're back on though. Hampshire 214 knots, 86 for 2 in reply.
Next delivery from Hull as he runs in, bowls hard again, and it was almost a catching opportunity. It was a slightly flighted shot onto the leg side. There's no one at mid-wicket, so there was nowhere there to catch, and the sprint that came from mid-on was nowhere near close enough, so the ball bounces safely. And another run's added to the total. Essex moved to 207 for 7, so it certainly feels like Leicestershire's day. They'll be pleased the deficit's 126, and they'll look to try and mop these up. I don't know if they'll do it this side of lunch. We've got another 11 odd overs before tea, even not lunch, because I'm still peckish. And potentially Leicestershire could be looking to bat again before the end of the day as Hull runs in. Tall player who bowls this, goes down the leg side. It's followed by Mulder, who doesn't get back to it, and it's caught by the keeper behind. And that is the end of the over. Essex are 207 for 7.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by the field. Yes, third man and long leg, but sweepers on both sides of the pitch for Hull bowling to Pepper seems a little okay on the offside, just if you're going to, bang it in short, but deep square, 80 yards from the bat. I don't think they're going to pull Pepper anyway. Patel is going to continue, of course, from the Cook end. Ben Cox doing a lot of directing of traffic. He's sending Ben Green a little bit finer on the 45 to leg as Patel goes in and bowls and hurries Michael Pepper a little bit there as he went back, and it did skid on a touch. Patel is in, down the wicket goes Pepper, gets to the pitch of the ball and ends up just bunting it back down to Ajaz Patel. Looked as though he was threatening great violence there. In the end it was a relatively mild defensive push. Patel is in, Pepper is forward, pushing out into the offside. Buttinger quickly onto it to prevent any chance of a single. Patel steps in, bowl down the wicket again. There's an appeal for leg before he's got him. He's got him. Pepper can't believe it because he was a long way down the pitch, but when you see the replay you can understand it. He had gone down the pitch, but it hit him very, very low, and it looked to be absolutely bang in front. How far he'd got down the pitch I'm not sure, but Ajaz Patel was short and more to the point. Nigel Long absolutely finger up straight away, and Pepper disconcerted by the decision, but he's walking off, and Leicestershire have their 4th wicket of the afternoon, that of Michael Pepper, leg before wicket for 19, Essex 207 for 8.
Well, things go from bad to worse for Essex. 207 for 8 now, as you say. Deficit still 126 runs behind Leicestershire's first innings total. The first batting bonus point still some way away, and you wonder whether they'll get there with only 2 wickets left. Of course, Simon Harmer the next batter in, and then Shane Snater. So, because of course two of their absolute tail end will be used up at the top of the order.
Yeah, that's what Leicestershire listeners and Essex listeners have to remember. The men coming in are not
the tail end, really.
10 and 11, really. They're 2 competent lower order batsmen.
So,
and Vian Mulder's going well at the other end, so still plenty of work for Leicestershire to do here. And just to confirm that they're still off at Taunton, again over to the southwest. Somerset 394 for 5. Match delayed by rain. Warwickshire have begun to try and chase down Glamorgan's 360. They're 94 for 3 in Birmingham. So Simon Harmer is a little dance just to try and get his feet moving, and he's ready to face Ajaz Patel now. Tosses it up pleasantly, but it's just drifting onto Midland leg, so Harmer can wait for it and clip it down to deep backward square for 1. Durham likewise, Kent's Mammoth 523, they're 56 for 2. Match delayed by rain in Bristol though. Gloucester 154, Northants 85 for 4 when they went off. In goes Patel, pushed firmly by Vian Mulder out towards deepish. Mid-off could be buzzers, and there will be 1 buzzer. It wasn't the greatest of throws from, in fact it was an awful throw from Ben Mike, and Rishi Patel scrambling away to his right. Cox was behind the stumps. The throw was 10 yards left of the stumps. Rishi Patel scrambled away to try and stop it, got half a hand to it, slowed it down, but it was Green who eventually fielded it, and an extra run, unexpected, but that just shows what can happen when you put, in fact Cox maybe should have taken that really. He did hop out from behind the stumps. It was about 4 or 5 yards to the right thereof, but it was a sort of half volley when it got to him. Anyway, Mulder picks up an unexpected second. End of the over, 210 for 8.
the question now is, how long does this tail wag? I think Essex will be keen to notch up at least 1 batting point here, 40 runs shy of that target, because as far as the bonus points go at the moment, Leicestershire have 4 and Essex have 3, although as far as this game goes we've got plenty of time to get a result, and it looks like with 2 days play still to go and no rain predicted, could go that way. His whole new over, that's well wide of the off stump. It's not a good delivery at all. Umpire's hands stay firmly in the pocket, so will go down as a legal delivery, but it looked pretty wide and flat to me.
Just the other 2 scores that I haven't given you. Well, no score at all at Southport, where no play at all today on the northwest coast. Worcester 270, Lancashire 28 without loss. They've given up. And at Lords, Middlesex 177, Derbyshire piling on a decent first innings lead. They're 341 for 7, a lead of 164.
Oh, bowls to Harmer, who, that was close. Harmer took a big step forward and almost offered a bat, and the ball just went by.
He really did.
Simon Harmer 1, the new batter in. He's faced 3 so far, and Mulder with him on 31. Essex 210 for 8. It's been a compelling 2 days of cricket here, and I'm not just saying that because I'm commentating on it. It genuinely has. We've had exciting batting, we've had collapses, we've had a lot of leg before appeals, mainly from Essex actually yesterday. We've had an exciting cameo from Jamie Porter as well, as Hull bowls hard into the ground, just guided to point for no run.
Another century for the 42-year-old Wayne Madsen, by the way, for Derbyshire. I seem to have spent much of the last 13 and a half years watching Wayne Madsen score runs for Derbyshire against Leicestershire. Finally in a different division, I think for the first time, almost the first time in all that time. No doubt he'll get a T20 100 against us, against Leicestershire. He has already, he got one.
Did he?
Yeah.
Hull runs in and bowls well wide of the off stump, and Harmer will push this to cover for no run. Essex running 210 for 8. I mean, if Leicestershire were to sneak a win here, and you know, there's obviously a long way to go, but you have to feel, given the scores at the moment, they feel like they've maybe got the upper hand. Could that be a turning point for their season? Probably.
Absolutely.
Not in the ideal position, coming maybe the last game before the break. They'd maybe want to take a win and carry that momentum, but it would certainly give belief that they might not necessarily have to go down, as the next delivery is turned away on the leg side. It's going to go down to the boundary where there is a fielder who makes a dive but doesn't get there in time, and it's called a 4. So that's 4 for Harmer, his first boundary. He'll move to 5.
Used the pace of Hull there nicely, didn't he?
Yeah, just offered a bat to direct to where he wanted it, and it's a long old boundary in that direction. It took a while to get there, and Fielder did everything they could, but just couldn't get a hand to it in time. Yeah, I mean, we said at the start of yesterday, like, for Leicestershire, where does that win come from? But they've put themselves in a position here where they could start to believe. Here's Hull running in from the gooch end, bowling towards us. It's hard into the ground, into the off stump, and Harmer just defends, gets behind it, and it deflects away to backward point, and that is the over. 4 runs from it. Harmer on 5, Mulder on 31, and Essex 214 for 8 here at Chelmsford, where we're playing under lights. We thought there might be rain yesterday, we thought there might be rain today, but the forecast seems to have changed. What we do have is slightly overcast conditions. The floodlights have been on since about 3 o'clock. But as things stand, with the clouds not moving, and I can't see any rain clouds in the distance in the west where the weather tends to move from, I think we're set for a full day's play.
It is looking that way. 9 overs to go until tea then. So, as ever, it will be sort of 4-ish. Maybe 4:05, something like that. Patel steps in and bowls. Mulder drives hard down into the ground, but it bounces up nicely for Eskenazi. No, it's Holland at extra cover. Shortish extra cover. Ben Green's beginning to swing his arms. He'll replace Hull, I would think, at the gooch end. False start for Ajaz Patel, who goes back, thankfully not very far to his mark. Lobs one up to Mulder, who drives it past Holland out to long off, where Ben Mike is fielding in sunglasses against the glare of the floodlights, really, probably. Well,
yeah,
it can't be sun.
No, it can't be sun. If you're watching on the live stream and you turn the brightness up, you could trick yourself into thinking it's a sunny day.
Patel is in. Harmer plunges forward rather at that one. Steps in and bowls, and not a plunge, he could just reach forward and more or less get to the pitch of that one.
Yeah, Patel bowling in his sunglasses as well, bowling into floodlights.
Bowls, and again Harmer, who's a tall man, stretches forward and just calmly pushes it out into the offside. Big responsibility on Harmer and Snater, really, because Mulder more than capable of going big. Patel is in. Harmer forward again, pushing the ball back up the pitch to Ajaz Patel, who picks it up, tosses it to the fielder because it's the end of the over. He as I say, before lunch, there was discernible, if slow, turn, but in this little mini spell, pre-tea, there hasn't been as much. And it was a bit that way yesterday, wasn't it? The pitch seemed to just sort of just die a little bit. Yes, throughout the day. Yes, the ball is obviously getting older.
Ben Green.
How old is it now? Well, 40 overs remain. Today we had 3. Yesterday, didn't we? So we've had 56 today. So it's 59 overs old.
Yeah, another 20 odd overs to go.
Yeah, a lot of overs to bowl with it. Yeah,
yeah, fair few to go.
21 then.
Change in bowling then. We're going to have Green returning from the Graham Gooch, and first delivery is bowled on the off stump. It's deflected. They think about a single, does Mulder, but decides against it. And the score remains 215 for 8. And I wonder what Leicestershire are thinking here, because they do have 2 very experienced batters at the crease. The scorecard is deceiving, 8 down, but remember, we had 2 night watchmen used early on. One of them went on to score a half century, did Josh Porter, so, you know, did better than maybe expected. The second delivery is well wide of the off stump. Keeper has to dive to his right to stop that going any further. No run. 215 for 8 the score. Mulder's on 32, and Harmer, the new batter, with 5. It's Ben Green bowling from the far end from where we're sat at the ground, the Graham Gooch end as it's known. He's in his 15th over. He's gone for 37 runs and taken just the 1 wicket as he begins his run up again. 2 slips in place, and this one is wide of the off stump, slightly tighter. Didn't require a dive from the keeper to prevent that going further. As Mulder takes a walk up the crease, as we've seen them do several times when batting from this end, just to have a little prod at the ground at the wicket with the end of their bat, with the toes of the bat, just to suss out what's going on. But as Richard said, there's a little bit less movement as we've progressed through the day. Almost certainly no turn, and it'll be interesting to see if the Pacers can get anything from it. And that one actually maybe did nip in a little bit as Mulder plays it into the offside. They'll drop across for a very quick single because the fielders are converting very quickly, and Essex will move 216 for 8. The deficit now 117 runs in this county championship match, a matchup that hasn't happened for 10 years due to the teams being in different divisions, but a reunion of sorts. We were talking yesterday how these 2 teams played their first ever first class match against each other. Leicestershire won that by 68 runs, I think 132 years ago. And here's Green again, a slightly shorter run than they're used to from the other bowlers today, and that's defended out.
Do you know where it was played?
I think it was Leighton.
Okay.
Was it
Because
Leighton?
the cricket, first class cricket, is over 100 years old here, but not much over 100. I think 1925, something like that. They started playing here.
Yeah, I think it was 132 years ago, almost to the date actually. I think it was the 14th, 15th and 16th down the road at Leighton. Next delivery is banged in on the middle and off, and it's pushed out by Harmer to the leg side for no run.
There is a picture as you leave the ground, sort of one of many sort of various pictures put up on the fences as you leave the ground of the ground back in the 1920s, and it's kind of blended with the modern picture, half and half. And
yeah, I do like that one. Yeah,
it's not that different.
I knew you were going to say that.
Well, in parts, I think it's of the Hayes sort of close area, and I don't know how those houses look a bit more modern than that, but maybe not so modern. Ajaz Patel is in. Back goes Mulder and muscles it in a very familiar style away from his stumps out towards Tattersall, coming in from the offside boundary, and 1 is taken. He moves on to 34.
Yeah, it certainly is one of the smaller grounds. Some of the stands have just 4 rows, and I remember when Bangladesh played here in 2023. I'll continue after this delivery.
Patel is in a little wider this time. Back goes Harmer, punches off the back foot, but Tattersall has come in to a deepish cover and makes the stop.
There was debate about whether they were going to get in some temporary stands to hold the fans.
Patel bowls, tosses it up pleasantly. Harmer clips it out to mid-wicket, a tumbling stop by Holland.
It was a very fun week at Chelmsford. Ireland were officially hosting here because they didn't have the infrastructure to host in Ireland.
Patel bowls, ooh, back goes Harmer and plays a bit of French cricket with it, pushes it back down the pitch off one leg, almost. Actually, it isn't French cricket then, is it? Because you're not allowed to move your legs in French cricket. Patel bowls, outside off stump. Harmer leaves. I just meant he was sort of standing up tall on the back foot, but then his left foot went in the air, which would disqualify him. He'd be out in French cricket if you did that. Patel bowls. Harmer pushes firmly out to mid-off. He's going to have to hurry there. He hits the stumps. Good throw by Ben Mike. He takes a stump out of the ground, but Harmer had hurried and had made his ground.
Great throw, great direct throw. Had they been shorter, that would have caused a lot more panic. We've seen a couple of quick runs taken by these two. Perhaps a sense of urgency coming in, but if anything, I think Essex needs maybe the opposite here. Just a little bit of patience and calm. Just guide them to at least that 250 mark, get that bonus point.
I was speculating earlier. There's two Leicestershire flags over there in front of I still think of them as new flats. They've been there a good 10 years probably.
Yeah, they have that kind of noughties new build-esque
Yeah.
design about them, don't they? The flats so over the Grave Gooch end. The new over begins, and the first delivery from Green is blocked out by Harmer.
We can read one of them, which says Leicestershire la la la, and I've been speculating what the other one might say. Well, we've had a close-up on the screen, and the other one says Leicestershire la 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 as well, so nothing very exciting, folks.
I like that, Leicestershire la la. That's
It's the chant, Leicestershire la la la.
If they've paid by the letter, that's an expensive.
They've got a lot of letter. Yeah, Leicestershire's a long name.
Lars, his Green bowls wide of off stump through.
You need a big flag.
Keeper. Yeah. That's a lot of characters. I might have, if I was getting that flag made, gone cheaper and just had a apostrophe after the L and just shared them the la la la's. Shave a few pounds off the cost of that.
I don't know, to my shame, because we haven't been here for a long time, what the Essex winning song is. Dickles, I'll give us a refrain, I'm sure, at some stage.
His Green bowls, and this one's closer to the off stump, and again Harmer almost offered a bat, sort of swung at it hesitantly, and it goes by into the hands of the wicketkeeper.
I think he may have had a little fiddle at that,
Yeah,
and then lifted the bat over the line of the ball.
If Essex do have a song, we should ask Dickie Davis to get Ian Pogg to sing it. A little rendition.
Oh yes,
at close of play.
we'd had a proper singer then in the box. Oh, Dickie'll have a. He's got Welsh links, so he's bound to be able to produce a basso profundo from within that tiny frame.
We'll make that proposal to when he gets back. Here's Green, bowls it off stumps and blocked out by Harmer. Yeah, we'll pitch that to him when he gets back.
Harry Seacombe-esque bellow. See what he can do. Listen to a few winning songs from other counties over the years. Usually it's something of a chant from the, it's not really very tuneful, but one which is pleasant to listen to if you're not on the receiving end, which I rather enjoy and is traditional.
Green bowls hard and wide of off stump, guided down to third man. There is a fielder there to retrieve. They'll run across for a single. Harmer looks over his shoulder to see whether there's a second run there. There isn't. And with both batters safely in the crease, Essex are 219 for 8. Mulder on 34 and Harmer for 7. Yeah, I do like a good chant or a song. Again, I mentioned a lot. I cover a lot of Bangladesh cricket, and in all of the years I follow the team, they've never really come up with a song. There's just incessant chants of Bangladesh, Bangladesh, Bangladesh.
My favourite is Sussex by the Sea, good old Sussex by the Sea, which is a very old song. Indeed, relatively old.
Is Green bowling to Mulder, flicks off the pads, leg side. There's no one at square leg. There is a player in the deep, so they'll take one more, and the score moves to 220. I did once try to encourage a version of the Macarena, but changing the word Macarena to the Bangladeshi all-rounder Mahmudullah, if you can imagine such a thing. Didn't really take off though. I think trying to explain Macarena to Bangladesh fans was a bit of a reach. But the ambition was there, and that's the important thing. Yes. That is the end of the over. 220 for 8 are Essex. They are 113 behind now.
Leicestershire changed their song in my early years. Ben Rain, now at Durham, long since at Durham actually, and from the northeast himself, heard a song by an Irish group called the High Kings, called Fields of Glory, I think it was called. In goes Raja, in goes Patel, and it's pulled around the corner for 4. It speared down the leg side, and Vian Mulder was not going to miss out, pulled it around the corner down to wide long leg, and no chance for Eskenazi to get round there. And they adapted it to Fields of Grace Road. But the tune has since, I think it's safe to say, deteriorated.
Is that for Ben Rain? That
Ben Rain introduced it when he was at Leicestershire. Forward goes Mulder, and he's thinking there might be a second, and there might be, because Rishi Patel had to sprint out from slip to backward square to prevent any chance of a second. Might have been if they're both gone, but Harmer wasn't really interested.
There are plenty of songs with the Rain in the name if ever anyone wanted to create a song for Ben Rain.
Yeah, he had probably some of the more innovative nicknames when he was at Grace Road. He was known as Purple for a while. In goes...
I don't think I want to know why.
Well, Purple Rain, the Prince song.
Of course, clever. What's a modern version? I guess Lady Gaga has a song called Rain on Me. Could sing Ben Rain on Me.
Patel steps in and bowls down the leg side again, clipped but straight, not quite straight to Ben Green. He did have to take a step or two to his left, but Harmer might feel he missed out a bit there, but he looks pretty settled at the crease really. Simon Harmer, 7 off 25 now. Looks very calm anyway. In goes Patel. Again, middle and leg line, pushed firmly but by Harmer, through mid-on, but long gone Sam Wood, who's fielding at the moment, 12th man, presumably because Kelly isn't here yet, comes up and makes sure that he can't take a single. But now he has gone back to long gone, as Patel is in again, wrong line, middle and leg line, leg stump line, and Harmer can just clip it away safely through the vacant square leg area down to the fielder on the square leg boundary and take 1. Keeps the strike. He moves on to 8, 226 for 8, and that first batting bonus point is on the horizon.
Yeah, looms large, 24 runs to get there. Essex over 3 bonus points from the game so far, Leicestershire on 4. And so, if this game were to go to a draw, or if bonus points were to become important later on in the season to separate these teams, they all count. 4 overs to go till tea then, and it is going to be Ben Green continuing from the Graham Gooch end. 2 slips in place. First delivery is in, and it's bowled ever so slightly wide of off, and it's defended back by Harmer.
There was a bit of movement there, but it was so slow, and Harmer had time to adjust.
Yeah, it's not been a lot of movement actually as the days.
No, it's got less.
We saw hints of it through the first session, but very little in it on offer this afternoon as sort of cloud cover grows over the ground. His next delivery in and blocked out to the offside for no run. And Green, who's had a sort of semi-decent day, he'd have maybe wanted more of these wickets. He's gone for 40 runs just for the one wicket.
16.2 overs he's bowled, so he's kept things tight-ish.
Which not being rewarded necessarily. Here he comes in again and he bowls, and this is driven. Fielders there at mid-off to collect and stop, and there's no run.
But when your attack also includes quicker but slightly less consistent bowlers like Josh Hull and Ben Mike, I think it's very difficult to keep the run rate sort of to 3 or less. The run rate for the innings as a whole is 3.5, which is decent. It would have been possibly they would have liked it to be a bit less, Leicestershire.
Green bowls hard and slightly full delivery. It's driven to mid-on. There'll be no run there. Green did take the wicket earlier on. Dean Elgar, who, you know, as we know, once he gets going and gets set, can be a very dangerous batter. He was removed cheaply for 14 this morning. Both Essex openers making very little impact on the score. In fact, the biggest impact we've had so far was that of, well, second biggest was Jamie Porter, the night watchman, who scored a half century. Charlie Allison scoring 72 earlier on today. His Green again. This is bowled again on that wide off stump line and defended once more. As Essex remain 226 for 8. One more delivery to go off what's been a maiden over so far, and then 3 more overs before the teams will break for tea. You have to sense that Leicestershire might be the happier of the two, but they'll be keen to not let Essex have too much of a reset on the other side of that break, because they are turning the screw at the moment. Here comes Green. Bowls, and it's a fuller delivery. It's guided down towards the boundary. Oh no, it's a fantastic stop, I think. A diving stop. The fielder, no, it's called a four. Sorry, I went round the houses with that one. It was driven.
Eskenazi put in the dive, couldn't quite drag it back. Good effort.
Good effort, straight through the covers, and yeah, did everything there. I thought there was a good dive to stop it, and the applause came late because I think the ground also took a moment to just hold their breath and wait for the umpire's decision. So a boundary to end the over. Essex are 226 for 8 now. Mulder on 40. Harman moves to 12. Yeah, 3 overs to go till tea, which allegedly could be a touch early because apparently the over rate's 1 ahead.
Well, yeah. In goes Ajaz Patel. No, he doesn't. He runs through the crease without delivering it. Will be about 4.05 as ever. But yeah, over 8 as Patel bowls and Mulder drives a little airily, a big thick inside edge, and it certainly doesn't go where he intended it. But seeing that attempted drive, Sam Wood is sent back from mid-on to long on. Patel is in. Mulder leaves outside off stump. Straightens a fraction, but from wide to wider. Patel is in, down the leg side, and attempted to sweep. Now there's an appeal for a stumping there from Ben Cox, because Mulder was kind of on the walk. And, well, he would have had to have both feet in the air at the same time, though, because
Yeah, you heard.
I don't think he'd left his crease. It'd be interesting to see why Cox. It was just the fact the batsman was on the move that made Cox take off the bails and appeal. Patel bowls, and it's driven out to Holland at extra cover. No run. I'm not going to see it. We're not going to be afforded a replay of that little incident.
No, I think that was more just being sprightly in the field than a genuine chance.
Just don't know. Down the wicket goes Mulder. Thick outside edge, almost a leading edge, or may have come even off the pad, as speared it in a little bit, Patel, and it bounced out high into the offside, nowhere near a fielder, so no sniff of a catch. But if that straightened and took a leading edge, a little bit of hope for Ajaz Patel, who blows even on his left hand and comes in and bowls, and that's a shout for leg before hit him outside the line. For me, well, I don't know actually. I don't know. Hit him halfway up his front pad, and he was only half a stride forward, but it was immediately turned down by Nigel Long. So whether there was an edge involved or whether it was going on down.
Oh, it looked pretty.
Jeepers, that was a decent shout, you know.
Yeah, maybe
Didn't straighten enough.
No, maybe
It was going on down, maybe.
Yeah.
Going. You can see why it wasn't given. It was probably sliding down. End of a maiden over, a good one actually, from Ajaz Patel, 230 for 8 after 65.
Definitely an eventful one. Here we are then, here's where things lay. 2 overs to go till the tea break. Essex are 230 for 8. They're 103 runs behind Leicestershire's first innings total of 333. And they're still 20 runs off a potential batting point. New over then, Green bowls, and it's played into the leg side. It managed to find something of a gap, but it should be chased down. They'll run a couple here, and Harmer will add a couple to his total, so he'll move to 14. Mulder's there on 40, and Essex 232 for 8. Keep talking about these batting points because Essex are on the back foot and currently have 3 bonus points. Leicestershire have 4. You just don't know how important these points become, especially towards the end of the season when sometimes that bottom end of the table can be quite clumped together. Here's Green, next delivery is wide of the off stump and let straight through by Harmer, who watches it on for no run. 232 for 8 the score. And Essex now with two experienced batters at the crease, even though they're 8 down. Remember, had a couple of night watchmen come and go. One of them scored a half century, mind. That was Jamie Porter earlier on today. But these two can get runs on the board, and Leicestershire know it won't be as easy as mopping up a tail end as Green runs in again. It's going to be Harmer to face, and this one's played into the leg side. There's a fielder at mid-wicket to cut that one off, and there'll be no run. So discussions going on between wicketkeeper and his 2 slips. Ben Cox talking to the 2 Patels, as they've been affectionately known. Rishi and Ajaz, who are in the slips.
Jazzy is what he's known as by his
Is that
teammates.
right? Is that right? Is that
Hey
called him?
Jazz, Jazzy, they all call him.
That's a great nickname. He does look jazzy when he bowls with his glasses on. Here's Green again, quicker delivery, full, and blocked out by Harmer.
Almost so much time, hasn't he? Playing these shots now, the pitch is slow.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. Harmer just seems to have all the time in the world to have a think about what he wants to do with the shots. Does he want to play it? Does he want to let it go through? And a potential lack of potency in deliveries now because that pitch has just slowed up a little bit. Be interesting to see what it does over the next day or 2.
Plus a soft old ball and tired bowlers.
Green bowls and again just left by Harmer. Not a lot of bounce in that delivery as it whizzes through to Cox behind the stumps. Yeah, 66th over of this Essex innings, so another 14 till Leicestershire are offered a new ball. So the age of the ball and the current conditions not really helping the bowling side a lot. But Essex won't mind that one bit as Green takes off from the top of his run-up at the Graham Gooch end. He bowls, and this one's a bouncer. Harmer ducks underneath it, and that is the over. 2 runs from it. And
Maiden. Oh, sorry, yeah, 2 off the first ball, of course it was.
Essex are 232 for 8, with 1 over left till tea.
And these 2 have now added, well, it was 100 from 162 for 7, so these last 2 wickets have added 60 runs with power to add. And they're going to have to be winkled out. Essex, can Patel strike before tea? In he goes and bowls, not with a delivery like that, which is very short. Didn't really get up though. Mulder went back and clubbed it along the ground out towards long off where Ben Mike was lurking. Takes 1, moves on to 41. Leans on his bat and watches as Patel steps in and bowls to Harmer, who is just waiting for that one. Just turns the bat face, pushes it to mid-wicket. Holland picks up and lobs it to Ajaz Patel. Steps in and bowls. That's a nicer line, slightly nicer line, middle stump line. Cox liked it. It was Rishi Patel who shouted. It was played perfectly, solidly by Harmer, who waits as Patel goes in and bowls to him. Leg side though, again he keeps straying down there, and Harmer can just clip it wide of green down towards deep backward square. Eskenazi down there in front of the little sort of temporary stand that's been there forever alongside the pavilion. Probably only holds about 100, 150 people. Lobbed right up there by Patel and slapped away. And a brilliant stop in the covers, really, because, my word, that was travelling. Ian Holland is the man who stops it, and Mulder misses out on a 4 that he must have thought was his for the taking. Patel is in, Mulder is forward, nibbling it out to square leg, and taking 1 because Ben Green's at mid-wicket, and that is T. So, 4 wickets in the session for Leicestershire, but some good knocks by, came to a conclusion. Jamie Porter 52, Charlie Allison 72. Ian Mulder is still there though, he's 42 not out. Simon Harmer with him on 15. Every prospect of adding to that 235 for 8. They trail Essex by 98 runs with 2 wickets remaining. We will be back with you in around about 18 minutes time, and we'll see where the match stands at the end of day 2 at the moment. Again, Leicestershire probably have their noses in front, but not much more than that. Back with you shortly.
Well, everything's...
Continuing at the Sir Alistair Cook end after tea, Ajaz Patel.
So we're going to see Ajaz Patel continuing
No.
from the Alistair Cook end.
At the end of the Open, we'll momentarily log out and log in again. But mission control's right over there, the opposite side of the ground. In fact, I might even do it now. We might just go off air for the merest fraction. We're on.
First
Oh,
delivery
good. I don't need to do that.
First delivery
right.
is blocked out by Mulder.
Thank you, Richard. Richard in the back row. You see, even when we're not actually on air, we're working away. So, for once, it wasn't my fault. Gosh.
You were there to the rescue, which I liked.
If only it were like that at home.
Patel's in, a flight of delivery driven to cover. Let me know, run there. Both batters thought about it and then returned to their creases upon seeing the ball being collected quite cleanly. Patel's in again, flight of delivery again. This one's let through to the keeper. Patel bowling with his sunglasses on as he sort of avoids the glare from the floodlights, which have been on since about 3 o'clock today. Overcast conditions here as the next delivery is blocked out again by Mulder. So we have Mulder on 46, Harmer on 16, and Essex 240 for 8. And, 12 odd overs till Leicestershire offered the new ball. There's a big appeal there from the next delivery into Mulder. Nothing from the umpire. And Essex now 10 runs off what would be their first batting point, and they've had to work hard to get there, given the
They certainly have.
the way that they've batted this afternoon and the way wickets have fallen. Here's another delivery. This time Mulder goes to try and smash this through the covers and doesn't connect. So it's a maiden over for Patel. It's 11 overs, only giving away 19 runs for 1 wicket. Essex at 240.
Right, first things first, the guest list today. John Lever, he's at the top of the list because he's the president. It's his event. Don't know if that means he picks up the bill. That's none of my business. Andy Atkinson was a groundsman here for a very long time. Then amongst the players, there's Brian Hardy. I think I've seen every one of these players play at some stage. Bearing in mind that I first came to watch Essex when I was about 8, as Mike moves in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump. Brian Hardy, Chris Gladwin, both of whom opened for the club. David Ackfield, former president, who I don't think did ever open the batting for the club. Also, I think he got a blue in fencing at Cambridge. David East, former wicketkeeper and chief exec. Derek Pringle, always to my mind vastly underrated, one of the best all-rounders that England have produced, or Essex produced him. Jeff Smith, the oldest living ex-member, as used to bat about, I'm not sure if he opened, certainly went very, very near the top of the order, and is currently the oldest former playing member, turned 90 and still remarkably sprightly. The only name that doesn't mean anything to me is Graham Walker. No, I can't comment on that. I don't remember a player called Graham Walker. Maybe he was associated with the club in some other way. As Mike moves in and bowls, and that's just played solidly, defensively. Graham Gooch, it would be an insult to attempt to give a paraphrase of his career. It would take a long time. Graham Napier, all-rounder for Essex. Graham Saville, middle order batsman. Howard Sherman didn't get many caps, but he got a few a long time ago. Ian Pont, well, you've heard all about him. James Davis was the physio here for a long time. Joe Grant, an interesting character, Joe. He came into the game pretty late. I think he was well into his 30s. That's outside the off stump. and he'd been getting a stack of wickets. West Indian origin. He'd been getting a stack of wickets in club cricket, and very sharp. I remember him. I think he made his debut at Worcester, and he's still on the staff, not as a player, but yes, he's usually fairly evident and very genial, and pleased to see everybody. That's just played out into the covers. Well, no, a bit off. John Childs, Essex, Gloucestershire, England, slow left-arm bowler and delightful bloke. Keith Fletcher, in some respects almost the messiah of Essex cricket. It was he who led the county to their first title ever when they won the Benson Hedges in 1979 as next delivery. Just played defensively out in the offside, and then a couple of months later, in the August of that year, they won their first championship match. They were actually at Northampton, I believe. Keith Pont, Ian's elder brother, elder I think, also subsequently went on and did an admin job at the UCB. Mike McAvoy played a few games for Essex near the top of the order. Neil Burns, wicketkeeper, also played for Somerset. Paul Pritchard, former captain, who also got involved with the PCA, the Professional Cricketers Association, after he retired, nearly at the end, but won't interrupt the commentary.
New over then, it's going to be Patel to continue from the Alistair Cook end, and flighted delivery driven by Harmer. So fielder out deep cover, no run.
Ray East, slow left-arm bowler, and by general repute the most amusing man that Essex have ever had on their books.
Patel is in again to Harmer, who plays this leg side. That's going to go all the way for 4 over at Cow Corner. So Harmer just freeing his wrists up after the tea break. He moves to 21, and Essex moves to 247 for 8. Now 3 runs off a bonus point for batting. Such as the speed of a spinner's over. Patel's already delivering the next one, which is blocked out. I thought it was 6. Apologies. I thought it was 4. It was 6.
It was signal 6, wasn't it?
It was signal 6. Yeah. The problem is, I watched the ball go, but of course we're obscured where we're sat in the commentary box. Anything that goes to the right of the commentary box, we don't see where it ends up. Here's Patel in again, blocked out by Harmer.
It never got very high. Reuben Herbert, all-rounder and a personal friend of mine, because he played cricket for the same club to which I'm affiliated, Westcliff.
There's Patel bowling in again on the off stump, and Harmer comes forward to block this one out.
Steve Andrew, pace bowler, also went down to Hampshire, I think. Stuart Turner, all-rounder. Very useful attribute in his day. Very useful acquisition.
As Patel comes in, it's blocked by Harmer into the offside.
Nick Brown, who up until last year was opening the batting for Essex.
It was his testimonial year last year, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yes, I've got his hat and his book, and nice fella. And last but by no means least, not many Essex supporters will need any form of biography to go with the name of Brian Tender-Scarter, who did so much for this club, and I believe was sort of discovered in South Africa when Essex went on a pre-season tour, I think, and they played against him, and he attracted the attention of the club, and finished up playing a long time for Essex.
Well, we'll go for the +1s in the next. We won't. That's a joke.
No, we're not going down the +1s.
No, we're not going to do the +1s.
Nor are we going through the come back to that after this. Pulled away for 4 runs to the mid-wicket boundary by Mulder, and that does bring up his 50, as well as the Essex's first bonus point.
That'll be some relief for Essex as they get that bonus point. Mulder as well played a very decent innings today, 50 from 78. Hasn't held back, played with confidence, and with some relief. They still trail by 82, but we've got two very set batters now and partnership building.
And we won't go down the dietary column with their dietary requirements.
No, I think we best not. That'll be all sorts of breaches of confidentiality. if we
Yes.
did.
Well, I will. There is one that interests me, and I obviously won't say to whose name is attached. But one of them is allergic to lettuce. It's unusual, isn't it? What's so special about lettuce? Well, a lettuce allergy. So yes, a galaxy of former players there. Again, Rushan's on the case.
Yeah, rare but a very real condition. Could be quite serious, yeah.
Well.
I take my daughter for an allergy prick test quite recently, actually.
Oh, as Mike moves in and bowls, that's just met with a broad defensive bat by Mulder.
Yeah, they put a drop of like several different things on your arm.
Yes.
And then poke it with a little stick. She's only 2, so it was took a lot of bribery to keep her still during that test. They had to put a few drops on me to convince her to let them test her. But yeah, allergy testing now is really advanced because not so long ago there were only a handful of things that were considered potential allergens, but of course human bodies can react to different food groups and different things, and very thankful of medical advancements allowing us to test things these days.
Yes. That's whipped off his toes very pleasantly, only going to bring a single, just backward of square on the leg side. And can start getting through the emails now. Go down to the bottom and find. Oh, first of all, it's from Tony in Ontario.
Hello, Tony.
I just made an anagram of it, Ontario. And I'm an expat originally from Leicestershire. I discovered these live streams last year as Mike moves in from the Graham Gooch end. A ballooning bouncer and just peering through at least 2 layers of glass. Yes, it does go for 4. There are 2 fielders backward of square on the leg side, but this bisected them. And the number of times in county matches a ball goes under the covers and we then have the somewhat comical sight of someone trying to retrieve it, which they successfully do. I'm greatly enjoying the improved quality of the broadcast and the commentary, not only by yourselves and announcers nationwide. Yes, I think the pictures, the online, is brilliant the last few years.
Yeah,
It was very primitive in its early days, very primitive, but the last few years it's come on in leaps and bounds. And come back to Tony's email after this delivery from Mike. Again played defensively by Harmer on 27, Mulder on 51, 256 for 8, a deficit of 77. I was a Leicestershire member from 1971 when my games master at school had possession of some schoolboy ground tickets for 50 pence. That's the end of the over. A membership I retained for the rest of the millennium, so I was privileged to witness all 3 Leicestershire County Championships. Just get rid of the pop-up. I have an uncomfortable feeling that the cricketing gods are frowning upon Leicestershire this year. He then lists their perceived problems, which I'll come back to after this over. Is not timed during when a slow bowler's bowling.
It's not going too badly for them today, though. 256 for 8 as Patel continues from the Sir Allison Cook end. First delivery is driven to the field at backward points, and they'll run for a single. So Mulder's on 51, Harmer's on 27, Essex 256 for 8. So they have their first bonus points. They are in their 73rd over, so another 7 odd to go before Leicestershire can take a new ball. That's where we are today. As Patel runs in, delivers, and it's on the off stump, and Harmer needs to go on the back foot to push this back to the bowler for no run. Into the final session. Under floodlights here at Chelmsford because it's overcast conditions. Patel flighted delivery, blocked out by Harmer, who does so taking a big step forward into the offside and no additional run. 2.57 for 8. Essex still trail by 76 as the next delivery is driven by Harmer. Fielder at mid-off will make his way across to cut that one off. Gives the ball a good old rub, does Josh Hull. And the ball is back with Patel, who begins his short run up and delivers, and this one's, well, it's cut straight to the fielder at backward point, who ends up on the knees trying to stop it, does so successfully. Quite a dramatic stop actually, it wasn't a lot on it. Patel in again, very quick spinner over. This last delivery, the over goes straight through to the wicket keeper, so whipping through the Patel overs, the spinner from the Sir Alistair Cook end. 73 overs now into this Essex innings, so another 7 to go till they get a new ball, which means they'll have just under 20 overs with it between now and the end of the day, assuming Essex is still batting. Of course, Leicestershire would prefer to try and take those wickets sooner than later, but they do have two very experienced batters at the crease in Mulder and Harmer, who are just having a chat in the middle.
Yes, Mulder on strike and facing up to Mike. Moves in now, long, completely straight run, but well, that was that ballooned over the head of the batsman, quite alarmingly, really. I think it slipped. Just have a look at the replay, I think, or maybe not. No, never mind. That one's altogether better delivery and just induces a defensive shot from the batsman. Tony continues, they, meaning Leicestershire, started the season with the smallest squad in the Championship. Before the season started, they lost Peter Hanscom. His replacement, Jake Weatherald, is now out of the rest of this match. Rehan Ahmed, after 2 games, was recruited by Delhi Capitals and hasn't played an over. Josh Davey was injured and is now injured again. So Leicestershire have Tom Helm on loan for 2 weeks, who was recalled after a week. And that's short outside the off stump, chopped away just for a single, as the man at deep wide third man comes in to prevent their taking more than one. But again, he's not playing, referring to Tom Helm. We're Leicestershire, that is. Leicestershire functioning on a squad of 16 with no wiggle room for injuries. Tony in Ontario. Thank you for that. And Richard in the back row says that's absolutely right, spot on. That's Mike. Moves in. And bowls. And that's nudged down. Well, I say nudged down, it wasn't entirely under control all the time. Clive in Epping says that Australian fast bowler Jason Gillespie holds the highest score by night watchman in Test cricket with an unbeaten 201 against Bangladesh in 2006.
I remember it well.
For all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, for all the wrong reasons. It was a slightly dark era for Bangladesh in Test cricket. It was in the sort of early noughties and into the early 2010s, a lot of innings defeats.
And that's just dabbed out in the offside for a single.
And that sort of reputation Bangladesh built then of being kind of pushovers in Test cricket, unfortunately it's lasted into the 2020s, as you know, it's difficult to get tours against England and Australia, although Bangladesh are set to tour Australia for the first time in several years later on. A couple of tests in Darwin and Mackay, so not the major test venues and slightly off season, but Bangladesh will take it. And of course England set to tour Bangladesh in February next year.
As Mike moves in and bowls, as outside the off stump goes through to the keeper. Yes, thanks Mike Clive for that email, which for some reason came through to me 3 times. He's then also saying, attaching a copy of the current First Division table, and he says, how is it justifiable that Sussex, the team with the most wins in Division 1, is currently only 4th? Well, yes, it's rhetorical. Well, you know the reason. Oh no, you said how is it justifiable? But well, I suppose it's justified by the way that points are awarded in the championship. Somebody else emails. That's just played back to the bowler. Sorry, Rowan, I stole one of your deliveries.
That's right, no worries at all. Just having a look at the county championship table. It is true, 3 wins but sit 4th, although it is very tight between 2nd and 5th as Patel. Next delivery is driven to a long on. I'll take a single. But of course, this is where bonus points come in, and a lot of teams have drawn a lot of matches. Surrey, drawn 4 out of their 5 games, so points are given for draws as well as wins, and of course bonus points come into play, and it just shows how important those bonus points are. As Patel delivers, and this is swept leg side, and I'm going to have to stand up to see where this goes. It's racing away towards the boundary. It will be cut off in the deep, and then the ball is retrieved and sent, but they run another couple. So Essex moved to 262 for 8. But it just shows, doesn't it? Even Sussex have 14 batting points, which is amongst the highest, and 11 bowling points. But it's that one loss that kind of puts them behind a team who've maybe drawn a couple more. As Patel fighted delivery, blocked out. Because Nottinghamshire, 1-2 drawn through, so technically unbeaten. But of course, those draws, have just given them that 6-point lead, which obviously easily overturnable as the next delivery is blocked out again by Mulder. Into the 75th over, so 5 more till Leicestershire can take the new ball. Patel continues, and it's a delivery slightly wide of the off stump, which will complete the over. Mulder 55, Harmer 29. Essex are 262 for 8. They trail now by 71.
And the final email in the queue is from doesn't identify himself or herself. Please turn the sound on the live stream. Yes, well that was only for a very short while, and that's all been sorted out. We all make mistakes, otherwise they wouldn't put rubbers on pencils, as they say.
I'm going to use that, that's good. I'm going to steal that.
To err is human, as Blake once said, I think.
Bowling from the Graham Gooch end, Josh Hull.
Probably heard in the public address, Josh Hull into the attack from the far end, Graham Gooch end. Left arm round wicket, looks like he's going to bowl from where the backing up batsman is standing, and he's on his way again. Moves in, bowls now, and Harmer nudges that round the corner, sets off quickly, obviously thinking there might be a second, but it's certainly not there for the taking. So they go through for 1. Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you care to communicate with us. We'd be delighted to hear from you.
I've really enjoyed the interaction today. Thank you to everyone who's got in touch, because as I said, even if you're listening and you don't necessarily have to have a point to make or
Yes.
opinion, you just let us know you're listening, and it's always nice to hear from you, and we'll always shout you out where possible.
And that's pulled away for 4 runs. Backward of square on the onside. And Mulder moves on to, I don't think they've clicked that 4 up, 59 then. 267 for 8. Yes, I think I'm a great believer in the emails, maybe more than any of my colleagues, but on BBC Essex. It adds, to my mind, it adds to the commentary, and then also in quieter moments we can talk about what you want us to talk about rather than what we want to talk about, which could become self-indulgent. So thanks. Oh, here we go. There's another one. Malcolm, Championship table. It's entitled. What a good point. Yes, don't forget that Sussex started on -12 penalty points for financial problems. So if you add 12 onto that, it's obviously going to be
top of the table.
They'll be top of the table.
Yeah.
Yes, dear old Lord, we should have remembered that, or I should.
That.
Yeah. So thanks, Malcolm, very much for pointing that out.
There'd be a point clear of Nottinghamshire.
Yeah. For financial problems, yes, that's right. Good. Oh no, I'm really grateful. That's.
See, emails paying off.
Hmm?
The emails in the paying off.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yes, they always pay off in one way or another, but that one is
pertinent.
Very pertinent. Yes. As next livery met with stolid and solid defence. Another email from and Andrew points out the same thing. Sussex would be top had they not been deducted 12 points for financial issues.
Yeah, it'd be on 81. There'd be 1 point clear of Nottinghamshire, but as things stand, I was going to say they're fourth. Not out of the running by any imagination, but
flowing drive, but a superb piece of fielding out in the covers, diving away to his right. Absolutely magnificent stop by number 11, Sol Bodinger. Yeah, I mean, I thought that was 4 straight away, and I think most of the crowd did, and I think probably the batsman did, Mulder, but no. Bodinger had other ideas, and good for him. Next delivery round the wicket from Hull, and again a similar shot. This time it evades Bodinger and evades all his teammates, and it goes over the boundary for 4 runs, moving the score to 271 for 8 with Mulder on 63.
Yeah, edging closer to that new ball now. 4 more overs to go. I'll do one more and then I shall do a little switcheroo. I was going to say I'll do a switcheroo with Richard Ray, but he's not in the commentary box, so perhaps I won't. I'll just carry on. Oh, there he is. I didn't see you because of the laptop. Sorry if I falsely accused you of being being AWOL, Richard.
Oh.
Just I know I couldn't see Richard because of the angle I was sat at. There he is, hiding behind the laptop screen. Something of a discussion going on. Slips come into place. Mid-off has gone back out a little bit, slightly long off position. First delivery from the tail played into the leg side. Picked up at square leg. No run.
Thank you, Stuart, very much. I'll read your email at the end of the over. Really appreciated.
Patel bowls. And Harmer pressures into the leg side again. No run. 271 for 8. The score. 22 overs and 4 deliveries to go today. As the flighted delivery comes in from Patel and Harmer comes forward to block. 3 dot balls. Patel's been very, very efficient. He's into his 15th over. 29 runs conceded, so around 2 and over as the next delivery. It's cut, and this time they will take off for a run. It'll just be a single because there is a fielder who manages to cut it off at backward point. So the score moves to 273 for 8. Mulder is on 63, Harmer with him on 31. These two building a partnership. We knew the tail would wag because these are experienced batters, not the traditional 9th wicket stand. As Patel comes in and a gentle sweep from Mulder, gets the slip fielder across, dives to stop it. The slip fielder's got I can't tell who it is because I can't see the jersey number, but is it Rishi Patel? Has sunglasses on his cap, which are glistening quite a lot actually in the kind of reflection of the floodlights. I imagine that's because of our angle from the commentary box, and say, shouldn't be affecting the bowler's vision at all. But very shiny glasses as Patel comes in, bowls, and it's defended again by Mulder. And that is the over, 1 run from it. And Essex are 272.8.
Yeah, and these runs are so vital. I mean, they're now only trailed by 61, so
Chipping away at the deficit, aren't they?
yeah, it's keeping it in control. Yes,
I'm going to make way for Richard. He's going to come in and take us through to the new ball. alongside himself.
Thanks, Roshan, very, very much. Stuart says, I'm also in Ontario and an expat Fox from Leicestershire. Loving the coverage, it's a real treat, thank you. Wishing Leicestershire had Mulder in the team, such a quality all-rounder. Thanks, guys. Just lovely getting my cricket fix from people who love the game. Yes, I think we do. Well, I'm sure we love the game. As Hull moves in, and that's pulled away, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, and I just so enjoy watching cricket. Sometimes when I'm left, if the day has ended early for whatever reason, if I'm driving home about 20 miles, if I pass a ground or go through a village where they're playing a game, I'll invariably stop for a little while and have a look. I just like watching people play cricket. That's outside the off stump. And if at that stage, by which time I finish my day's work, if I stop at any of these places and they happen to have a pavilion, which they will, just to keep the club solvent and boost its income, I might buy a pint.
And they're usually fairly cheap as well.
Yes, they are club prices, yes. And a good atmosphere. You can walk into any cricket club and you can easily start a conversation with somebody. That's worked well on the onside for a single. Another email from Abe. Hello, this is Abe. Thanks for the commentary. Was beaten to the Sussex deduction point. Just to ask, how do you think Cox will fit in this Essex side? He could take the gloves over from Pepper, or even challenge the opening spot to increase his England chances.
Cox?
Well, he'll obviously get in the side. He's a class act, but yeah, who would make way? I'm not sure really. As just played defensively back to the bowler. I mean, all the accredited batsmen have had good innings this season, but possibly too few of them with a sense of regularity. So you could probably make a case for almost anyone, and it's certainly not my place to make a suggestion. I wouldn't want to. But yes, thanks, Abe. Hull from the far end, the Graham Gooch end, moves in, bowls. Oh, and a play and a miss outside the off stump by Mulder. Get through these quickly so as to save them piling up from Phil. Good afternoon, Nick. Yeah, good afternoon to you, Phil. I hope you're well as too. I haven't seen you yet this season. No, I don't think so. I was there on the first day. Was wondering, did Don Topley attend today, the players thing? No, he didn't. Kind regards, Phil, wheelchair Ipswich fan. Yeah, and a jubilant one, I should imagine, since they gained promotion back to the Premier League at the end of the season. Always good to see you, Phil. That's played out on the onside. No addition to the score. Another email from Stuart in Berkhamsted or Berkhamsted. No, I think the emphasis is on the second syllable, Berkhamsted. If you're allowed to, may we hear your take on the 100? Oh.
I think Stuart knows what he's about there.
Yes. He says, I'm torn because on one hand, anything that helps to grow the game is a good thing, especially getting more into getting more. I've read that terribly. Brackets, especially getting more kids into cricket, but I also feel it doesn't add anything that 2020 already offers.
2 overs to the new ball, first of which will be bowled by Ajaz Patel. The first ball to Simon Harmer is on to middle and leg, and Harmer can push it out to deep mid-wicket for 1, and does. And moves on to 33 in the process. 274 for 8. Deficit now just 59.
Well, it's purely my opinion and does not reflect the views of BBC Essex or any other official organisation, but I agree with every word that you say, Stuart.
Patel into Vian Mulder, who is forward, defending, down into the pitch. He was very nearly run out by Rishi Patel at the end of Ajaz Patel's last over, when he scrambled across the leg slip. He actually flicked the ball at the stumps and didn't miss them by that much. Mulder was out of his ground as well. He goes back to that one and plays firmly out to long on for 1. But we're at the stage where, until the new ball becomes available, it's going to take something of a freak dismissal or a rush of blood for one of these batsmen to get out. Patel is in. Harmer plays it firmly back down the pitch to the New Zealand international. Born in Karachi but went to New Zealand at a very young age. Has a very Kiwi accent, as you'd expect. Tosses that one up pleasantly. Harmer comes quite close to yorking himself as he stepped out and ended up pushing it firmly out to mid-off. Patel is in, tosses it right up, but watches as Harmer stretches forward and plays it back down the pitch to him. I suspect that is his work done for the time being. Have a quick look at the bowling figures. Ajaz Patel, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 30, so he's kept things tight. Only gone for 2 and over. Josh Holt has been a tad more expensive, 13 overs, 1 for 66. Josh, he's up to date. Just checking. Yeah. And he will bowl the last over with the soft old ball.
We balls it to Mulder. And played with authority straight out to mid-off. And this time tomorrow, 5 o'clock, the FA Trophy final will be half an hour into it. It kicks off at 4:30, so with an Essex connection, we wish Southend United every success tomorrow afternoon against Wealdstone. The only football team I've ever really paid any interest in, having been brought up in the town and used to attend regularly. Another email entitled Jordan Cox. Who moves in now and bowls. Oh, and that balloons. It's a slow bouncer which ballooned over the head of the batsman. Yes, Rob, thanks for pointing this out as well. I think I'll just call him Mulder because I have no idea how you pronounce his first name. Richard does, but I'm a bit lost. I think as Mulder was only signed for the first 6 championship matches and first 6 T20 matches, I think that's the answer. He'll come in for Mulder. He being Jordan Cox. Yes, this is the last, not only the last game of this first phase of the championship, but Mulder's last championship fixture for this season. Essex fans will hope he's back next year. An aggressive shot there, but mistimed all along the ground, I hasten to add, but it didn't look quite right, it didn't sound quite right, and it was fielded at mid-off, wideish mid-off and deepish mid-off.
Yeah, you'd think there'd be a fair bit of competition for his signature. Leicestershire would dearly love to have him
Yes.
back if they could afford him. It all depends on his availability and South Africa international commitments and what they say about how much time he can have with the county. But he's an ideal county all-rounder. Absolutely ideal.
And And that's just played solidly defensively. And yesterday evening was the first time I've interviewed him or spoken to him. He comes across as a very likeable fellow as well.
He is indeed. Not fair, is it, really?
Well,
super talented, very rich, very good looking, lovely missus. Life is smiling on Vian Mulder at the moment.
that's just pushed out on the offside for a single. Life isn't meant. Oh, my dear old mum used to say. She said, if I can teach you nothing else in life, bear in mind, life is never fair. It can't be fair. And the sooner you come to terms with that, the more you'll enjoy it. And that was good advice. And when you think about it theoretically, it can't be fair. Not absolutely everybody, all umpteen billion of us, can have exactly the same sort of life.
No, indeed.
Verging on philosophy here, but no, it's quite impossible. It's going to be those who gain and those who lose. It's played out in the offside, and a bit like rain in cricket, you just have to accept it. End of the over. Tony says one of the joys of watching cricket at non-test grounds is the ability to interact with the players. Yes, indeed. One favourite of mine was the day, not long after he'd moved from Leicestershire to Hampshire, was with David Gower. Mark Nicholas was trying to adjust his field, and Gower stubbornly refusing to go square on the onside, and was clearly heard saying, "The ball's not going to go through there, is it?" Umpires are in discussion at the moment.
It'd be about the light. I mean, it really is gloomy out there.
Yes, it
now,
is.
Unless you're about to take the new ball, and are they going to be given the opportunity to take the new ball? Yes, they are. And that is... But they have been told, I would suggest, actually, you can't bowl a fast bowler. So Ajaz Patel is going to continue, and I suppose with the old ball. There's been no signal, so although Ian Holland and Ben Green have been warming up, Patel continues and bowls on the leg stump to Mulder, who just sweeps very gently down to long leg for 4. Fielder got there, or seemed to get there, got a hand down, tried to flick it back, couldn't quite manage to do so. Eskenazi, can't believe it. He seemed to just get a hand down, but it still trickled over the ropes. Mulder picks up 4, moves on to 69 to 80 for 8. It doesn't look too bad on the stream pictures, but believe me, here the floodlights are very, very bright. Patel steps in, bowls, forward goes Mulder, back into the offside goes the ball. Green and Holland were warming up. Green is continuing to warm up. It may be that his slightly gentler offerings as forward goes Mulder. The ball goes on with the arm, hits the pad, or actually inside edge onto the pad, and there's a few hands started to go up into the air. It would have been a loud appeal had it not taken the inside edge, had it gone straight onto the pad. It didn't. Ajaz Patel is in, drops a touch short. Mulder goes back, plays firmly out into the offside, but picks out Sol Budinger out there at deep-ish extra cover, a few feet deeper than normal. In goes Patel, floats one up, waiting for it is Mulder, and clipping straight out to long gone for 1. And it's easy going for these two at the moment, very, very comfortable. 281 for 8. Mulder on to 70. Harmer has 33. Patel is in again, gives it lots of air. Harmer goes forward, pushes it out into the offside. Patel takes his cap and sweater. Hull's work is done for the time being. Once again, Nigel Long and Neil Pratt engage in an umpire's summit, talking about if they take the new ball, will they take them off? They're getting to the point whereby Leicestershire might not mind that, but they are going to. Well,
Who are they?
yeah, they're saying, I suspect, to Ian Holland now, Ben Mike can't bowl, he's too quick. Holland is asking for clarification.
It's all very subjective, this, isn't it?
But you can see on the stream now with a picture from sort of distance shows just how dark it is.
Yes, and there is a little bit of rain.
There's a few spots, but I don't think enough to
They
take
are
them
going
off.
off.
But yeah, Leicestershire have said, well, look, we want to bowl with our quicker bowlers, with Ben Mike and Neil Pratt, and Nigel Longett have said, well, in that case, it is too dark. So off we go. 281 for 8 after 81 potentially remaining to be bowled today. 18. There's no obvious breaks in the cloud that is coming over. It is spitting with rain, so the covers will come on if there's any prospect of a return into the middle. Then obviously we'll stay to the very bitter end. But the crowd, judging by the number of people leaving the stands, are not optimistic, Dickie.
No, neither am I. This is, purely my opinion, and it's not official by any means, but I think we won't see any more play today because the sky looks unbroken. No, not getting any better. Before we sign off, I will just quickly go through the emails.
Yeah, we've got time, why not?
Yes. So this story that Tony has about Gower. Mark Nicholas was trying to adjust his field and Gower stubbornly refusing to go square on the leg side and was clearly heard saying, the ball's not going to go through there, is it? I believe it was the next ball that Nigel Bryers swept straight through where Nicholas had wanted Gower to go. I retrieved the ball after it thudded into the fence in front of the old George Geary stand, and as Gower trotted sheepishly after it, I said to him, I thought you said the ball wasn't going to go through there, to which Gower replied, I can imagine him saying it, I was clearly wrong, wasn't I? Brian emails, we just got a couple more.
I did have a happy half hour commentating with David Gower at the Oval this season. He was there for a book launch and came along and reminisced about his time at Leicestershire, and he was as charming and fun to be with as you would expect.
Yes, I can imagine. I've never spoken to him, I don't think. Brian in Great Cornard says, forgive me if the following hasn't been addressed on earlier occasions. Firstly, just wanted to mention Paul Newton for the benefit of those who don't know, which would mainly be Leicestershire supporters. Paul Newton's a contemporary of mine in every way, except he started commentating just a few years before I did, in fact when the station was originated, and we got on well and we think made quite a good double act on air, who's now, as Brian says, he's very sad to hear of his retirement from commentary through illness, and I wish him well. Not to eschew the efforts of others, I fondly remember some great commentary sessions between him and you, Dick. Also known as the two pedants, indeed. Many of the subjects covered that had nothing directly to do with cricket were always entertaining. One could always rely on the Statler and Waldorf of commentary for a few laughs. Yes, thank you. Secondly, I will convey your best wishes to Paul when I see him. I occasionally meet him for a meal, and I will convey that. Although I think he listens to our commentaries anyway. That was from Brian in Great Cornard, just over the border in Sudbury. Secondly, I was wondering if Jordan Cox still plays for Essex. With 6 of the 14 championship games gone, perhaps he'll put in a cameo before next season. The Essex Cricket website is No, I'm not going to read that. I'm sorry, for obvious reasons. Because you know what you've written, Brian, and it would be unfair of me to read it out. But yeah, I'm sure Jordan Cox will appear later on. And thanks very much, and I will convey your wishes. Barry, final email that's come in so far. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Splendid coverage as always. Me, being old school, since we now have batters in quotes, could you suggest an alternative to Night Watch Man? Says Barry from the Isle of Wight. Well, I have wondered about Caretaker, but no,
Just night watch, I suppose.
Yes, night watch person, night watcher.
Just night watch. The night watch.
Yes. Well, similarly, I still refer to one position as third man, but I've got a feeling that we are asked actually just to call it third. I'm afraid old habits die hard, and I certainly don't mean to offend when I slip into the old dialogue. Far from it. Why would I want to? But yeah, it's not easy. We're creatures. So that's the emails. Thank you so much. I do hope we'll be talking to you again today, but in all honesty, I don't think we will.
Should we just briefly go over the match?
Yes, indeed. Well, I'll leave that to you, Richard. I've been hogging it a bit lately.
It's all right, not at all. So Essex, after 81 overs, 281 for 8, they trail by 52. And it's been an absorbing day's county cricket, really. Highlights from Essex's point of view: Jamie Porter's maiden first-class 50. The night watch, or night watcher, whatever you like to call him, battled throughout the entirety of the morning session and was only dismissed when he was bowled by Ben Mike for 52. And the stand to our right rose as one, as did the pavilion when Porter went to 50. So that was a moment he will not forget quickly. 3 wickets fell in the morning session, those of Dean Elgar, who was caught at a wide-ish mid-off off the bowling of Ben Green for 14. Paul Walter caught at slip off the bowling of Ian Holland for 1. And Tom Westley, unlucky, he was caught down the leg side, a strangle as they say, by wicket-keeper Ben Cox off the bowling of Ben Mike for 2. 39 for 4 at that stage. Essex looked to be in more than a spot of bother, but Porter, as we said, battled away brilliantly. And I was going to say, he found good support, or Charlie Allison found good support in him, but he and Porter put together a really good stand before Porter, as I say, was bowled by Mike for 52. Matt Critchley came and went quickly. He was caught and bowled Ben Mike for 4, 143 for 6, and when Allison was caught behind off the bowling of Josh Hull for 72, Essex had sort of slipped back into the mire rather, 162 for 7, but really solid lower order resistance. Remember, numbers 10 and 11 haven't gone in early, so it's sort of almost middle order resistance, really, led by Vian Mulder, formerly of Leicestershire. He has gone to the pavilion on 70 not out. He had great support from Michael Pepper. He made 19, and latterly from Simon Harmer, who is 33 not out. The Leicestershire bowling figures, well, Ben Mike on his return to the side has picked up 3 wickets, 3 for 74 from 16. Ben Green has 1 for 46 from 18. Ian Holland 2 for 51 from 16. Josh Hull 1 for 67 from 14. Ajaz Patel 1 for 37 from 17. So pretty much probably honours even at the end, or not definitively the end of day 2. But it looks as though it's going to be the end of day 2. Essex with 2 wickets remaining, trail by just 52 runs. The new ball will be available to Leicestershire as and when we resume, as and when the umpires decide it is fit for play. But our guess is that that is not going to be until tomorrow, if by any chance we do come back. Dick Davis and I will of course be on hand to chunter away over the remaining highlights, but just for now, from the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford, from BBC Radio's Leicester and BBC Essex, it's goodbye for now.